So, folks, we're going to go live in 3 minutes. Somebody needs to turn off their computers. Too many computers. So one of the computers has sound on. So, okay. So once we do go live for the folks on Zoom and the folks in the space, I'll just say very brief hello on behalf of Fourspace, and then I pass it to whom exactly? Is it Emma or Sébastien? Okay, cool. So Sébastien, will you come up here using this mic and speak into this camera to welcome folks? You can unmask once you come up here. Yeah. Okay, I'll leave this mic here for you. It's already on, okay? Hey Douglas, this presenter is sharing sound on their slides. And press share sound when we went to share screen. Yeah. We're not hearing the audio. Here. So when you're introducing, you can just grab this mic and introduce people like this. Yeah, so Piyusha is the...
Should we be up here already?
No. I just...
Yeah. We have your presentation also at the code's laptop if needed.
Oh no.
Donc, change de plan. Vous enlevez ça?
Ouais.
Ok, c'est
On
fait.
peut utiliser ce...
History of your busking life.
Okay.
When did you begin? Why did you start busking?
Okay, because I was before
Okay, I'm gonna stop that share screen there and we can go ahead and open it up, Doug, if we're ready. Hi, everyone. Thanks for your patience. I know we're just a couple of minutes behind here, but so glad you're hanging in there with us. All right. Perfect. Great. So officially, bonjour tout le monde, good morning, and on behalf of Fourth Space, welcome. Located on unceded Indigenous lands in Tiohtià:ke, Montreal, Concordia University's Fourth Space is activated through live events such as today's to create engagement around the various dialogues, research projects, and collaborative activities happening across the university. We are therefore so happy to welcome in today's guests, presenters, organizers, and audience members, and everyone in between for Ethical Encounters, the 9th annual Emerging Scholars Symposium on Oral History, Digital Storytelling, and Creative Practice. Before passing the floor to Sébastien, who I see getting ready there, good morning, Sébastien, I'll quickly mention that we are live streaming today's session all day to YouTube, so you can access it there. I'll put that link in the chat momentarily. And we are running this event as one continuous Zoom meeting. So feel free to stay and come back when you can. And if you want to make comments or if you have questions during the question period, we do invite you simply to turn on your video, raise a hand, raise a virtual hand, and you'll be called upon. Otherwise, as always, the chat is activated for your comments and we're keeping our eyes on that space as well. It is now my pleasure to pass the floor officially for the opening to Sébastien. Welcome in.
Thank you, Anna. I should have been better prepared to just follow your introduction. I want to start by recognize that Concordia University is located on indigenous territory, which has never been ceded. Nous reconnaissons la nation Kanien'kehá:ka comme gardienne des terres et des eaux sur lesquelles nous nous réunissons aujourd'hui, sur ce territoire qui se nomme Tiohtià:ke, Montréal, et qui, je le répète, n'a jamais été cédé. I feel that this territorial acknowledgement takes another dimension in the current context of the war in Ukraine. This war, like many other wars before, reminds us so brutally and so sadly that some of us are capable of bombing, killing, destroying to claim ownership over the land. This is not new. It happened throughout human history in different places, at different periods, in different contexts, including here a few centuries ago. So the territorial acknowledgement is a reminder that we don't own the land, even if we bought pieces of it, and that at some point we will have to face the consequence of this absurdity, claiming ownership of pieces of land that are on territory that cannot be owned. So let us make sure that when we will have to deal with these consequences, we'll be guided by justice rather than by violence. Justice is not the theme of this 9th symposium, but I'm sure it will be part of the conversation today, along ethics. Et aujourd'hui, nous avons un programme assez impressionnant, 14 présentations, dont la conférence invitée par Amina Jalabi, et 5 projets de recherche qui sont présentés ici au For Space. Il y a aussi la remise du prix d'excellence en histoire orale, qui va être un moment, je pense, assez touchant. Et ce symposium, c'est le reflet du dynamisme des chercheurs émergents associés au Shorn, que ce soit en termes de recherche, de création, d'enseignement, mais aussi d'engagement social et communautaire. En fait, j'ai parlé du dynamisme des chercheurs émergents, mais c'est surtout du dynamisme des chercheuses émergentes en histoire orale dont il est question aujourd'hui, quand on regarde le programme et puis quand on regarde les gens dans la salle ici. Et donc, je tiens à souligner qu'une large majorité des présentations sera faite par des chercheuses et étudiantes. D'ailleurs, le comité d'organisation que je veux saluer et remercier est composé uniquement de jeunes chercheuses et créatrices, Sarah Bengon, Simona Elena Apostol, Emma Arake et Léa Cabillo. So thank you so much for organizing this event, and thank you to For Space, Anna and Doug, for hosting it here. Et je termine en vous souhaitant à toutes et à tous un excellent symposium en histoire orale. Merci.
Okay.
This is weird. So good morning. My name is Leah. I'm part of the organizing committee. So Sebastian did most of my job this morning, telling you what's going to happen throughout the day and introducing us. So I'm just going to introduce our first panel, and specifically Dr. Stéphane Martelly, who will chair the our first panel entitled Embracing Vulnerability. So.
Bien, donc bonjour à tout le monde, et je dois dire que je suis vraiment ravie de me retrouver ici au CODES pour à participer à cet événement tellement important qu'est le symposium des jeunes chercheurs en histoire orale. So the panel that I'm chairing today is called Embracing Vulnerability, Accueillir la vulnérabilité. And the different presenters are Piyusha Chatterjee, Patricia Branko-Cornish, Kelly Nora Drucker, and Lina Shumarova. It will be, I'm sure, a fantastic panel. So Piyusha Chatterjee will first present, the title of her presentation is Memories of Childhood in Life History Interviews with Buskers. Piyusha Chatterjee is a doctoral candidate in the Indie program at Concordia University. Her FQRSC funded oral history project, We Are Always Here, The Labor of Busking and its Disappearing Spaces in Montreal, examines the place of street musicians and performers and the cultural economy of Montreal. She has previously worked on oral history projects in India. Her current research interests are labor and cultural economy, oral history, and space, media, and memories. Very happy to hear you.
I will share my screen. Works. Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered here on unceded indigenous lands. Ganingahaga Nation is recognized as the custodians of these lands and waters. I am very thankful to the peoples of these lands, both indigenous and settlers, for receiving me, welcoming me, and supporting my life and education here. Dans l'espoir d'embrasser les vulnérabilités dans nos recherches, nos pratiques et nos vies, je vais parler quelques mots en français à commencer ma prestation. Aujourd'hui, je parle des souvenirs d'enfance lors d'un entretien biographique avec deux amis du public faits ici à Montréal. Les entretiens sont une partie de mon projet de doctorat, un projet d'histoire orale avec des musiciens et musiciennes ambulants et des amis du public dans le lieu public. Dans les entretiens biographiques, on commence souvent avec des questions sur l'enfance de la personne interviewée. Comment on interprète et analyse ses mémoires? Je vais examiner la place de la question sur l'enfance dans les récits de vie. Les entretiens sont en anglais ou en français, mais je vais plutôt parler en anglais. Vous êtes bienvenus de me poser des questions en français. Peut-être Stéphane peut m'aider un peu. Je vais essayer de vous comprendre, mais peut-être que je vais répondre en anglais parce que je prends beaucoup de temps à composer mes réponses. Donc, la prestation aujourd'hui. What is a good place to start an oral history interview? For those who work with life history format, it makes sense to start at the very beginning with the interview participant's childhood. For example, Valerie Yao in recording oral history notes that one of the advantages of asking about childhood is that it establishes who the interviewee is and where they come from. She goes on to suggest one could begin with the interview with, and I quote, non-threatening questions such as date and place of birth, people significant in childhood, favorite games, etc. My interest here is to examine through life history interviews that I did with buskers, street performers, or musicians in Montreal, how interview participants respond to such questions and what it does to the interview. I'll focus on 2 interviews today, beginning with that of Peter Snow, a street performer who was a regular in Old Montreal in 2019. The first interview with him was at a cafe in Plateau, Montreal. We had met once briefly before and exchanged some emails to set up the interview. I'll play the beginning of the interview. Is it, the audio is not? On my computer? Oh, okay. Your date of birth, maybe?
No.
Thank you so much for doing this interview.
My pleasure.
My name is Piyusha Chatterjee, and I'm doing this interview for my doctoral studies. And if you could start by giving your name on record and your date of birth, maybe?
No.
Okay.
My name is Peter Snow. My date of birth is so far long ago that everyone's forgotten.
Okay.
Even me.
Okay. So where were you born?
In England.
How did you come to basketball here?
Because I immigrated here.
And that was when?
1991.
Okay, so that is much after you were traveling and you were busking.
Yes, I came to Montreal several years before I moved here. I came here and performed.
Like, where would you like to start? I would like to know the trajectory of your busking life.
Okay.
When did you begin? Why did you start busking?
Okay, because I was performing magic when I was a teenager. So I started performing professionally when I was 17. And then when I was 20, I had a girlfriend who was from France, and I had problems with the union, with theatrical union in England. Actually not the union, more with a certain agency, and my situation was not good. And then my girlfriend said, oh well, we can go to south of France and you can maybe do something there.
So I'll stop here, but I want to let you know that the stories flowed from there. In retrospect, I can hear my researchers' gaze on him, though I was simply dealing with the logistics of the interview here. I knew I needed this basic information about his age and background for analysis later, and yet it sounds incredibly administrative. And of course, he resisted. Until this interview, I had never really reflected on the fact that people may find questions about childhood to be intrusive. I now interpret his answers as a resistance to being framed by the academic gaze. He never brought up his childhood or family in the interview. From how he set up his life in the narrative, it is not entirely impossible to conclude underprivileged circumstances, though. Grappling with her own sense of exclusion and growing up in 1916's London, Caroline K. Steedman, in an autobiographical work, argues that there were significant limitations in the academic and literary works that claimed to represent and portray her experiences as a working-class child. By reducing their lives to the economic and material conditions that they were subjected to, such narratives reproduce the power imbalance and the violence inherent in the language and ordering practices of the state. She argues that the working-class children were always ascribed a certain psychological simplicity, whereas where the unconscious and the possibility of an inner life were reserved for the privileged classes. From the dates that Snow does offer in the interview, he too likely grew up in the 1960s England. His snub was a general distrust, again like that of Steedman, towards research and practices of knowledge production that freeze-frame people into categories intelligible only enough for abstract analysis and state policies. In oral history, the tussle for power over the interview narrative and the narrator's representation in research are framed in the language of sharing authority during the interview and in the project's framing, execution, and dissemination. However, sharing authority does not mean any one thing. It is contextual and contingent on the intersubjective space and does not necessarily flow from the hands of the benevolent researcher to that of the powerless research participant. Redistribution of power often looks like negotiation, resistance, willingness to share, and even struggle. My abandoning that line of questioning immediately showed results. As I relinquished control over the narrative, Snow opened up about the stories that he wanted to tell about his life. I will now turn to my second interview. Susana Martinez is a flamenco dancer who too was performing in Montreal in 2019 when I met her. She agreed to a video interview and we met at Coates. This was perhaps the most fearless interviews that I ever done with any busker. Martinez was very critical of the way the city treated them. I will play the bit where she talks about her growing up years very briefly at the beginning. Thank you.
Ouais, j'ai grandi dans la ville de Léon. Je viens d'une famille de 9 enfants. Et puis, voilà, je crois que mon enfance s'est passée plus ou moins parce que ma mère était ouvrière, je ne la voyais pas souvent. Et puis, je passais beaucoup de temps à regarder la télé.
The conversation went elsewhere after this, but she brought up this memory of her childhood again about 20 minutes into the interview. I had asked her about her motherhood and work.
Tu as une fille de 12 ans? Oui, j'ai une fille de 12 ans. Oui.
Et comment tu, how do you balance entre la famille et
Et mon travail, ben, je trouve que j'ai le travail idéal parce que au Mexique, bon, comme moi, quand j'ai dit avant, quand j'étais un enfant, je ne voyais pas ma mère. C'est la partie triste de ma vie parce que quand je me levais le matin, je ne voyais pas ma mère, elle était partie à son travail. Puis quand j'allais me coucher, ma mère n'était pas encore arrivée de son travail. Et je ne la voyais jamais, je la voyais que dimanche, parce que comme j'ai dit avant, au Mexique, c'est dur les journées de travail, 9 heures par jour. On part à 7 heures, puis on revient à 8 heures, 9 heures le soir. On mange à sa job et tout ça. La journée est longue. Samedi, il faut travailler une demi-journée. Le reste de la journée, il faut aller à l'épicerie. Donc, l'après-midi du samedi, mes parents allaient à l'épicerie loin. Puis, on les voyait un peu samedi, puis dimanche, c'était la seule journée qu'on pouvait être en famille. Donc, moi, quand j'ai eu mon enfant, j'étais contente de faire ce que j'ai fait parce que je me suis dit, mon enfant ne pas souffrira ce que j'ai souffert. Quand j'allais à l'école, je me réveillais puis tard. Ma mère était déjà partie. Et je partais à l'école sans manger. Mais bien qu'il y avait beaucoup de choses dans le réfrigérateur pour manger, je ne me levais pas à la bonne heure. Puis j'étais un enfant, 8 ans, 9 ans. On ne pense pas à manger, puis on s'en va à l'école le vendredi. Puis j'avais tout le temps de retard. À un moment donné aussi, j'ai tombé malade. J'étais anémique parce que j'étais mal nourrie.
So I'll stop here, but we had been talking about her move to Montreal and her first days here, working in a restaurant in Old Montreal and then finding her way to street performing to support herself. Here she talks about the fact that busking was an ideal job for her as it allowed her to spend time with her daughter. To explain the reason, she returns to the memory of her mother as a factory worker and her being malnourished child because her mother was mostly away at work. This memory of her childhood became a pivot around which the rest of the narrative about her life took shape. Against this backdrop of structural violence of capitalism, disguised in the form of economic necessity that forced people to work inhumanly long hours, and its manifestation on her physically as malnourishment and anemia, the current conditions of her life appeared to be on the same continuum, despite her desire and fight to break away. She talks about the rigors of working class life in Mexico elsewhere in the context of her own employment history, her wanting to escape that routine, decision to make a living of arts and crafts, her move to Canada, and her job at a restaurant as a cleaner. Busking became a way for her to escape these conditions and function outside the exploitative system. She also said that it was the best way that she thought she could take care of her daughter and make a living. And yet, there was also the unease around her daughter witnessing her being chased by the borough inspectors in Old Montreal. Oral historians note that the interview participant engages in the construction of a self through the interview, revisiting and recalling memories in the interview space in dialogue with the interviewer researcher involve meaning-making of the past in the present. In the process, a coherent narrative is produced out of disjointed events and experiences. Martinez also uses the interview space to reclaim some of the historically lost agency of racialized women from the global South. Her perspective on her childhood was colored by the years in between the memory and the telling, her adult agency, and the different cultural context within which she was articulating those experiences. When she was young, her only way to show resistance was perhaps a refusal or forgetting to eat. Now she framed it in terms of class and was very clear of why her mother had to be absent from home for long hours. In conclusion, I just want to make two observations. In Martinez's interview, they offered me a window into her subjective self, and even though the initial reflection was brief, they resurfaced when she thought it was important to the narrative. Snow's interview, meanwhile, made visible other tensions in the interview process. In refusing to answer a question related to childhood, often considered very basic and harmless, he brings to the fore the question of authority. It was a way for her to negotiate control over the interview, for him to negotiate control over the interview. He also used this agency in adult life to protect the child in himself, or for that matter, to be found in research data. It also draws attention to the fact that those who experience non-normative childhood may find it more challenging to articulate their experiences in interviews, and in such cases, questions about childhood may prove to be more complex than is assumed to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Piyusha, for this presentation. I'm sure there will be many questions for you at the end of the panel. So the next presenter is Piyusha Chatterjee. Her presentation, the title of her presentation is Zoom It, Doing Oral History with Older People in the Age of Pandemic. At least two complications already. So Piyusha Chatterjee is a PhD student in the Communications Department at Concordia University. Her doctoral research focuses on women personal stories and their respective artistic practices to resist and criticize censorship and stricter gender roles under the Brazilian dictatorship, so 1964-1985. Piyusha is interested in how totalitarian regimes are experienced and remembered from a gendered perspective, and how we can create better forms to discuss past human rights abuses using art. Her doctoral research has a multidisciplinary approach that draws on collective memory studies, oral history, art history, visual culture, feminism, media, and postcolonial studies. So welcome.
Thank you very much for organizing this symposium. I'm very happy to be here, and I make my words all the territorial acknowledgement of the participants before me. So I will start. It's not moving. Yeah. Sorry about a bit of delay on PowerPoint. Yeah, now it's working. So before I start my presentation, I'd like to guide you through my agenda. I'll be talking to you about presentation objectives, the kinds of participants in my research, and the three major observations in oral history research, and I will end with my final remarks. I want to start asking a few questions. By a show of hands, over the past 2 years, did you feel a bit off and strange after a long period of isolation? I did. Did you behave or said something unusual that you would not do if you were in normal conditions outside pandemic? Yeah. If you answered yes to any of these questions, you can start imagining the state of mind of the participants during my interviews completed last year during the pandemic. Between March and April 2021, using Zoom technology, I interviewed women from Brazil with an average age of 80 years old. These women became participants in my research because I investigate artworks and artistic communities formed during the 1960s and 70s in the Brazilian dictatorship. I use oral history methodology to bring Brazilian women's personal stories and artworks as a new perspective to analyze totalitarian regimes. This is just a short introduction to contextualize my PhD research, because today the focus of my talk is on methodology. I will bring to you my observations of doing oral history with older women during a pandemic. Today, my objective is to encourage you to think about the challenges, setbacks, and opportunities when interviewing older people in a stressful situation. I urge you to think about how a pandemic or any other stressful condition might impact the oral history research process and its outcomes. I bring you, as a case study, my experience interviewing Brazilian women artists. I share with you the vulnerabilities of these participants. These vulnerabilities were based on their age, C-19 health concerns, and a lack of social interactions during a lockdown. But my specific objectives today is to share with you 3 reflections of doing oral history research virtually with older people during a public health crisis. First, the virtual interview as a space of conviviality. Second, the treatment of transcripts with sensitive topics. The researcher's objectivity under certain research conditions. I'm very excited to be in person, maybe that's why. First, let's discuss the virtual interview space as a place of conviviality to older people during the pandemic. I would like to, first of all, to imagine yourself living 1 year ago under situations that were less than optimal, prolonged lockdowns, high levels of C-19 infection in your country, uncertain vaccination prospects, and a lack of effective treatment for those infected by the virus. All the circumstances we can all relate to. But it was different for my participants. They were Brazilian women. They were an average age of 85. The oldest one was 85, now she's 86. They all lived under a Brazilian dictatorship. They were at the moment living in Brazil, and they were interviewed at the peak of the COVID pandemic. But it was different for them. Epidemiologists consider these participants highly vulnerable because they are more likely to suffer from the virus infection and have a higher risk of not surviving the infection. These personal health concerns, combined with the social isolation of the pandemic, place the participants in a highly vulnerable position. Given this situation, I asked myself a lot of questions before embarking on these interviews with older women. First question, shall I proceed with this research at all? I hesitated a lot to start it. I worried about pushing participants to talk about their artistic practices, artworks, and personal experiences during dictatorship, when they were actually going through health concerns and high stress during pandemic. I was, as a researcher, thinking that I have an ethical responsibility not to cause harm to my informants. But then I keep asking more questions. Hypothetically, if in 10 years I look back at my decision of quitting this research, would I regret not interviewing these Brazilian women artists? Yes, because they remain relatively under-researched. At the moment, no oral history project has been published involving these participants. Then I ask more questions. Would it be fair to these women artists to be left out of dictatorship research? Probably not. Why? Women's perspectives remain relatively underrepresented in Brazil's literature and academic research. Last question, I promise. Should I decide who is capable of handling an interview during the pandemic? I'm not sure I could answer that question. I'm not sure I can answer this for on behalf of my participants. Along these questions, I pondered about the lack of recognition my participants faced compared to other women artists who had quite privileged upbringings. For instance, today Brazilian women modernist artists who produced and were quite active during the 1920s and 30s are internationally acclaimed. This is not happening to my participants. After much consideration, I let my participants decide. I gave them back their agency for choosing or not to join my research. The fact that they are older people does not mean it's my place to decide for them to join interviews or not. So I wrote to my participants about my academic research. I got quick replies, confirmed their willingness to be interviewed. I entered the interview space very cautious, but met informants who were eager and confident to share their stories with me. During the interviews, it became apparent how the older women who had a very active lifestyle before COVID were suffering because of the isolation. I deliberately used the word suffering because these artists shared their frustrations of being deprived of regular activities. They no longer could do their physical exercise, join family gatherings, eat out with friends. However, the biggest challenge for these women was their inability to continue their artistic projects, collaborate with curators, and exhibit new artworks. Their art practices have remained an integral part of their lives and personality until nowadays, even during the pandemic. That's all they could think about. I realized that by interviewing these women, we created a professional connection of respect. At the personal level, I opened a channel for these women to vent their concerns about their health and isolation. I had revealing moments. One of them that was really surprising is both of them told me that their children are not remotely interested about their artworks. That is heartbreaking for me to listen. They told me that they fear that they told me that they fear what would happen when they were not here anymore. Would the artworks just be donated to a museum? Would there be a fire sale of their artworks to the gallerists? This interview intimacy led participants to voluntarily share personal experience like psychological and verbal abuse suffered in the past. These hardships were not known in academic research or the press. I did not ask for this information. I was given sensitive information that I still struggle to reconcile with. This brings me to my second point, that is treatment of transcripts with sensitive topics. How do you handle topics when preparing the final transcript with such sensitive matters? How do you share key findings with the public? As part of our methodology, we prepare the transcripts with the best of our ability to keep them faithful to our sources. But despite my best efforts to focus on women's artistic lives and artworks, to understand life during dictatorship, I was giving unsolicited juicy codes, as Professor Stephen High shared with us, such a name. But I want to avoid the juicy code syndrome, like violence. And I would like to share with you some self-deprecating remarks that totally contradict how these women are in their entirety. I heard something like, you're talking to an old and confused artist. This is a contrast to the debate to the detailed account of the participants' exhibitions, meetings with other artists, and what the detailed events of their lives during the 70s, when I was not even born. I heard things like, I don't understand the technology, but these women are at the forefront of experimenting with photography and video art in the 60s and 70s, when the technology was just launched. At the moment, I have a resistance to finalize this transcript, and the final transcript is put on hold. I propose to my participants that we are going to revisit them now. I think we are all in a better state of mind to look back at this situation we were living in, and today, how we can be a bit more objective as the stress is a bit lower. We are getting back to what we think could be our new normal. This brings me to my third topic and final one, that's how do we remain objective being a research in uncertain research conditions? We as researchers are not neutral to the research process. I confess that I entered the interview process very anxious. I wonder if I could be ever able to complete the interviews in order to answer my research questions. I didn't pay attention to many details or subtleties during the interview. I was more concerned about my participants' vulnerability. I never thought about myself as vulnerable. I was the strong, the tough, and the objective researcher. At least that's what I believed. We never talk about how the researcher might also have personal health and family struggles that diminish one's objectivity and ability to grasp the nuances of our history. I look back to March 2021 interviews to recognize in my own way, I was also vulnerable when trying to be rational objective. Why was I my best version as a research? I don't think so. Today I can look back and revisit the oral history project and we enter a new conversation with my participants, oral records and transcripts. I learned not to rush to conclusions when my judgment may not be as optimal level due to circumstances that are out of my control. I borrow Erin Jess's questions when she was doing research with survivors of genocide, just as questions. I'm not comparing the situations, because I'd like to look into a situation that is unusual, like the pandemic. Are there limits to oral history methods and theory? What are these limits? I argue that we need to revisit oral history methods and theory limits whenever the situation is uncertain and unknown. For that reason, I answer Erin Jess's question. Oral history methods and theory remain a porous and evolving methodology that we must test through reviewing processual and theoretical boundaries in a constant manner, as shown today with my reflections of doing oral history in the age of pandemic. There are always unexpected and exceptional circumstances that surround the participants and the researcher. Therefore, we need to remain questioning the limits and proposing solutions that will make oral history an even stronger umbrella of theories and methods. I hope today I shared my experiences with you, and we learned that the interview space is not just for gathering information and support you to do research you could never do if you didn't enter it with open-minded. I also argue that decisions on transcript and or recordings should not be taken in moments of hardship and stress. We need to preserve our ethical commitments. Third and finally, I argue that oral history methodology could incorporate discussions about when the research process presented challenges and struggles to the researcher's well-being. Let's keep questioning our methods and theories to keep oral history an evolving discipline. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I'm sure already we can find connections between the two that have occurred, and I have already a few questions for you. So the next presenter is Kelly Nora Drucker. She'll be presenting a paper titled Granny's Things, Personal Objects as Gateways into a Life History. Kelly Nora Drucker is a doctoral candidate at Concordia University's Humanities program, working at the intersection of creative writing, oral history, Irish studies, oh, it's a good day for that, and memory studies. Her poetry collection, Small Fires, won the A.M. Klein Prize for Poetry and the Concordia University First Book Prize, and was a finalist for le Grand Prix du Livre de Montréal in 2016. Kelly's work has appeared in journals in Canada, Ireland, New Zealand, and Australia. And I might add, you're a wonderful poet, so I'm happy to hear.
What's going on? We have to go out of share. Okay, perfect.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today, and thanks to those of you who are listening from home. I've recently returned from my hometown, Morin Heights, Quebec, where my mother, Nora, still lives. Oh, I'm so sorry, it's still not working. Share. Yeah. I know I have to get out of share screen, and I have to go into. This is it, right? Yeah. And then should we go? Yeah, like that. Okay. Can I? Yeah. It wasn't scrolling. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Emma. So sorry. This is what happens when we're all locked in our individual spaces for 2 years and are suddenly in front of technology. Thanks everyone for bearing with me. So I recently come from my hometown, Morin Heights, where my mother, Nora Maynard, still lives. With boosters delivered and pandemic restrictions lifting, much to our delight, we were able to resume our family oral history interviews, which form the backbone of my dissertation project. My slides are still not working. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Anna showed me something before with alt, but it was too fast and I didn't get it. I'm so sorry. Okay. Share screen. I know that I have to have this already expanded. No, I'm so sorry, Anna. Thank you. Yeah. So I think before we share screen, we have to make it. We have to enlarge it. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly.
All right, folks, we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, so now it's scrollable. Voila. It's still not scrollable. Okay.
No, it's working.
It's okay. I think I'll go without my slides. But it won't scroll? There we go. Oh my goodness. Okay, after much suspense. Thanks everyone. Thank you, Anna and Stéphane. So I've recently returned from Morin Heights, Quebec, my hometown, where my mother, Nora Maynard, pictured in the photo, still lives. With boosters delivered and pandemic restrictions lifting, much to our delight, we were able to resume our family oral history interviews, which form the backbone of my oral history dissertation project. Today, I'm going to share with you some excerpts from a work in progress, the third section of my dissertation called Granny's Things, Personal Objects as Gateways into a Life Story.
As the title indicates, this section focuses on my grandmother, whose name was Bridie Mary Rose Devlin, and who most people called Rose, and who I called Gran. Before I share with you some of her story, I'd like to place this presentation within the context of my dissertation as a whole. As a creative writer and doctoral candidate in Concordia's Humanities program, I'm working on a research creation dissertation called Naming the Traces, Reconstructing an Irish-Canadian Family Narrative of Emigration, Placemaking, and Return. This project takes the form of an intergenerational family memoir and follows 4 generations of my family's maternal line, drawing from the fields of oral history, memory studies, Irish studies, and creative nonfiction. Each of the 4 sections loosely corresponds to a generation of my family, and at the center of the project is the question, how can we reconstruct an intergenerational family narrative despite the gaps and silences that exist in any family story? Section 1 aims to reconstruct the circumstances behind my great-grandmother Nora's departure from her home in County Mayo, Ireland in 1928 for Montreal, where soon after arriving, she gave birth to my grandmother Rose at a Catholic home for unmarried mothers. You can see my grandmother Rose as a child just in front, and my great-grandmother Nora is in black. Section 2 of my project investigates the spaces and places of Montreal's Point St. Charles neighborhood, where Rose and my grandfather Robert settled, raising my mother and 2 uncles. Here, I work primarily with testimony from a walking interview with my mother and uncle through the streets and laneways of the neighborhood, where they seek to reconstruct the world of their childhood. You'll see them here in front of an old building that they used to live on Knox Street, telling family stories and recreating the space. While the 4th section of my dissertation focuses on my journeys back to Ireland as the first person in my family to return since immigration, it's towards the 3rd section that I'd like to now turn my attention. Of all the family members my project features, my Granny Rose had by far the most difficult life. Born in 1929 and raised by a single mother in a series of downtown rooming houses during the Great Depression, Rose had more questions than answers about her origins. Her mother, Nora, who had immigrated from Ireland to Canada alone, claimed to have met Rose's father on the ship and married him, and that soon after their arrival in Montreal, he had gone to the States to find work and never returned. As to whether or not this was true, Rose was never certain, but her father remained an absent presence throughout her life. Rose met and married my grandfather Robert, a World War II veteran, 20 years her senior, at the age of 18. Like many veterans traumatized by wartime experiences, my grandfather drank and was eventually unable to support the family, which consisted of my mother Nora, the youngest, and her older brothers Bobby and Eddie. As my mother has shared with me during our interviews, Granny Rose became the family's sole breadwinner, working 6 days a week as a cashier at Steinberg's and eventually at Eaton's downtown, walking to and from work, even in the winter, to save money. Stress, exhaustion, and the onset of rheumatoid arthritis afflicted my grandmother, and her middle years saw her carrying burdens that were difficult to bear. As her granddaughter, but also as an oral historian and writer, I've struggled with how to tell Rose's story. Words, those short descriptors we reach for to convey meaning, often fall short and become labels, traps that can bind another person to a difficult moment in their life. As a writer, I am aware that though words like poverty or alcoholism might accurately describe a loved one's experiences, they can also stick and come to stand in for the identity of the person we are describing, robbing them of the multiplicity of experiences that make up their life. Time, too, has a distancing effect, leaving me with formulated phrases about my grandmother, while my actual memory of her essence fades with every year. It's just an image of my grandmother as a young mother with my mother and my second cousin, Kevin.
encountered a similar dilemma in Object Lesson, an article by photographer and writer Teju Cole. Only in this case, the medium discussed was not creative writing, but photography. Writing of photographs taken at times of war or conflict, Cole notes Susan Sontag's assertion that photos depicting images of human suffering can be, quote, indexed into our mental library of generic images, distancing the viewer from the particularities of the subject's story. To remedy this, Cole suggests an alternate approach, taking photographs that contain objects belonging to the victim of conflict. These objects, he argues, are reservoirs of specific human experience and make room in the viewer for personal associations and questions. Objects, he writes, sometimes more powerfully than faces, remind us of what was and no longer is. We look at them for the way they cooperate with the imagination, the way they contain what cannot otherwise be accommodated. In other words, objects leave us room to ponder a life story. By quietly asserting their own presence, they invite the viewer to ask questions, to reflect on the multiple meanings the objects hold, both for the viewer and for the original owner. In their article, Testimonial Objects, which focuses on physical objects created by people interned in concentration camps during the Second World War, Marion Hirsch and Leo Spitzer observe that, quote, material remnants can serve as testimonial objects, enabling us to focus on crucial questions both about the past itself and how the past comes down to us in the present. With the assertions of Cole, Hirsch, and Spitzer in mind, I began to wonder if personal objects that belonged to my grandmother, even photographs of those objects, might bring me closer to the essence of who she was and help me to gain insight into her personal experiences. I also wondered if sitting with an older family member, my mother, and reflecting together about Granny's life in the presence of her things might make me feel like less of an outsider looking in on a static past and more of a participant creating meanings within a female ancestral line. To do this, I enlisted the help of my mother and traveled north to the Laurentians to conduct some oral history interviews with her based around objects that Granny had owned. As usual, my mother had prepared impeccably for the interview. Though she could not find all the objects we'd hoped to discuss, she had set two aside, both of which I had never seen. We began by laying out some groundwork, basic facts about Granny Rose's childhood that I wished to locate more firmly in space and time. This turns out to be difficult as there are many gaps in the story. As my mother explains, a lot of children will talk about a childhood home and it's one home, and it's been that way all the way through. In my mother's case, I think when she talked about where she lived with my grandmother, it could have been a room that changed from time to time, changed buildings or locations, but she always stayed somewhere in the downtown core. There were lots of buildings, where that Lucien Lallier metro station is now. There were all kinds of small streets there with buildings on them. I think they were nice, almost Victorian-style homes, but they were turned into sitting rooms and rented out, so it would have been a series of those. My mother explains how Granny Rose shared one room with her mother that had a bed, a dresser, a little table and chair, a shared common kitchen and bathroom. An interesting setup to raise a child in, she says. We speculate about Granny's early childhood. As my mother explains, my great-grandmother Nora worked all the way through the Great Depression, often at night cleaning factories. Someone, she says, had to mind Rose when she was a baby, and it was likely another member of St. Patrick's Parish, for mother and daughter always lived within walking distance of the church. When I ask her about where Granny might have played as a child, my mother isn't sure, but she describes a very Catholic upbringing for young Rose. Between school and prayer and church and catechism, she says, I'm sure the hours passed. We move into Granny's adolescence, and as we do so, clearer facts begin to take the place of questions, and I'm presented with my first object, a photograph of my grandmother in a fur coat. As my mother explains, people in Granny's era would go to school until grade 6 or 7, but by 13 years of age, they were often working. Rose was very good with numbers and started keeping books for small businesses and worked as a bookkeeper for a number of years. When Rose turned 16, her mother, Nora, bought her a fur coat. As my mother tells me, that was a thing to have, a Hudson seal coat. It was prestigious. It was something everyone had to have. My grandmother really liked fine things, and she wanted to give that to her daughter. That would have been a typical thing that happened in the well-to-do families that she did bookkeeping for. The daughter would get a nice 16th birthday party, and a fur coat was often the gift they would get. So yeah, my grandmother got her fur coat, and she loved it. She wore it. It kept her warm. Our discussion moves on to Granny's friends, two girls named Thelma and Lois. I ask my mother how Granny met them, and she tells me, Thelma was the daughter of someone my mother worked for, and they definitely took her in. She would be invited to dinners, and the girls would hang out together. But my mother had a different life. She was working. All this was before she met my father, got married, and had kids. But you know, she worked. I don't know if Thelma and Lois were going to school, higher education, or whatever. Their paths were definitely going to be different from hers. But you know, she had her fur coat. My grandmother saw to it that she had her fur coat. Gazing at photographs of my grandmother as a young woman in fur, I'm struck by the layers of meaning my mother's testimony is adding to the photo. A fur coat bought by her single working mother on a layaway plan from Ogilvy's, a feminine symbol of coming of age, a benchmark of social status, but worn by my grandmother differently than by her middle-class friends. After a dinner break, my mother and I return to the basement sitting room where our interview is taking place, and she lays a set of rosary beads on the table. I exclaim that I've never seen them before, and when I ask my mother where she thinks Granny Rose first got them, she answers, for all we know, they were her original set. We piece together that logically the rosary must be quite old because, as my mother puts it, after Granny married, had 3 kids, and eventually became the family breadwinner, she wasn't going shopping for rosary beads. But, my mother adds, she was no longer welcome in her parish after she married Grampy, who was Protestant and divorced. It was a great source of pain to her, a tremendous source of pain. We sit with this for several moments as my mother reflects. For me, Catholicism was at the heart of everything. For the possible reasons for her mother leaving Ireland, to the home for unmarried mothers where she was born, to how she went to school, her parish, the things that mattered to her, her daily prayer ritual, her catechism, her rosary beads, you know, all of these things. And when she finds her life partner, she's no longer welcome in her church. But when my mother tells me the story of Granny's funeral, which I remember because I was there as an undergraduate in my early 20s, I can tell it myself, but I think my mother frames it best. She says, I find it both beautiful and the ultimate irony that when she died, when she wanted to be buried and we had her service, her mass at St. Gabriel's Church in Point St. Charles, when we arrived there, we came into the whole Catholic burial where they put the casket on a trolley, where they wheel the trolley in, and the family, in order to the closeness of the person, is filing in behind it. And from the rafters, the choir, with the lead singer in the voice of an angel, broke into Amazing Grace. I do believe that the choir was there practicing and they stayed on for the Mass. But I find it, to me, it will always be, you know, never mind the nuns, never mind the priests, those who told you that you weren't worthy, because I'm sending out my best choir. Needless to say, at this point, my mother and I are both in tears. No longer am I standing outside the story looking in. No longer am I concerned with how to explain my grandmother's life to anyone. The rosary sits on the table, each bead eloquently representing her hours, those my mother can bring to life with her stories, and those that will lie forever beyond our grasp. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora, for this very moving presentation. Thank you. So our last presenter today will be Lina Shumarova. And the title of her presentation is "The Book as a Space for Encountering the Other and Bridging Difference." So Lina Shumarova is a two-time graduate from Concordia University with master's degrees in educational studies 2020 and media studies 2007. She has worked in the field of education for 10 years in various capacities. In parallel, she has also worked as a freelance researcher, copy editor, and translator. Her research interests concern literacy and the cultural dynamics of language, particularly as they play out in the field of publishing and in the book as an object. So that's a welcome.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. I'm really glad to be here today, and I'm really thrilled to be part of this panel. I feel like our presentations really speak to each other very well. My presentation today is on a creative project that I'm working on called Migrant Libraries. This is a photography and audio project about the personal libraries of people who have immigrated to Canada. I'm interested in the books in their native languages that they have brought with them from their countries of origin. So the visual part of the project presents informal portraits, photo portraits of the participants, their home libraries, and the books in their first languages. The photographs are accompanied by audio recordings of the participants' personal stories of what has compelled them to bring those books with them to Canada. So as you can see on the slide, I have included the link to the project website. I will not go over the website itself today, but I do invite you in your own time to visit it and explore the photographs and the audio files that are there. This is very much a work in progress. I currently have only 2 portraits posted, and these are the 2 lovely participants. And I have a 3rd interview that I'm currently working on as well, and I hope that I will be able to post that very, very soon. So this is, as I said, a personal project that I'm developing. So it is not part of a research study. However, the idea for the project is rooted in some of the research interests and my research interest in previous academic work that I've done, such as my longstanding interest and passion for books, reading, and the publishing industry. In previous studies that I have conducted, I have investigated how questions of language inform the work of book publishing and the cultural practice of translation in a setting such as Montreal, which is characterized by very interesting, very present, oftentimes contentious linguistic dynamics. In a more recent study, this is the thesis that I wrote for my master's degree in education here at Concordia. I extended that research interest that I have about books and publishing to the field of literacy and learning. And I consider the project Migrant Libraries as kind of the creative extension of these 2 studies, going beyond the theoretical grounding that these 2 studies provide. And I consider all 3 as kind of companion pieces to each other. So this is a project that is animated by the ideas and reflections that I've had about linguistic spaces, linguistic diversity, about translation as an important cultural practice, and about the book as an object. I would describe the project as in itself a form of cross-cultural communication. In its heart is the intention of initiating an encounter, a conversation, a moment of sharing with people who come from different cultures and from different linguistic spaces. I want to say a few words about the book as an object. It is, in my view, an interesting object, a very interesting one, a cultural artifact that can be endowed with multiple meanings. It is the material embodiment of the cultural and linguistic spaces within which it was produced. It is also an object that is closely connected to emotions, to affect. People feel attached to their books, and books are often connected to personal memories. They can be biographical objects, to use Janet Hoskins' term. And they can tell the story of a person. In that sense, the book is also an object that travels well across different contexts. The pages of a book published in one's country of origin and in one's mother tongue could be seen as a metaphorical space where immigrants can make an imaginary return to a familiar cultural and linguistic community. It is not uncommon for immigrants, for migrants, to bring books with them from their countries of origin. Some people bring books that they think would enhance their learning in the host country and help their professional development, such as dictionaries or educational manuals or trade publications related to their professions. And some of the people that I talked to for this project actually said that they had brought books when they first arrived in Canada, dictionaries. They had brought dictionaries when they first arrived. Because they wanted to make sure that they would understand the language here and also be understood, right? Others bring books from their childhood as a way to maintain their sense of self that was formed during those early years. Still others bring literature written and published in their mother tongue in order to preserve a linguistic and cultural connection. Whatever the motivation, an immigrant's decision to take books along suggests the desire to maintain certain continuity with language, with culture, with the practice of reading. In other words, the social and cultural traditions that are probably an important and formative part of their sense of self, of their identities. In this project, I just want to say that I'm using the book not so much as an object of nostalgic recollection, although it certainly has that effect, but rather as a material and symbolic starting point from which to initiate a dialogue and share stories and life experiences. So as I said, this is a project about cross-cultural communication and encountering the other. Before I talk a little bit more about the ethical aspects of that encounter, I would like to say a few words about my own positionality regarding this project. I am myself an immigrant. I was born in Bulgaria. I grew up there, and I came to Canada in '98 with my family. And what I can say is that at this point, I have lived more years of my life in Canada than I have in Bulgaria. And so in approaching people for this project, I have to say that I do feel a certain kinship with them because of that shared experience of migration. And of course, you know, the context of migration, the circumstances are different for everybody. They're really unique for each person. But nevertheless, the experience of leaving a previous home, a previous culture, and arriving in a new one, and that kind of fundamental renegotiation of ties to people, to places, to objects that this entails, this process, I find that there is a kind of a tacit understanding between us of that process or parts of that process. In that sense, I don't feel absent from the conversations that I have with the participants in the project. For example, you know, they would ask me about Bulgaria, or they would share with me things that they know about Bulgaria. Sorry. And I say, oh yes, I just wanted to say that it's often, I think of it as a conversation, because I'm not really there in the role of a researcher. As I said, this is not really a research project. I am there as an interviewer, though, because definitely I arrive with a set of questions. And so there is that dynamic too, but I do feel that there it is, and I think Trish, you spoke about the interview as a convivial space, and I definitely have that feeling as well. Another aspect that I wanted to mention is that I am careful to check my own biases during this project, in particular ethnocentric biases that I might have. I do ask the participants where they come from, or rather where they were born and what is their country of origin. So the place of origin and nationality are important aspects of this project. But I don't want the project to reinforce ideas of nationalism or nationalist ideologies. And I mention this because I am very much aware of the close connection that exists between language and nation building projects. You know, often language can be used as a tool for nation building, and it has been the case ever since, you know, the first nation states started to emerge in 17th and 18th century Europe. And so instead of focusing on kind of dominating categories that imply boundaries such as nation and national language, as an interviewer, I endeavored to focus more on developing qualities such as cultural sensitivity, tolerance for ambiguity, adaptiveness, and attention to the person, to their life story, and willingness to understand their worldview. So I would like to talk a little bit more about the idea of encounters with difference. I'm inspired here by theories on the ethics of translation, in particular words by Antoine Berman and Lola Lemire-Tostvin. In Berman's words, l'acte éthique, he says, consiste à reconnaître et à recevoir l'autre en tant qu'autre. He also says, elle, la traduction, est dans son essence même animée du désir d'ouvrir l'étranger en tant qu'étranger à son propre espace de langue. To this, I will add Lola Lemire-Tostvin's words, who says translation is an operation of thought through which we translate ourselves into the thought of another language. Refusing translation or even the contamination of one language with another might give us an illusion of authenticity and purity, but that is only an illusion which eliminates the possibility of relation of differences. And so with this project, Migrant Libraries, I am interested in exploring that possibility of establishing such relations of differences, the possibility of an ethical encounter that sees and accepts the other in the other person in their difference, in their alterity, listening to their experiences and learning from that. Here, a difference is not perceived as something threatening, but rather as something to actually be highlighted. And so this is visually achieved in the project by zooming the camera in on the pages of the books that the participants have in order to show the linguistic and cultural diversity that they embody. Also, one of my questions that I asked the participants is whether they would feel comfortable to read in their first language, in their mother tongue, a passage from a favorite book. Again, with the idea to bring to the fore that which to me, for example, as the interviewer might seem foreign, might seem strange, but to them it's the opposite. It's the opposite of strange. It's their home language, and by home language here I mean the language from which they started out into the world. In that sense, the project is animated by the belief that linguistic and cultural diversity is richness, and cultural and linguistic pluralism is a civic value, and that true cross-cultural communication occurs not when we try to reduce difference to something that we are familiar with, but when we recognize, as Berman says, the other as other in their strangeness. Berman uses words such as recevoir, to receive, or ouvrir, to open, which point to an attitude of receptiveness and has to me connotations of hospitality and home. So images such as opening the door to a stranger or receiving guests in one's linguistic space. And that is an important aspect for this project too. The fact that it involves meeting the participants in their homes, in the personal spaces where their lives unfold. As an interviewer, I kind of, basically I invite myself to their, to their homes. And I do not take their hospitality for granted. I endeavor to conduct my visits with courtesy and attention to the person. The idea behind this approach is to be confronted with the vastness of the person's life world. To know that we could never arrive at a full understanding of that vastness, but that we are nevertheless there. We're willing to meet, to listen, to initiate a moment of intercultural relation, all the while not reducing that relation to a form of assimilation or domination of one form over the other. Related to this, and since the project also has a life history component, I approach it also from the perspective of oral history methodology, and specifically the principle of shared authority and its invitation to move from knowing about to knowing with the person being interviewed. In the context of this project, I interpret this to mean approaching the interview as a collaboration and a conversation, and considering the interviewee as the narrator, and therefore as their own expert in the meaning that they confer to their stories and experiences. Since this is a project also that involves recording the participants and taking pictures of them and then creating a portrait that is going to be posted on a website, I feel the responsibility of how I am portraying the person. In that sense, I enact the principle of shared authority here as well. I send the participant the pictures, all of them that I have taken of them, and the audio file, and I don't post on the website their portrait until they've had a chance to look at it first and approve it. This gives people authority over how they are portrayed as well. So these are just some of the reflections that I've had so far around this project and its conceptualization. It is still a work in progress, as I said, and now that things are starting to reopen after the pandemic, I'll be able to meet with people again. One thing that I've noticed that happens very often when I talk to people, not necessarily participants, but people who are just curious about the project and ask me about it, is that very often, right away, almost on the spot, they can think of a story to share related to a book or to a situation of migration. And if they are not immigrants themselves or migrants themselves, often these stories are from parents or grandparents who have experienced migration. And sometimes it is people, yes. So what this tells me is that the topic of this project is one that brings out emotions in people, brings out memories, and the sense of connection to their families, to the places where they've grown up or where they have lived. It is a project that is relational. It is about the temporal, spatial, and emotional connections that form the foundation of a person's life story. And I'm looking forward to be able to tell more such stories through encounters with migrants and their books. Thank you very much.
Is it working? So yes, here we are. So the panelists are invited to come back. We'll have a session with questions. Perfect. Yes. Thank you. Parfait. Well, so I'm so sorry for having to play the time police on such wonderful presentations, because I'm sure that we could have heard more and more about your different projects. And you're right, you're absolutely right. They're linked, they link to each other in a very interesting way. Maybe to start us off, I would like for maybe each of you to tell us more precisely, how do you, what does vulnerability, how did it play out within your projects, and as a question, as an object, or as a preoccupation and methodology? How do you think that vulnerability played a role in your different projects? Or what's the most important aspect of that?
Thank you, Stéphane, for that question. I can start. I think vulnerability is central to this part of my project, especially as I explained, it's a project in 4 parts. And because, as I'd mentioned, my grandmother had had a difficult life, I was very, very conscious of how to hold that life with words, and of the kind of power and responsibility of standing up there and being her representative. I can't say that I'm entirely comfortable with it. It's something that I'm still working through, but it helps to be doing it with my mother. It's not just me. It's not about me, Kelly Nora Drucker, the academic. It's a much, much bigger story that I'm part of, that I am involved in, but also many things happened before I was born. So I see myself as being part of a collective, working through this vulnerability and working through how to share this with you, with people outside of my family.
Thank you.
Do you want to? Sure. Yes, I think so. I've only had a few interviews with people that I can speak of. But what I have noticed is that sometimes it would be maybe the first time that they do articulate certain memory. Just looking at the book, maybe they instinctively have known it's kind of that, let's say a book contains that kind of memory, but when I arrive there and I ask them questions, it is the first time that they are articulating it. And I have noticed that it brings a lot of like connections in terms of other recollections that come up, images of people that come up, the image of a mother, for example, or a grandmother, and so it's just been a really privileged, I think, moment for me to be able to be there and experience that. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. Vulnerability for me in the project, it came at many different layers, like from beginning with the fact that I was doing a project where I knew I would need more French than I actually could manage at that time, to... Thank you. it was a learning process, and I'm glad that it was part of the project. So I learned as much from talking to them and doing the interviews as anything else. Then the fact that when I was going to interview people about their lives, they would ask me questions about my life. And I remember at one point after a first meeting, I came back feeling like, oof, now I have to talk about my life too. But then, yeah, sometimes you have to, because if I'm asking them to make themselves vulnerable in the space, then I have to be open to that too. Yeah, so a lot of, and also the fact that, yeah, one more thing, I think being in public space in a way that buskers are, it's something that I really learned from them, like to be vulnerable in that space. It's not something that I was used to coming from India, especially I was very guarded about how long I would spend outside, to what I would do, who I would talk to, so yeah.
Thank you for the question. I think for me, vulnerability started as, in the context of pandemic, is the people I'm going to talk to. I know older women or older people were more isolated than ever. They could not even see their family and friends. And I approached the vulnerability of the participant. But then as the interview progressed, I discovered that I was feeling more vulnerable than them. They were feeling quite comfortable and confident to talk to me. Maybe it's a generational thing, because they were really talking about their past, and they are very well-recognized artists. So that's how I approached the project, with this vulnerability, the ethical concern not to cause harm. But then I started as not negative, but a concern, but I discovered that vulnerability could be productive when you, as you said, you engage on the same level. Because I also was going through a territory unknown of elderly people in isolation via Zoom. It was very new to me. So I discovered I was very vulnerable in terms of conducting my research from my perspective. And I did not go through a lot of thinking until I joined the symposium. I had these nagging questions, and then when I was writing and thinking, and they started to come through as vulnerability as constructive, when you approach and see it as a constructive thing, not as usually a negative thing. So that's how, for me, evolved. As you said, Piyusha, there are many layers, and for me, there were layers and evolved the concept.
So that's really interesting. I think there are many levels or values attached to the idea of vulnerability within what you did. And Stephen Hai also reacted during your presentation, saying that it's an important reminder that our history records the present moment as well as the past. So in a way, the project is focused on another time, but powerfully documents the pandemic also at the same time that it does. And I wanted to ask you a question connected to that, because did you take note of when the depreciative comments came about, and how did they function and within the layers of the interview? And my follow-up question to that is, do you think that they came in a moment where your own vulnerability maybe was at play during the interaction?
Okay, there's self-deprecating comments. It's cultural. In the beginning, I was getting them, and I was not enjoying listening to them, because I will have to confess, I'm a big fan of these women who are very, very good artists. I really admire their work. So I was kind of protective of them. Then I decided I'm involved emotionally much more than I thought. So these comments, I couldn't talk more during the presentation, but I noticed were moments of, you know what, let's all laugh about this, because so many things are happening outside that, yeah, and they said that laughing, but at the moment I was a bit upset. I said, I don't want to put that in the record. And I don't want to keep record that, but there's, it's not my place to say that. So I was very protective. But reviewing, I discovered there was a lot of humor, very dark humor. My husband is British and says, you Brazilians have a lot of dark humor. And I, really? And I could see that coming through the interview. And both of them have very high sense of humor, high level of energy. In no moment they were like feeling depressed or low with themselves. Actually, I got energy from them by interviewing them. I said, oh my gosh, I should shape up because, who am I here? They know I'm the vulnerable here. And other question was?
When they were feeling like they should reassure you or, reverse the dynamic of responsibility.
I think we all were going through water is unknown because for some of them, I have to do Zoom, I have to do Google Meet, or, so many technologies. I have to let them, and they were just joking. Oh, I really want to do this, and there are consequences. I'm not great with technology, but I thought I'm not an expert, but actually they were really tech-savvy people. They really know their technology. So I think it was more like a jokingly. Yeah. So I can look today, as I said, my reflections today are much different from what I was experienced there. I can have a more objective and see that it was cultural. In any moment, they were feeling, I didn't notice they were feeling less about themselves.
No, I don't think
they're very confident people.
Yeah, sure. So to go back to Piyusha, thank you for this wonderful work. I wanted you to talk to me about the importance of childhood and self-identity. I think you mentioned that because I think it played on two levels at least, at the level of self-identification or story of self, but also at the level of class positionality and mobility within these buskers.
Yeah, so I think in the two stories, they play out differently. Like one takes us at a different, especially I think this whole idea of the presentation and the paper came from the fact that with Peter Snow, it was like a complete refusal to engage with his childhood, or even like after the first few questions, I was quite intimidated into asking anything more about his childhood again. So it was just a closed chapter. Yeah. And when I let him speak, like, okay, now tell me where you would like to start. And then he started talking, and we talked for 1.5 hours. And then I did a second interview with him, which was a walking interview. Again, the childhood and family didn't come up. So I cannot really comment on that because outside when we talk, he would sometimes mention things, but then that's never part of the record. So it's a very difficult space.
So he told you to not?
No, he never told me anything. It's also a very different power dynamic that we have. Mm-hmm. Like if I ever do a third interview, I might bring myself to ask the questions again, but I don't know what the result of that would be. So it's very difficult to, the thing is that I don't even want to go into conjectures at this point because it's just a closed chapter in some ways, I think. But with Susanna's, I think the story, it's the only story from her childhood that she talks about. Otherwise, she's mostly talking about her young adulthood, the fact that she started working as an administrator somewhere and then quit that job because she wanted to dance and she wanted to learn flamenco. So the story goes there, but then this is the only story of her childhood where she very frankly talks about her malnourishment. But then she also, the next line, which I actually stopped before that, is she also says the fridge was full of food, but I wouldn't eat because I was too young to pay attention to that. So I don't know exactly in terms of class position, like, yeah, maybe she was not very privileged, but she also wanted to make the point that she was not very poor.
Okay, interesting.
So, so these are, I think it doesn't matter in the end. I think what it is more it's more important to understand what they wanted to be in front of people, or how they want to articulate
Present
this.
themselves.
Yeah. So yeah.
So maybe some questions from the public. Yeah. I've asked them. Oh yes. So there's some hands. Stephen and Lorraine. Maybe we'll start with.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, I have a question for Lena Shumarova. Lena, I'm finding it very interesting that you've moved from academic work to more creative work through your project. And I wonder if you could tell us what that's been like, some of the highs and lows of that kind of shift.
There you go.
Great question. Thank you, Lorraine. Yes, I can say that I've spent most of my, conscious life, and definitely most of my life in Canada, either being a student or being a researcher, and reading always in libraries, always with writing, always with books. And I think there is, yes, part of me that I really am a great believer in the power of theory. And that kind of knowledge. But there was part of me also that wanted to go a little bit beyond that, that wanted to incorporate, photography, for example, which is also another passion that I've had for many years. And I could just, I kind of just could see it happening, and I just really wanted to explore that. I guess in a way it was an exploration of my own maybe identity, breaking a little bit, going a little bit beyond this idea for myself that I've had, as a researcher, as a student, a researcher, and so on. And so it has been liberating, yes, in some respects, in the sense that, I think my presentation is really based on my thinking. As I said, the project is very much informed by the kind of reflections that I've had while conducting previous studies and doing previous research. But with this project, I really feel like it goes beyond that. That kind of creative aspect to it has been very, very I've enjoyed it very much. And I have to say that I feel that it's well suited to capture a certain joy also on the part of the participants that I've had so far. So I do feel, a bit more maybe liberated meeting them, not wearing my hat as a researcher. I will not be analyzing their words, for example, and I feel that to me that's liberating, but I also feel like it kind of translates also on their end too, that they're not part of a study necessarily, but our encounter, it has that a little bit more of an, informal aspect to it.
Yeah. Stephen, hi.
Yeah, wow, what a what a session. And it's really oral history at its best, like so inspiring. And the four of you should take this on the road and present the same session all over the place. Yeah, like, wow. Anyways, yeah, so I've been thinking about like theory and how like many of you sort of bring in theory, whether Piyusha talking about how sharing authority is contextualized, notions like, Patricia was talking about ethical commitments, and Lena was bringing in transcription, and I was thinking transcription is and that acknowledgement of difference is really so important. And one of the dangers of sharing authority is that we might actually sort of erase that difference potentially. And so my question is for Lena in the end, but I love you to sort of reflect more on what transcription offers oral historians as a concept, right? And then for the rest of you, maybe what theories have been really useful in terms of your practice. Yeah, but wow. Anyway, so good.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Stephen, for the question. as I just, in my previous answer, I talked about this project starting from certain theoretical reflections, and the practice of translation has been such an important aspect also of that. Oh. Okay, better. Yes, so the practice of translation has been an important aspect of that. I've also practiced translation as a practitioner, as a translator, and so I do see translation being part of this project on different levels. On a very kind of basic level, when I meet with the participants, we are absolutely in a process of constant translation. I'm translating from Bulgarian, which is my first language. They're translating from their first language while we speak, different, either English or French. So we are enacting that as we speak. But there is also the translation of, or this idea of, not going kind of all the way in translation, this idea of preserving the difference in language, right? So for me, it's important to showcase that we are talking about different languages, different alphabets, different publications. So there is also a long, I think, tradition in the field of translation and translation studies about that, about not necessarily seeing translation as the practice of fully interpreting one text, let's say, into, the text in one language into another language, and therefore also, subjectivities, into another language, right? But having that, using translation also as a method to preserve those differences. And some authors, and one of those I actually cited, the poet Lola Lemire-Tostevin, who speaks about that idea of contamination. And for her, contamination actually refers to, because she's known as using English and French together in the same text. She is a Franco-Ontarian. And at some point, I know that she has been, somebody has kind of accused her of contaminating, either English or French, because she's putting them together. But she turned that concept around and used it as something positive, in the sense that she's saying, no, this is actually a very important practice, of putting the two together, not shying away from the difference, but really highlighting it. And so I have that was a conscious decision, that's really also translation of sorts from the theories that I have reflected on into this, creatively expressing that into this project.
Yeah. Thank you. I could discuss this with you much more, but I'm going to hold out on that because there are many questions left. We have a question, maybe one last question. We have the time? Yeah. So Barbara Rowanskowski writes, I'd like to invite the panelists to reflect on those instances when they consciously decided against sharing experiences of private grief. So I think I'll start on that one with you.
Thank you so much for the question, Barbara. I've had an experience where I had agreed to speak about my grandmother's life at a conference, and I completely balked and I wasn't ready. I appreciate so much that my fellow panelists addressed the pandemic and the particular emotional, mental, psychological state that it can put us in. Vulnerability came very much to the forefront for me during the pandemic. And I just thought, no, this is not it. This is not the time. I'm not ready. I don't want to discuss something until I feel that I have thought it through myself, discussed it with my other family members. So I balked and I actually changed topics. I think what I needed was to reconnect with my mother. We had not had family interviews for 2 years. We just decided against the Zoom format. It wasn't for us. And so there's something really powerful for me about traveling back to the Laurentians, where my family is, sitting in the original space where I had started the oral history interviews with my mom at the beginning of my degree. And I thought, okay, we're back in business. Now it's not a me all alone out there, it's a we. And I can actually start now to discuss the story. And there's what I shared with you was a tiny little bit of the transcriptions. I'm not even finished transcribing the whole interviews, so there's so much to come. But I feel I've started again, which is really exciting. Thank you.
Maybe the negotiation around the silences are part of the writing for you in that instance, yeah. Yeah. So unfortunately, it's all the time we have for today. I think we could go on forever with these discussions. So I want to thank our wonderful panelists for this, starting us on a high note. So thank you very much.
So thank you very much for a wonderful start. Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. So we're going to take a short 10-minute break. So for folks that are online, this is going to be a chance to view one of our installations that are being presented. It's going to be played with installation by Myra Yuka and Sergio Peo, sorry. You can watch that. For those of you who are here, we also invite you. We have 3 viewing stations with 5 research creation projects that you can take your time to look at. We also have some snacks for you, but please eat them outside. We cannot have any food, so if you decide to go enjoy sunshine with some cookies, please be back at 11:25, and we're going to continue with our second panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Leah. I'll just quickly add for those presenters this morning, there is a lot of feedback for you in the chat. So if you want to check that out, just log into the Zoom or we've pulled it up on the screen here for you. Thanks.
Hi. Hi. Oh, actually, good night. I want to say,
just one note for the panelists who will be presenting in our second panel. It would be great if you could come over here so that, hi.
Hi, that's me.
Because we went over.
Okay. Then going back and forth. Am I on screen if I sit here?
Not necessarily. We zoom in usually on the person here.
How did it work with the last one? How did that feel with her sitting here? Then, because it's easier to hand over.
Yeah. If you want to see.
Yeah. Like. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave it. When we do the Q&A, we're going to leave an empty seat there. We've got 3 people here. Javier is going to invite people to come up and address each question that fits the question. Okay. So we'll leave that seat. Okay. This is my right.
I don't know what the first person looks like.
I think she went to break. So when she comes,
Okay, perfect. We'll leave that here.
Okay, does this go off and on?
It's already on, so you can just leave it on.
Perfect.
No need to fuss with it.
Okay, so what have I got here? I got
0, 2, 5. I don't know if you want 10. The total is 15. Here, and when it's green, you speak, and then when you're done, is it?
Yep, that's yep. We'll see if we hear you okay.
My name is Myra Zuka. Hello. Hello.
You don't have a jacket or anything, hey?
Yeah, I have a jacket.
So it might be. I'm just wondering because it's flopping around, but it should be fine.
Hello.
Let's just.
I'm Myra.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just that we probably turn off the audio because we're playing this video right now. Run around.
Well, we are supported by the government, but it's actually part of the story.
Sorry, I'll take it. I will take it. Just waiting the time to speak, then I take it up. Yes, I'll be happy if you
Okay.
show me.
So welcome back, everybody. We're going to start with our second panel, Breaking Silences. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Lori Blair, who will be the chair of this panel.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this. This is an exciting panel. It's very wide-ranging, covers vast geographic territory and very important ideas. I'm excited. There will be 3 presentations. We'll start with, the first presentation is Myra Zuka. The presentation, her title is Denied Cities, Subversive Amateur Films as Prompts for Remembering the Brazilian Military Dictatorship in Oral History Interviews. Myra is a Brazilian multimedia creator, a PhD student at the CPDOC, the Center for Research and Documentation of Contemporary Brazilian History, at FGV in Rio de Janeiro, where she also teaches documentary film and new media. She is a grant-funded visiting researcher here at Codes. So,
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the organization committee, for everyone here. I'll just share my screen in a minute. Okay. So in my PhD research, sorry? Is it fine now? Fine, okay. My presentation is not showing the way it was supposed to be. It's not mirroring enough there. Sorry for that. Oh, please. Thank you. I think it happened, yeah, previous presentation. Oops. Okay. Share it again.
No sound? On
With sound, yes.
Sound on your presentation?
Yes. Okay, good. Thank you. In my research, PhD research, I am looking at films produced in an amateur format, Super 8, during the 1970s in Brazil, in a period that was the most oppressive period of the dictatorship. And the Super 8 equipment launched by Kodak Eastman in '65 was massively marketed as as a perfect format for family films, for domestic films. But the films I am studying, they were shot in the public space in a time that I am calling, that in Brazil we call the years of lead, the anos de chumbo. And they were not seen for like 20 years until 2001, when the researcher called Rubens Machado Jr. collected with the filmmakers 122 films, and they started being seen since then, and the interest by then is increasing. Well, my father is a former filmmaker. He's retired now, so this is my personal connection with the issue, with the topic. And I decided to study a small part of this group of films. And I knew I would work with oral history because I have this privileged access to the films and people involved. So I knew it would be an advantage, but also a challenge. Anyway, using oral history as a methodology to investigate the films, looking at the film as a social practice, as part of an historical event, became of central relevance to my work. And that's why I'm doing the internship at Codes now. I organized my presentation in 3 parts. First, a brief context on the military dictatorship and the films. Then I want to share with you brief extracts of interviews and film, and I put it together, and it became the film you just saw with the soundtrack in the Zoom, not here, but I'll show a part of it. So it's putting together some of the interviews with the original images, because the film I am investigating now has the original soundtrack damaged by time. And then in the end, I'll comment on the methodology I've been using and some ethical issues that emerged in the process. So I'll try to go through this very quickly. The military dictatorship in Brazil started in 1964 with the coup d'etat, but the level of state violence was gradually increasing until it reached the peak in 1968, sorry, with the Institutional Act number 5. It's the legal framework that institutionalized torture, kidnapping of militants, disappearance of bodies, executions. So in the first 2 years after the AI5, as we call it, the level of violence was very high. So in 2 years before 1970, the military had dismantled the leftist guerrillas, and many of the artists and intellectuals in Brazil were leaving the country for the exile. So literature of the time, the historiography of this period relates a vacuum of cultural activity, like a feeling of emptiness. There's even a cartoon from 1968, which is the sentence is, the last one to leave, turn off the lights of the airport. And it was a 68. So in 1970, the cultural movements possible were in the underground. And when I use the expression subversive films for this production, I'm locating them in this period of countercultural movements. And it's a very, it's kind of a global and cosmopolitan phenomenon. But in Brazil, as in other countries in Latin America, under violent dictatorships, the risk of being shooting a film or doing any kind of cultural activity in the public space was more than breaking the Hollywood rules, was more radical than subverting aesthetics and narrative. So that's the focus of my research, and that's what I was investigating. I started to investigate with the first film I am studying. Rubens Machado Jr., who collected the films, he's been writing about the films, and this quote I'll read here helps to understand the specificity, the similarity among the films I am looking at. Very recurrent in the most radical production, a certain irony is built in the symbolical attack of cultural monuments placed in the public space of the city. So I started by a film produced by my father. It's called Pira, from 1972. As I said, the soundtrack is damaged, but I replaced it with parts of the interviews. The three interviewees are aware that I'm showing this here, and they authorized it. And after showing 3 short extracts, I'll comment on the process and methodology. Just be sure I'll find the right ones. So we're gonna listen to Kleber first.
Então ele chamou a gente para ir para lá. Eu não conhecia direito essas pessoas, não tinha intimidade, não é? E era uma turma mais coesa, Barreto, Valfredo, todo mundo que apareceu ali, de uma geração anterior à minha, né? Assim, né, se a gente falar de geração de poucos anos, né? Não é propriamente de outra geração, mas enfim. Era a turma da faculdade de antes. Se eu entrei em 70, né? A ditadura é de 64, essa turma entrou na faculdade em 68 ou 69. Médici, não sei se era Médici ainda, Castelo Branco, depois Costa e Silva, né?
So now we're going to listen to Valfredo.
É essa cena que eu lembro mais, assim. É exatamente a sensação que eu tinha, que era uma grande confusão no centro da cidade, uma intervenção urbana forte, e que eu, no fundo, eu tinha um certo medo daquilo, porque eu achava que a repressão podia chegar a qualquer momento. E eu lembro exatamente do Paulinho atravessando a Avenida Rio Branco, todo vestido, um lençol enrolado. E eu lembro que eu achei aquilo de uma coragem. Eu falei, gente, isso vai dar merda. A gente tinha saído da luta armada. A gente estava no movimento estudantil.
I'm sorry. Now we're going to listen to Sérgio, just because I don't have much time. No, it's all right. It's gonna be here.
Houve um questionamento logo que nós chegamos nessa esquina, porque na esquina que a gente está situado o tempo todo, que fica a sede do clube naval, onde tem os militares da Marinha, etc. e tal. Então, os caras... E do outro lado era a Caixa Econômica, mas o que a gente estava fazendo não tinha nada a ver com terrorismo, nem com subversão, nem com nada, era só filmando. Então, teve um questionamento da polícia. Eu falei que ia comprar a câmera e estava filmando, fazendo um filme. Enfim, e era exatamente isso.
So that's it. Well, I planned to do the interviews in presence, and I would see the film, watch the film with them, but then I had to do it on Zoom, via Zoom, and I had the concern that the sound of their comments would mix with the original sound of the film, and maybe after I couldn't understand well. So I was preferring that they didn't talk too much during the film and that we could talk about it after. But after the first interview watching the film, which was with Valfredo, I realized that they spontaneously talked about this experience, but they went straight to the dictatorship and very quickly got into the experience they had, each one of them. And I didn't know before how much they had different perspectives on the film, but because of their own experience with the dictatorship. Valfredo was coming from the political war. He was hiding for 6 months before the shooting of the film. So all the time he relates to the fear he had, and he does not appear on the images. His voice is in the soundtrack, in the original soundtrack, but he's not in front of the camera. He was kind of hiding still at the time. And Kleber is younger, so I think I stopped sharing here. I'm sorry. Kleber is younger, so he wasn't connected with politics yet. He was going to participate in the resistance like 3 or 4 years later. So I want to share just 1 minute of an interview if I still have time. I have 2 minutes. So I'll just share this because I think this is the most important ethical issue that I had. Screen sharing has stopped it. Oh my God, I'm sorry. It's about sharing authority with someone who knows me because they are friends of my father. And yeah, I just want to share this video.
Então, entendi. Eu fiquei pensando, né? Até te falei, tentei te falar assim, olha, não tem assim de imediato um vínculo, eu nem lembro do filme, nem lembrava, na verdade, mas quando você falou do Pira, eu falei, bom, tá, eu vivenciei isso de alguma forma. Hoje eu pensei assim, será que não teria sido melhor ela mandar o filme para mim dar uma olhada? Mas falei, bom, não sei. Ela que sabe, ela que está na coordenação da coisa. E aí, eu não lembro, porque é o seguinte, a gente vivia em plena ditadura, mas fora dela.
That's it. Just finishing, I think this is a time when he shared authority with me, like who is sharing authority with who, because he says, I thought differently. I would like to see the film before the interview, but then I thought, she knows what she's doing. She's coordinating this. So he kind of put himself in the place of an interview and allowed me to lead the interview. And there's a lot of thoughts about this question of sharing authority with someone you know. I just want to finish saying that I've been learning about using oral history and learning about and with the interviewee, but also about and with the film, with the interviewee. And this is very interesting. I've been using this methodology in the next interviews, and that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and apologies that you had to hurry because I think your work is worthy of an hour of presentation, but thank you so much.
No, it's okay.
And we'll hopefully be able to have questions after. We'll bring up.
Yeah, I'll be happy
So
to answer.
our next speaker is coming. Ready? Okay, our next speaker is Emma Rosetto, who will be presenting the difficulties of conducting oral history in Northern Ireland. Emma is originally from Belfast. She is a PhD candidate in the Department of History and the School of Irish Studies here at Concordia, Chicago, Montreal. Her research looks at the intergenerational memory of the Troubles in Northern Ireland, and she has recently published in a special issue of Prix, quote, "Is it always going to be this way? Legacies of the Troubles and of the Holy Cross Girls Primary School Dispute." So.
Did I turn it on? Thank you so much. Díomh Cardia. Hello, my friends. How are we? Happy St. Patrick's Day. Gur míle mai agat. Thank you for this wonderful introduction. And for those of you who are here today in the room and also online. This is my first conference in 2 years. I refuse to do any online, so I'm really nervous and excited about today. So please, if I'm a bit nervous or rambling, I do apologize. This presentation has actually taken many forms over the last couple of days. And I was rereading the CFP and mulling over the title, Ethical Encounters. And I realized the talk that I had actually written was no longer the avenue in which I wanted to take. Maybe this is because I'm currently filled with anxiety around my upcoming research trip to Belfast, or because I think that this is a space to be emotionally vulnerable and self-reflective about my work, in a space with peers and colleagues and friends. There are many ethical considerations when dealing with the research, in particular oral history interviews in Belfast. And this presentation will take more of an informal structure as I work through some of these issues that I'm currently dealing with. For those of you who are not familiar or who haven't seen Kenneth Branagh's disastrous Belfast yet, Northern Ireland has emerged from a violent and traumatic 30-year conflict known colloquially as the Troubles from 1969 to 1998, stemming from unresolved national histories between Irish Republicans, British Loyalists and the British state, with its roots in centuries of sectarianism and British colonial rule. So during this period, 3,500 people lost their lives and over 30,000 were injured due to conflict-related incidents. And this all culminated in a peace process and signing of the International Peace Agreement, the Good Friday Agreement, in 1998. However, in spite of this agreement, the conflict's divisive impacts on political, social and cultural life in Northern Ireland have been difficult to surmount. The ongoing and deep sectarian divisions and political differences often assume new forms in the post-conflict context. For example, the physical effects of these are ongoing divisions are visible through remaining peace walls, interface boundaries, and territorial markings of ethnic enclaves. Just for a note of clarity, I will be using the term the Troubles and the conflict both interchangeably, and I will be referring to Northern Ireland as both Northern Ireland, the North, and the North of Ireland. These are kind of just for my own political reasons, but I just wanted to make sure there was clarity on that. So my PhD research stems from my master's project, which looked at intergenerational memory of the Troubles in Ardoyne, a working class Catholic nationalist Republican community in North Belfast, where I conducted 12 interviews with young people aged from 18 to 26 from the community. My PhD project takes these same frameworks, but we'll look at them through the lens of two communities, continuing with Ardoyne, and then looking at the neighbouring community of Woodville, which is a Protestant Unionist loyalist community. Through this presentation, I will discuss the issues stemming from silence, paranoia, and emotionality through my previous interviews and kind of anxieties around my upcoming research project. There are many ethical issues around research in Belfast, stemming from a culture of silence, which for the purposes of this talk comes from a cultural and social repression of emotions during and after the conflict for a number of reasons, right? There's an inability to discuss or deal with emotions and both a coercion from paramilitary groups for silence, all of which contribute to the creation of a culture of silence. Interview one mentioned the private nature of her family. My granny always told me loose lips cost lives. Interview one went on to discuss how closed off her immediate family were, even when she was just asking personal questions. Sure, what do you want to know that for? Silence and privacy may stem from the perceived danger of talking about the conflict. For many, overhearing certain conversations could have negative consequences. As interview 8 pointed out, people are afraid to speak out because you don't know who you're speaking to, really. You can only ever say so much. Interview 9 highlighted the fear of repercussions of talking, stating that you just keep yourself to yourself. Now I need to highlight here, these are 18 to 26-year-olds who grew up in quote unquote peacetime, and they hold these really fearful views surrounding silence. But this silence is imperative is a mantra appearing frequently in paramilitary and dissident propaganda. This is exemplified by the IRA posters from the period. This is an image from the Republican News, Silence is Golden, I think from the 70s. And this one here is my personal favorite. is an IRA man brandishing a gun alongside the slogan, "Loose talk costs lives." Now, this was a pamphlet that was given into every home in both North Belfast, in Catholic areas, North Belfast, and also West Belfast. And it was put up in, apparently it was put up in bars, in like bathrooms of bars, to remind people, right, silence is golden. And there you can see whatever you say nothing, which is a really famous quote from a Seamus Heaney poem as well, if anyone's familiar. Although these are taken from the Troubles, these mantras have continued into peacetime, reinforced by formal communication such as graffiti. Here we see some of these images, which in particular came from the Boston College incident in around 2013-ish, which brought the possibility of community members or ex-paramilitaries talking to researchers. It brought all this to kind of a grind and halt for quite a while. Paranoia and suspicion is rife in Belfast, particularly North Belfast, which is made up of a patchwork of both Catholic and Protestant communities living side by side. And this paranoia finds its way into everyday interactions, but it's most understood when two people from Belfast meet. There's a performative dance that we all do, a self-imposed surveillance. It's all kind of very Foucault. Frank Burton calls these tell-ins, the indications of what community you come from. This could be found in your name, in the bars you go to, the sports team you support, the clothes you wear, the way you speak, the way you pronounce certain words, certain letters. All of this gives an indication of who you are and where you stand. And these are culturally permeable and transcend class, gender, and age. A form of communication aimed at knowing the other's ethnic allegiance, figuring out if this person is safe to you or is potentially a danger, which is enshrined in this deep-seated paranoia stemming from the conflict. Through the same lens, everyone must be placed. If you cannot be placed within a specific community or a local community, then you're met with a deep-seated suspicion. Now, what does this mean for research in Northern Ireland? During my MA, I conducted 12 interviews, and gaining the interviews trust and rapport varied with each participant. 3 of the interviews, I was very lucky that I already knew them and I had a rapport, so it was already established. With the remaining 9, they each had a variation of the tell-in dance. For some, they happened straight off the bat. Here are you. Are you from Ardoyne? Did you go to Ballysullen? Which is a local girls' school. To this, I replied, I would position myself as from North Belfast. I lived on the Cliftonville Road. My granny Mary lives on Strathmoy. My granny Nell lives on Jamaica Road. And no, I went to Fort William, which is another girls' school. This would lead to, oh, do you know my sister? Do you know my cousin? And most of the time, I actually would. It's not that big of a space. And then the interview could progress from there. But one example sets out in particular, and it was a young man in his 20s, and he was a community worker from Ardoyne, and he didn't care for me. And he didn't care for the interview, and he didn't really want to be there, and he had his arms folded, visibly bored. And the interview was clearly coming to an end after 25 minutes because of this. And we talked about him coaching the kids' football team. And he stated that he actually also played for a team himself. And then I realized that my cousin played for the same team. And then when he realized who I was, then the interview kind of got going and it became this incredible, fruitful, one of the best interviews I conducted for my master's, and it was amazing, but I had to be placed. Until I was placed, I was untrustworthy, I was met with suspicion, I was met with paranoia. This makes conducting interviews in this Catholic nationalist community relatively safe and easy for me. Well, easier, I guess, for me. For my PhD research, I will be conducting interviews with people from the Protestant community, the Unionist community, where I cannot be placed and where I will be met with suspicion, to which I feel incredibly nervous. Another element to this is emotions. From conflict-related trauma comes silence and limited emotional capabilities. And this was something I knew, but not something I was ready to deal with and come to terms with. Because for years I could separate myself in the research. But as I got older, I kind of realized that the lines are becoming more blurred. Or I think I'm just more willing to recognize their blurriness. I am at the center of this project. These are my own silences and my own emotional capabilities. In my research, I argue that many things are inherited from older generations, but emotional limitations for me in this context is the most significant. The Commission of Victims and Survivors in Northern Ireland highlights how traumatized individuals are more prone to develop depression, anxiety, PTSD, and disturbances of emotional responses. Thus, if emotions and behaviours are learned from our parents or guardians, and if they are emotionally limited, this has consequences in the second generation's emotional capabilities. They argue that growing up with an absence of emotional support may have implications on mental health issues for second generations, as they are unable to deal with negative emotions and feelings, which is a reason for the high levels of suicide rates in Northern Ireland, which is one of the highest in Europe. Many interviewees expressed discomfort when asked about their parents' emotional responses. Interviewee 8, for instance, it's not their fault they can't deal with emotions, but would not offer anything further on the matter. Interviewee 10 was the only individual to discuss it, really. My parents try. I know they try, but they struggle to be overly emotional. It makes things hard for me. Of course it does. I try to be emotional with my brothers and sisters so they don't end up emotionally damaged or something. My own experiences echo this of the participants. In Northern Ireland, people don't usually deal or discuss their emotions, and this limited emotionality is a consequence of trauma, a coping mechanism which is inherited to us, the second generation. But how do we counter our own personal issues without it affecting the interview, right? When I've spoken to scholars from Belfast who are more established, obviously, than myself, for advice, it was kind of brushed off. You have to suck it up. That's your job as a researcher. Right, helpful. This response makes me question myself as an oral historian. Am I ready for this project? Am I capable of this? Will I do these people or this project a disservice because of my inabilities to control my emotions, to which I do feel immense shame? In a situation where emotions and the display of certain emotions is regarded as a taboo, it made me consider the role of emotions in research in general. As oral historians, we're very lucky. We undertake workshops on conducting interviews. We read dozens of books and chapters and articles on conducting interviews and the kind of thematic analysis of them. But the realities of actually conducting an interview are so much more different. The boundaries of interviewer and participant get blurred when someone breaks down emotionally in front of you, well, at least in my experience. Your identity as a researcher in that moment gets questioned. Do you stop the interview and allow them space to collect themselves privately? Do you continue recording? Is this an invasion of this incredibly personal moment? Do you console them? Do you offer them a cup of tea, a glass of water? But it's probably in their house, which makes it even more uncomfortable. And in this moment, it gives me sleepless nights. I am riddled with anxiety about this because it happened a few times during the interviews of my master's. In one instance, I knew the girl fairly well. We went to school together, but we weren't really friends. And this interview was in my house. And I was able to get her water, get her a cup of tea and a biscuit, and get her tissues, and she gathered herself, and she herself wanted to continue. But in another interview, a girl told me how her mother was hit with a blast bomb, and she cried like she'd been holding this in since 2001 when it happened. And this was the most heartbreaking moment that I've ever been a part of. So I paused the interview because to me, this was a moment that I shouldn't have been present for. Felt guilty for opening up this clear wound she was troubled with. But my guilt ignores her agency to decide what she is ready to discuss and when she's ready to discuss it. We resumed the interview and she told me that this is the first time she'd spoken about it since she was little, that it was the elephant in the room of her life. She apologized and she was clearly embarrassed of her emotional release. And I don't know if she realized, but I too was crying because I recognized her pain and her trauma, which she'd been carrying for 15 years. So I gathered myself quickly. But as she told me of her silence and the silence that existed around the conflict in her home and her family, I cried again. I found it really difficult to control myself, and I could control my emotions and my tears. And like every good Irish woman from the north, she made a joke to deflect. Jesus, I thought I was bad. And we both laughed, and it kind of grounded me and grounded the interview. And we kind of discussed the role of silence and the impact of it on us, the people who grew up in peacetime. But what silence masks is the underlying fear which people live through on a daily basis. The inability to deal with emotions is not a reluctance, but a coping mechanism. It's Pandora's box. Once it's opened, then it will never really be able to be closed. With emotional outbursts or displays being sort of a taboo, I'm concerned about containing my emotions when I'm so connected to a space. Hearing these memories and stories of the troubles may be emotionally overwhelming, to which I'm a little bit concerned. Now, I know that my time is coming to an end. So to wrap up, violent conflict may be over in the North, but it extends on through other means, through cultural memory and private memory and intergenerational memory. It lives on through institutions like political parties and the Orange Order, but it also lives on through silence and emotional limitations of the people. It also makes conducting research difficult to navigate, especially when it's your home and you too are perpetuating these issues. The biggest contestation of research in Northern Ireland comes from the researcher's own positionality. It comes, in this case, with me. Thank you very much.
So many people feel, but keep inside, and to share your vulnerability to an audience. I really thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, you're gonna make me cry.
Can I make a smoothie?
All right. Next group, the most horrible part of doing this job is keeping track of the time and stopping people when they have so much to say. So we need to, okay. Okay.
I'm just connecting to the Zoom again.
Can we start by introducing the team?
You want to wait for, we can do that. You're good.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Because we don't have a lot of time.
Well, but your time doesn't count till you start speaking. But thank you. But I have asked for help introducing this next group. I would like to start. This is Javier Fuentes Barnal, who is the affiliated consultant with the Human Rights Commission against Canada extraction of gold mining in Colombia. And he's going to introduce his team, and I'll let you say your presentation as well. Okay?
Thank you very much. So I think this mic is good. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. So je vais faire la présentation en français. C'est quand même un symposium bilingue. Alors, j'aimerais introduire mes partenaires de l'équipe, Sarah Bengal, qui est étudiante-chercheur à la maîtrise en géographie et en urban planning ici à Concordia. On a aussi Rico, qui est un artiste visuel et multidisciplinaire, Hassim, qui est un artiste numérique et multidisciplinaire, et Chris Vargas, qui n'a pas pu venir aujourd'hui, qui est un artiste sonore et multidisciplinaire aussi, et Hildardo Gomez, qui est un leader social qui habite en Colombie, qui a fait partie de notre projet. Alors, notre projet s'appelle El oro no viene solo. C'est un projet qui s'inscrit dans une démarche plus large de réalité virtuelle d'une mine canadienne souterraine en Colombie et qui a pour objectif de sensibiliser le public canadien sur les enjeux de ces entreprises-là extractivistes, notamment dans la région d'Antioquia en Colombie, et qui est un work in progress. Ce qu'on présente aujourd'hui, notre projet, c'est divisé en deux sections. Il y a une vidéo qui dure à peu près 5 minutes qu'on veut présenter. Et il y a aussi 4 tableaux qui sont dans l'espace que vous pouvez aller voir, qui touchent les 4 sujets principaux de notre projet.
Merci.
Ça fait plaisir.
Parfait. OK, merci. Donc, oui, ça fait du bien. OK. Donc, sans plus tarder, en fait, on s'est dit que malgré le peu de temps qu'on a, on va vous présenter le vidéo qui, en fait, est le témoignage de Hildardo Gomez-Maya. C'est un témoignage, c'est une entrevue que Javier et moi, on a conduit en février, tout récemment, dans le cadre de la journée, la présentation, dans le cadre de la présentation, merci, ça fait du bien, de la présentation d'aujourd'hui. Donc, on vous laisse avec les mots de Hildardo.
En este momento me encuentro en el corregimiento de Providencia, municipio de San Roque, en el departamento de Antioquia, donde nosotros tenemos nuestros trabajos como mineros artesanales, donde es una descendencia de minería de más de 250 años. En estos momentos estamos fracasando, muchos estamos fracasando. Solamente nos hacíamos nuestros trabajos sin ningún problema en nuestra región, hasta el 2004 que llegaron estas multinacionales. Estas multinacionales llegaron a nuestro territorio y socializaron por encima el proyecto, ¿sí? Desviaron la información de todas estas comunidades de Providencia y sus veredas. Nosotros últimamente lo estamos mirando como en una corrupción. Providencia, corregimiento de San Roque, municipio de Antioquia, se va a desarrollar el proyecto Gramalote, más grande en Colombia, el segundo en Sudamérica. Los dueños de este proyecto Gramalote es Vitugol y Anglogol Ashanti. Esto es una sociedad que tienen el 50-50. Vitugol, que es canadiense, y Anglogol Ashanti, que es sudafricana, conforme la Asociación de Mineros del Corregimiento de Providencia, en siglas ASOMICOPRO. ¿Para qué? Porque vimos de que ya este proyecto que nos ofrecieron de vida empezó a derrumbarse, porque a nivel personal no los atienden, tiene que ser asociativo para poder reclamar los derechos. Y así fue. Yo soy el representante de la asociación. En Providencia, el 30 de noviembre del 2021, nunca se nos olvidará eso, Javier, nunca. Estábamos en el primer escalón y subimos otro escalón. Subimos un poquito. Le mostramos a la empresa de que si estamos en capacidad de irle trayendo algo para que ellos vayan viendo de que sí tenemos nuestros aliados también. Les tocamos los tobillos. Así, sí, así decimos nosotros los antioqueños cuando hacemos algo así, le tocamos los tobillos, reclamando el derecho, porque ya nos estaban negando ese derecho. Nos dijeron que no podíamos convivir la pequeña minería con la megaminería, lo que nos están ofreciendo en estos momentos, porque todavía nos lo están ofreciendo, nosotros vemos que eso no tiene futuro, para nada. El 2 de febrero a nosotros nos quemaron la mina de nosotros, donde yo hago parte de mi sociedad. La sociedad mía, nos la quemaron toda, herramienta toda. Nosotros no podemos volver allá porque la policía, el comandante de la policía especializada UNIMIT nos amenazó. Y de pronto en Canadá o en Sudáfrica no se pueden estar dando cuenta lo que en nombre de una empresa están haciendo aquí en Colombia. Estos proyectos de tan grande magnitud son perjudiciales para el país donde se va a desarrollar. Grave que está sufriendo la comunidad del corregimiento de Providencia. No es que estemos en contra del desarrollo de un proyecto, no estamos en contra de él. Lo que estamos en contra es lo que están haciendo con las comunidades, que es ya y a la fuerza.
Alors, pour contextualiser un peu, j'ai rencontré Don Gildardo et Asomicopro lors d'une mission canadienne de 3 semaines en Colombie en décembre 2021. C'est une expérience qui était très riche et très chargée, aussi avec un sens de responsabilité, partager tout ce qu'on a documenté là-bas et qui sont des enjeux qui continuent à être présents. Comme il a mentionné, en février 2022, il y a vraiment pas longtemps, 100 mines ont été brûlées. Alors, ça nous a amené aussi à nous poser la question, c'est une question centrale, je pense, que pour toute l'équipe, de comment devenir un allié de ces causes en tant que personne privilégiée, sans reproduire nécessairement tout ce que ça peut amener, les dynamiques des rencontres asymétriques, l'extractivisme, les oppressions. Et comme des pistes de solutions qu'on a abordées, c'était entre autres le fait d'inclure dès le début les personnes directement concernées, des personnes qui sont des représentants de la communauté, des membres vocaux, qui connaissent les enjeux et qui connaissent aussi ce type de dynamique où on va exposer un enjeu, qui connaissent qu'est-ce que ça peut mener comme limite, qu'est-ce que ça peut mener comme risque aussi, et qui aussi aller chercher l'accord de la personne s'il veut aussi exposer son identité, et comment la personne veut que cette identité soit dévoilée ou pas. Alors, c'était entre autres ça.
Aussi, dans les autres, on s'est dit que c'est ça, on allait partager informellement les questions qui nous préoccupent, considérant aussi que c'est un projet qui est en cours, donc qui va suivre toutes sortes d'itérations dans le futur. C'est sûr que moi, étant même en faisant ma maîtrise sur le sujet, je suis confrontée à une grande dichotomie entre traiter d'une urgence sociale d'un point de vue militant versus la pertinence de la recherche de créer des données. Puis, ce qu'on trouve intéressant dans un événement comme aujourd'hui, par exemple, c'est que finalement, la recherche-création, c'est peut-être une façon de créer un pont entre ces deux réalités-là qui sont parfois tant opposées. Et aussi, ce qui est intéressant, c'est que dans le type de matériel qu'on produit, aussi à travers la recherche, c'est du matériel qui a l'opportunité ensuite d'être récupéré par les communautés qui sont concernées par les enjeux dont on parle aujourd'hui. Donc là, vous avez... on dirait que c'est coupé un... En tout cas, oui. Vous avez à l'écran un des photomontages que l'artiste multidisciplinaire Rico, ici présent, a créé. Ils sont présentés aussi dans l'exposition. Donc, pour que vous sachiez un peu le contexte, c'est des images qui sont venues, en fait, surtout celles-là, elles nous ont été données par Asomicopro, l'association de mineurs. Et les autres images viennent aussi de Javier sur le terrain, des images que vous avez collectées lors de la mission. Donc, je ne sais pas, Javier, si tu voulais parler de la question aussi, on touche un sujet comme assez sensible, assez urgent, puis il y a une espèce de contradiction où on peut aussi toujours avoir tendance à avoir une approche extractiviste de ces sujets-là. Donc, c'est sûr qu'on n'est jamais à l'abri de ça. Puis, c'est ça, une des façons de pallier à ça, c'est de peut-être travailler de façon le plus horizontale possible, puis aussi de reconnaître qu'on a un rôle à jouer auprès de ces gens-là, finalement, comme des alliés.
Et ceci dans le contexte comme tu le mentionnes, d'urgence sociale, où on voit qu'il y a tellement de ces besoins-là que ça soit découvert le plus vite possible et puis sensibiliser un public canadien qui devrait être aussi concerné par ce genre d'intérêts transnationaux. Et alors, ça nous motive aussi à trouver des différentes façons de mobiliser les connaissances. Puis une des façons qu'on a trouvé intéressante, c'est aussi la recherche-création, parce que ça peut toucher aussi un public plus diversifié, un public qui n'est pas seulement dans l'académie ou seulement dans les mouvements militants. Et c'est aussi une façon de mobiliser nos privilèges en tant que personnes qui vivent au Canada et qui profitons aussi de cette structure-là que le Canada offre, cette critique de ce système.
Puis pour pallier peut-être encore à la notion d'extractivisme, évidemment, il n'y a aucune réponse parfaite, mais on trouve ça important aussi de mentionner que le travail qu'on amène de façon collaborative, il s'inscrit dans un contexte qui est plus large que celui de l'université, qui est plus large de nos projets respectifs. Le fait notamment qu'on s'inscrit avec la mission d'observation canadienne des droits humains qui a eu lieu en décembre dernier. Juliana est d'ailleurs avec nous, une membre toute désignée de la mission. Et la mission va d'ailleurs publier son rapport final en mai prochain. Donc, ça fait partie au moins... Ce qui est intéressant, c'est que oui, on produit des choses, mais on s'inscrit dans un contexte plus large pour autant avoir une répercussion du mieux qu'on peut au Canada, mais aussi avec des personnes sur le terrain là-bas. Est-ce que tu voulais ajouter quelque chose? Non? OK, c'est ça. On peut, si vous avez des questions, ça nous fera plaisir de répondre. Puis les artistes sont avec nous aujourd'hui, ici aussi, alors n'hésitez vraiment pas. Puis comme on réinsiste sur le fait que c'est un projet qui est en progrès, donc on est vraiment prêt à recueillir comment même vous avez, ne serait-ce que reçu la vidéo ou comment les œuvres visuelles vous parlent. Voilà, on est là pour progresser là-dedans. Merci.
Pardon me? You have 5 minutes left.
Oh, yeah?
¿Quieren decir algo? ¿Ya?
Oh, yeah, come.
Absolutely.
Bonjour. Allô. Donc moi c'est Rico, l'artiste qui a créé les tableaux. Puis dans le procès de création, quelque chose que je trouve vraiment important, c'est aussi de... Actually, I'll speak in English because it's easier for me. But so the process of creation of these artworks, I see like the importance of bringing art also into research and within activism, and the power of showing, giving context to these images and really explaining like what's going on in here. Like there's the map, there's the message that was received. This was shared as a WhatsApp image, like the photo of the burning. And seeing how this is actually like polluting the rivers, and we see like the map of all the rivers and the dots of where all the mines are. So it's really like visualizing also, and the impact of these photos, that these could also be like making these artworks something appealing to the eye, to the viewer, something that people maybe want to bring with them or have a print of, and that this can actually have like repercussions like that last longer throughout. Like if someone wants to bring this home, we are like we have some prints of them. The fact that you could have them in your home, and anyone who comes in will also ask you like, what is this about, and that the history can be told over and over again. So I think that's the importance of like the artists within research and within activism, and that's something that they were saying about like research and creation and how that goes together. And then also something that wasn't talked about much was like the impact that the communities have, like the communities are suffering from what the Canadian mining is doing over there, goes beyond just the miners themselves, and the fact that that they're burning their mines, and that they're also like within that just like removing any chances that they would have for them to have a living and for their families. But then it's also all the communities around them, and how that's really like contaminating their waters, how that's having pollution and effects on the air. And I really hope that all of these data can be like, as the project advances, we can really like show this data with big numbers and images, and that people can really feel the impact that Canada is having over there, and that we can hopefully have a change and make a change through research and creation together.
Very important. You can 2 more minutes. Continue.
Maybe so Hasim is here too, and Hasim worked on the video that you saw was like a previewing of what the VR world will look like. And it's going to be an experience that people will be able to put a VR headset and go into the mine itself. I don't know if maybe you want to say something about that.
Ouais, bonjour. Ouais, on n'a pas beaucoup parlé du jeu VR ou de l'expérience VR qu'on va créer en fait, mais c'est quelque chose qu'on veut immerger dans le metaverse aussi pour que ça ait un accès beaucoup plus grand, puis plus à titre éducatif pour les jeunes, puis peut-être même ramasser des fonds pour aider la communauté là-bas, puis aussi toucher comme à une nouvelle communauté qui est en train de se créer dans l'interweb et dans le metaverse. Mais c'est quelque chose de vraiment important, je pense, d'ouvrir les portes de la connaissance à des choses qui sont en train d'arriver en ce moment dans des pays qui n'ont pas accès à notre communication, puis nos ressources. Puis c'est pas mal ça.
Dans le fond aussi, le fait d'utiliser les technologies qu'on a, puis les ressources qu'on a, comme c'est pas tout le monde qui a accès à un logiciel 3D pour pouvoir répliquer ces choses-là, mais c'est vraiment quelque chose qu'on peut faire de comme faire vivre l'expérience et montrer des résultats d'une recherche et d'entrevues, que quelqu'un puisse vraiment comme mettre le VR headset de réalité virtuelle, puis d'entendre les sons, entendre l'entrevue, puis voir de leurs propres yeux ce qui est en train de se passer. Puis non seulement d'une façon comme, dans le fond, ça va être sûrement comme un vidéo que les gens puissent voir. Ils peuvent pas tant comme interagir avec. Puis le fait qu'ils sont juste en train de subir ou de voir ce qui est en train de se passer sans pouvoir faire quelque chose, ça te fait aussi sentir comme comment eux ils se sentent, de se sentir vraiment extraits de toutes leurs ressources, leur agence. Le fait que tu peux vraiment rien faire puis tu es en train de vivre ça, c'est vraiment comme, ça montre tellement l'injustice de ce qu'il se passe. Puis on espère avec ça pouvoir vraiment comme toucher les personnes qui vont vivre ce monde-là.
Merci.
Thank you. I guess we bring people back for questions.
Or like we could, yeah, if they want, put this for
if they want.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So do we have questions on, okay, that would be great. Okay. Emperor? Oh. Excellent. I'll scoot over. So we have space. So you could be all on screen. So you can see yourself on there. I can go further over. Okay. This is about you, and I'm hoping the questions. So, great. Do we have questions from the audience? Start. Yes. Louis.
Merci pour ces présentations. Je vais poser ma question en français. C'est plus une question pour la dernière présentation. Par rapport à la forme, en fait, de ce que vous avez présenté, en histoire orale, bien souvent, on a le visage de la personne avec le sous-titre qui vient dessous. Puis vous avez décidé d'enlever le visage, donc d'une certaine manière de déshumaniser le propos et de mettre le sous-titre, donc les mots vraiment au centre. Est-ce que ça fait partie d'une réflexion? Est-ce que vous pouvez expliquer comment vous êtes venu à cette décision?
C'est plus une réponse à titre politique. Je pense en Colombie, il y a beaucoup de répercussions quand tu fais de l'activisme social. Fait qu'on voulait pas mettre de visage juste au cas où que ce soit retrouvé en Colombie puis que cette personne-là puisse comme être persécutée. On n'a pas parlé beaucoup de ce qui se passe. Comme Rico disait, il y a beaucoup de... Pardon, mon français, il est pas dans le monde, mais il y a beaucoup de conséquences à ce qui se passe dans la mine, dont il y a beaucoup de groupes militaires qui sont payés pour aller brûler des maisons ou mettre des gens en prison, puis ils les nomment comme terroristes dès que tu fais comme de l'activisme ou que tu participes à des minières typiques, t'es comme considéré comme un terroriste, fait que c'est plus... pour protéger cette personne-là. Puis on a mis les mots dans le milieu pour justement mettre de l'emphase dans sa voix, puis son message.
Aussi, on est conscient qu'avec la fiction, c'est comme on joue dans un terrain quand même nébuleux parce qu'on est en train de se réapproprier puis de transformer des choses, puis ça a plein d'implications éthiques. Mais quand tu as posé la question, j'ai aussi réfléchi à quand on a interviewé Rizardo, il y avait aussi et Rizardo est en plus ici présent avec nous de loin grâce au virtuel, Hola, qui se connecte à l'audio. Mais il y avait aussi l'idée que Rizardo était en train de parler pour une communauté de personnes, fait de pas nécessairement mettre l'impact sur le fait que ça soit vraiment lui, mais que ça soit comme une espèce de voix qui porte un message qui est beaucoup plus large que même juste le projet Gramalote, mais comme juste le contexte global des mines, des minières canadiennes en Colombie.
Other questions? Otherwise, I will ask a question of the group. And I'm actually borrowing from a question that came up in the earlier session, which is about the decisions of, the title of our presentation is Breaking the Silence, Briser le silence. What did you hold back? What choices do you make as a researcher, as an artist, to tell but not to tell? So let's.
Well, I'm still in the beginning of the interviews. I'm starting now with one film. Mm-hmm. So in my experience, in my work, I just realized that they have a lot to talk about their experiences during the dictatorship, but they are not used to do it. They are not politicians, they're not being interviewed by anyone. So the link with the film made them think about things. And there's a time now that we are not talking, and I'm going to interview them again. Mm-hmm. And I'll prepare the questions now after listening to them, after listening to what they said spontaneously, with this concern and this interest on what is the most sensitive topics. Mm-hmm. they were reaching, but what I think they want to tell, they were telling spontaneously, and what maybe I won't ask because I'm just trying to have their involvement in the film analysis. But it's not about the film anymore. It's about the life of the young people of their time in a city with that oppression happening. So I'm not sure if I can answer the question. It's a bit early for me, but that's what I can say now. Thank you.
I guess for me it's a little different. I actually just did my ethical approval, and I had to go back and forth, and there was a lot of issues with what I was going to say, what I was going to leave out, whose voices were going to be included, and especially concern around paramilitary violence and paramilitary voices being involved in the research. And this kind of comes to a head with the Boston College incident, and I don't know. I don't know how to, I don't want to ask if they're an ex-paramilitary. It's not my place. Ex-paramilitaries are now leaders of our communities. They're youth workers, they're teachers, they're taxi drivers, they are the pillars of a post-conflict society, right? So for me, for this ethics approval, if anybody works in the ethics office, please don't tell. But I kind of just said that I would ensure in my consent form that it was like, please do not incriminate yourself. Please do not tell me information that I could potentially have to give away to the police, or that they could subpoena from me like they did Boston College, which I hope never comes to that. But there's a silence that I have to hold back in what I can ask, because I can't ask about events. I can't ask about who did what or what happened where, because if I have that information, that's a concern for them, right? But everyone, I think, has become knowledgeable about this, where coded language is used, and if you're from this space, you kind of know the coded language, you know what not to pry. So I guess I'm lucky in that way. But it's difficult, and it's something that I think as like interviewers and as researchers and creators, that we can only deal with that once we are faced with it in that moment or in that reflection when we're transcribing or whatever. But it's a difficult thing to navigate, and I think for a lot of us. So yeah.
Well, I would ask, what does art allow you to tell that you can't tell in another way? Does it give you some affordances through the visual, through the making?
I would say there's some things that when you see, you can realize, like you can deduct so many other things from it without having to read through a whole page of it. Or let's say just seeing that image of the fire burning in the river, like you can already tell from that water is polluted, and you can see so much data in one image. And you can get all of that in one glimpse. Or that other photo of the paramilitary, well, the military and the police burning these, like burning multiple things, burning mines, burning the tools that they use, just seeing the big guns that they have. Like you can communicate fear, you can communicate emotions through those images in just like a second, which is something that art has for storytelling.
Et si je peux complémenter rapidement, comme aussi en faisant lien avec ce que Sarah disait de la docufiction, pour moi, l'art, c'est une forme de connecter des enjeux, de connecter des luttes et de aussi rassembler des oppressions systématiques et structurelles qui sont dans plusieurs sites, que finalement, dans l'art, je pense qu'on peut faire une façon de les communiquer ensemble, parce que finalement, ce sont des éléments aussi sociétaux.
That's it. Oh, okay. Well, thank you all very much. Thank the conference. Thank the organizers.
So, thank you, Lori, very much. Thank you for great presentations. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but you can continue this conversation over lunch. I'm sure you'll have lots of questions.
Thank you.
For the folks on the internet, on Zoom, we're going to see you back at 1:25 for our keynote. In the meantime, please stick around. There will be a presentation of Veronica Mockler's video, so you can see that on Zoom. For those of you here, we have lunch for you. Again, we cannot eat here, so please go enjoy sunshine or our sun room at Codes. You can come up to the 10th floor, and we have space there where we can safely distance. For our presenters that had eating restrictions, please see Simona and she'll give you your special packet. And if not, I think we have 1 or 2 extra gluten-free boxes. And please be back on time at 1:25.
Merci à vous deux d'être là. All right. Donc, Joa, assieds-toi. C'est ça. Tes verres, si tu veux. Je vais juste faire un petit ajustement avec la caméra. Regarde. What I'd like to do is that go do your thing, go to the sit down, and I would like us to settle in. We'll do a little arriving exercise so that you can leave whatever was going outside and focus on here. I might also just do a few adjustments now that you're sitting down in your chairs to make sure everything looks good. I would invite us to just take a deep breath. Another thing I would like to ask you before you begin is why are you here today?
this, like, beyond that I asked you and said, please, 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 please. Like, if you had to identify what interests you in taking part in this, what would it be?
I think I want a chance to remind myself that privileged people are still people and are still human, and they're not responsible necessarily.
And listening, getting to know someone new is...
Yeah, because all I have is like stereotypes and characters right now of who these other people are. Getting to know people actually personally would be different, would make a difference.
I've been an activist since I was 17 years old, basically, and I'm very interested and I'm pleased to see so many young people now becoming activists, but the context of when they're becoming activists is so different from mine. I'm really interested in the mental processes and physical processes, how people are getting involved and how they see the world.
Bah moi je l'ai fait passer une nouvelle expérience. J'ai toujours tenté des nouvelles expériences, puis comme elle je la connais pas, je peux apprendre à la connaître, je peux savoir à quel point je peux être sociable ou réceptif à une personne que je connais pas.
Oui, donc moi j'aime bien la démarche de partager les expériences de vie. Puis je trouve que ça renseigne sur les gens, ça renseigne sur la vie, sur le sens de la vie, genre sur ce qui est universel dans la vie, puis les singularités aussi. Donc j'aime beaucoup la démarche.
What about what happens when we're kind of done? Yes. Do we just stop or?
Because, so I'm meeting with both of you tomorrow, right? To talk about how was it for you? What did this mean? What did this do? So between when you're done today and when we see each other tomorrow, I would like you to note down any reflections, any thoughts that you have about this experience. Moi, je suis là, je vous entends pas.
Ok.
Je suis l'autre
Est-ce
bout
que
de la
tu
porte.
interviens ou tu interviens
Non.
jamais?
Moi, je vous vois dans 2 heures.
Oh, ok.
Parfait.
C'est bon?
On va voir.
Oui. Ok, tout roule ici.
Très bon.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Good.
I think we're good, yeah.
Okay. Hi. Can you tell me about yourself?
Yeah, sure. So I was born in Tehran, Iran. I will turn 21 this March. I have one older sister.
So what I would like to do today is for us to explore yesterday.
Okay.
But to begin, I would like to do a little exercise.
Okay.
So you know about automatic writing?
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering if we could do that, but instead of being automatic writing, it could be automatic speaking. So for 1 minute, I would take this camera and film you. When you're not thinking and just going with it, you can go places you didn't expect.
Okay.
And it's less about cognitive and more about going with the flow.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm gonna go like this. Here we go. Action.
Raw emotions started out very, very personal, talk more reflectively perhaps later. Really, though, always out there, very, very intense emotions, which she's aware of and doesn't hide, and affect her politics quite strongly. I mean, they are her politics, I guess, from her own personal experience. Also made me reflect about privilege and her position and intersectionality, which for me was kind of an intellectual term, but I understood it or saw it in sitting before me.
I was expecting yesterday to be colder, so I brought a blanket, and I was kind of thinking of using it, so not needing it and actually being kind of hot kind of threw me off of the mental space that I thought I would be in, and I had a sore throat by the end, which was weird because I think I haven't talked so much before or for a long time that it actually like affects me physically. What else? And at some point I was trying to say something, and then but I didn't want to say the exact words because I don't like them, and then Kevin guessed them, and it was correct, and it was like, oh my god, yes! And it was a beautiful moment. Yes, that's it for now.
Amazing. Thank you. What's interesting about the meeting today is that today we'll focus on what was your experience yesterday being the speaker for you as a listener.
She made me really remember the old feminist saying from the 70s, the personal is political, because that, at the time, that was actually a really innovative or paradigm changing idea, because it hadn't been that way before. Kind of, it was the political and the personal was all something apart.
I feel that intense difference that sometimes we have in the ways of looking at things, but also the way they look at me. They come from such a confident space that I have difficulty talking as myself, and they are so liberated and on a complete other level than me that it's like I'm in a queer theater class, and they're all like very celebratory about being queer, and like one of the worst things that we talked about, which is, yeah, I know it's really bad, the new Quebec bill that about the sex and gender markers, and it's really harmful, but like that was the most intense thing that they talked about. And they don't talk about gay people being killed or beheaded by their own families, or people being forced into transition, or the cultural difficulty of coming out. They are past that.
Yeah.
And I understand that they're past that, but it doesn't leave any space for me to not be celebratory and be scared and be hurt. And I see kind of that in every situation, that like the worst thing that some people can think of is like an everyday thing in my life.
Yeah.
What about your listening experience yesterday was political?
The very fact that we come from such different backgrounds and we're trying to understand each other, that I find is a political act.
Okay. It's not necessarily the content, it's that you were both trying to understand one another.
Yeah, I think it's like some kind of sort of activism, because it's like I'm trying to make a little change in this very fundamental view that exists on people like me from people like him.
Mm-hmm.
So because there is like this bigger structure at work, it makes it political. There is this thing with me that people, like strangers, don't become human in my eye until I hear something very personal from them, and then they come out of this caricature character that they are, and they get this human quality in my eye.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like Kevin still hasn't seen me like that.
If I were to zoom in on what you just said, it was political because we were trying to understand each other. Is it that even if you don't succeed in understanding each other, the fact that both of you were committed to trying?
Yeah. Yes, because, well, not only it gives you a chance to take a step back and look at yourself and maybe understand yourself better, or frame your experience in a specific way, but it also gives you the opportunity to be understood by someone else.
What did that commitment do?
She clearly made a commitment to just be totally open, which I was really impressed with. Understanding in the flesh, if you will, the whole idea of intersectionality was very interesting.
Why the fleshness of it?
I mean, it's different levels. Reading a third-hand account is intellectually enlightening or revealing or educational, but actually hearing the experience of somebody and seeing that person, it's probably the most profound interaction. And I kind of don't want to make this Cartesian split between mind and body, but you can understand on a deeper level.
I'm very scared of police, just because of my experiences with morality police back in Iran, and just hearing how it's racially charged, a lot of them. So I'm just really scared whenever I see the police. I'm just kind of on guard. And I had friends who were white or who were raised here, and they're like, "It's just the police. Like, why are you scared?" Because I'm brown. Like, yeah. And it doesn't make sense to them, and I understand, because many stuff didn't make sense to me when I was back in Iran, because I was in a privileged position, even though I was like a second-class citizen just because I was a woman. But I've never experienced poverty or hunger or being physically disabled. I was in a higher level as for education and economic status. I had that kind of view to people lower than me in that kind of status, that, oh, those poor people, they just, like, that's what happens, yeah, like, that's so bad. Like, I feel really bad about them, but also that's their life and it doesn't concern me. And it was when I moved here and I got someone, I met that class above me, that I was like, oh, they don't know anything about me, so that means I don't know anything about people there.
Merci à vous deux d'être là. All right. Donc, Joa, assieds-toi. C'est ça, tes verres si tu veux. Je vais juste faire un petit ajustement avec la caméra. Qu'est-ce que tu regardes?
Ouais, je suis juste curieux pour voir le ressembler à toi.
What I'd like to do is that go do your thing, go to the bathroom, and then you'll sit down here, and I would like us to just like settle in. We'll do a little arriving exercise so that you can leave whatever was going outside and focus on here. I might also just do a last few adjustments now that you're sitting down in your chairs to make sure everything looks good. I would invite us to just take a deep breath. Another thing I would like to ask you before you begin is why are you here today? This, like, beyond that I asked you and said, please. Like, if you had to identify what interests you in taking part in this, what would it be?
I think I want a chance to remind myself that privileged people are still people and are still human, and they're not responsible necessarily.
And listening, getting to know someone new is...
Yeah, because all I have is like stereotypes and characters right now of who these other people are. Getting to know people actually personally would be different, would make a difference.
I've been an activist since I was 17 years old, basically, and I'm very interested and I'm pleased to see so many young people now becoming activists. But the context of when they're becoming activists is so different from mine. I'm really interested in the mental processes and physical processes, how people are getting involved and how they see the world.
Moi, je l'ai fait passer une nouvelle expérience. J'ai toujours tenté des nouvelles expériences, puis comme elle, je la connais pas, je peux apprendre à la connaître, je peux savoir à quel point je peux être sociable ou réceptif à une personne que je connais pas.
Oui, donc moi, j'aime bien la démarche de partager les expériences de vie. Puis je trouve que ça renseigne sur les gens, ça renseigne sur la vie, sur le sens de la vie, genre sur ce qui est universel dans la vie, puis les singularités aussi. Donc j'aime beaucoup la démarche.
What about what happens when we're kind of done? Yes. Do we just stop or?
Because, so I'm meeting with both of you tomorrow, right? To talk about how was it for you? What did this mean? What did this do? So between when you're done today and when we see each other tomorrow, I would like you to note down any reflections, any thoughts that you have about this experience. Moi, je suis là, je vous entends pas.
Ok.
Je suis là. Est-ce
que tu interviens ou tu interviens
Non.
jamais?
Moi, je vous vois dans 2 heures.
Oh, ok.
Parfait.
C'est bon?
On va voir.
Oui. Ok, tout roule ici.
C'est bon.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Good?
I think we're good, yeah.
Okay. Hi. Can you tell me about yourself?
Yeah, sure. So I was born in Tehran, Iran. I will turn 21 this March. I have one older sister.
So what I would like to do today is for us to explore yesterday.
Okay.
But to begin, I would like to do a little exercise.
Okay.
So you know about automatic writing?
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering if we could do that, but instead of being automatic writing, it could be automatic speaking. So for 1 minute, I would take this camera and film you. When you're not thinking and just going with it, you can go places you didn't expect.
Okay.
And it's less about cognitive and more about going with the flow. Okay. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm gonna go like this. Here we go. Action.
Raw emotions started out very, very personal, talk more reflectively perhaps later. Really, though, always out there, very, very intense emotions, which she's aware of and doesn't hide, and affect her politics quite strongly. And they are her politics, I guess, from her own personal experience. Also made me reflect about privilege and her position in intersectionality, which for me was kind of an intellectual term, but I understood it or saw it in sitting before me.
I was expecting yesterday to be colder, so I brought a blanket, and I was kind of thinking of using it, so not needing it and actually being kind of hot kind of threw me off of the mental space that I thought I would be in. And it was, I had a sore throat by the end, which was weird because I think I haven't talked so much before or for a long time that it actually like affects me physically. What else? And at some point I was trying to say something and then but I didn't want to say the exact words because I don't like them, and then Kevin guessed them and it was correct and it was like, oh my god, yes! And it was a beautiful moment. Yes, that's it for now.
Amazing. Thank you. What's interesting about the meeting today is that today we'll focus on what was your experience yesterday being the speaker for you as a listener?
She made me really remember the old feminist saying from the 70s of the personal is political, because that, at the time, that was actually a really innovative or paradigm changing idea, because it hadn't been that way before. Kind of there was the political and the personal was all something apart.
I feel that intense difference that sometimes we have in the ways of looking at things, but also the way they look at me. They come from such a confident space that I have difficulty talking as myself, and they are so liberated and on a complete other level than me that it's like I'm in a queer theater class, and they're all like very celebratory about being queer, and like one of the worst things that we talked about, which is, yeah, I know it's really bad, the new Quebec bill that about the sex and gender markers, and it's really harmful, but like that was the most intense thing that they talked about. And they don't talk about gay people being killed or beheaded by their own families, or people being forced into transition, or the cultural difficulty of coming out. They are past that.
Yeah.
And I understand that they're past that, but it doesn't leave any space for me to not be celebratory and be scared and be hurt. And I see kind of that in every situation, that like the worst thing that some people can think of is like an everyday thing in my life.
Yeah.
What about your listening experience yesterday was political?
The very fact that we come from such different backgrounds and we're trying to understand each other, that I find is a political act.
Okay. It's not necessarily the content, it's that you were both trying to understand one another.
Yeah, I think it's like some kind of sort of activism, because it's like I'm trying to make a little change in this very fundamental view that exists on people like me from people like him. So because there is like this bigger structure at work, it makes it political. There is this thing with me that people, like strangers, don't become human in my eye until I hear something very personal from them, and then they come out of this caricature character that they are, and they get this human quality in my eye. And I felt like Kevin still hasn't seen me like that.
If I were to zoom in on what you just said, it was political because we were trying to understand each other. Is it that even if you don't succeed in understanding each other, the fact that both of you were committed to trying?
Yeah. Yes, because, well, not only it gives you a chance to take a step back and look at yourself and maybe understand yourself better, or frame your experience in a specific way, but it also gives you the opportunity to be understood by someone else.
What did that commitment do?
She clearly made a commitment to just be totally open, which I was really impressed with. Understanding in the flesh, if you will, the whole idea of intersectionality was very interesting.
Why the fleshness of it?
I mean, it's different levels. Reading a third-hand account is intellectually enlightening or revealing or educational, but actually hearing the experience of somebody and seeing that person, it's probably the most profound interaction. And I kind of don't want to make this Cartesian split between mind and body, but you can understand on a deeper level.
I'm very scared of police, just because of my experiences with morality police back in Iran, and just hearing how it's racially charged, a lot of them. so I'm just really scared whenever I see the police. I'm just kind of on guard. And I had friends who were white or who were raised here, and they're like, it's just the police. Like, why are you scared? Because I'm brown? Like, yeah. And it doesn't make sense to them, and I understand, because many stuff didn't make sense to me when I was back in Iran, because I was in a privileged position, even though I was like a second-class citizen just because I was a woman. But I've never experienced poverty or hunger or being physically disabled. I was in a higher level as for education and economic status. I had that kind of view to people lower than me in that kind of status, that, oh, those poor people, they just, like, that's what happens, yeah, like, that's so bad. Like, I feel really bad about them, but also that's their life and it doesn't concern me. And it was when I moved here and I got someone, I met that class above me, that I was like, oh, they don't know anything about me, so that means I don't know anything about people there.
Hello. So sleepy. Yeah, you don't need to get up. He's uncomfortable. Which street did you say the shitty apartment on? This guy's 3 bedroom for 1,000.
Really?
Must be.
Like those numbers up
Yeah. 45.
today? Okay. Good. Yeah. Sure.
Immediately turn Kitchen.
Yeah, like the dance. No. No. She so, oh, actually. Mm, 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 mm. Mm.
tout va bien? Non, moi je.
Ok.
Mais juste après, il faudrait qu'on s'entende quand même.
Oui, alors, ouais. Pour maintenant, c'est juste Amina. Moi, je vais convaincre. I will introduce her. Okay. And then she'll take it from there. Yes, sure, yeah. Want to put this on your desk here? Okay, Sébastien, maybe we could talk about.
C'est bon, tout est bon pour on y va?
Oui, je pense que c'est correct. Maintenant, je peux commencer.
So, hello.
So right now your mic is on. Wherever you need to mute it, it's the button on top here. It's muted once you press that. No, your mic's on. So this you could just leave on the table.
So mute, unmute. So this I leave it on the, okay, I'm just gonna go get some water because I feel like I'm gonna get those. You can put it in your pocket, or you can, yeah, I do actually. Okay. 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 Yeah. Yes. I'm not gonna lie. You should have seen me.
Oh, hi, Cynthia. We're just setting up for the session that's about to start now. Welcome in.
Nice to see you. Hi. Hi.
Everybody's like feverishly waving at you. Cynthia. It's because your green for today's occasion looks so great on the screen here. You know, it's like a burst of color in an otherwise drab world of darkness.
Tell me my face isn't as big as that screen.
It's pretty big, but but that's great. That's great. Stephen High's been in here with us all day long. Listen, you don't have to keep your video on if you don't want to. It's a meeting. You choose your own adventure. All right. I think we're just about ready to go, so I'll leave this mic here for Emma.
So welcome back, everyone. I think it's on. Welcome back, everyone. For those of you who are joining us now, we will be having our keynote. I'll just introduce Amina Jalabi very quickly, and then I'll hand it over to her. So Amina Jalabi is a community engaged artist, a photographer, a disability advocate, and a mother of an autistic child. Amina has a master's in art education from Concordia University, and her work focuses on art as a tool to represent difficult knowledge. Amina is also an affiliate at the Center for Oral History and Digital Storytelling. And I also want to add, it's not part of the bio Amina sent. Amina is a really good friend, a colleague. We started our degree at art education together, and she's someone I look up to and learn from. So with that said, Amina, I'll give it to you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am very humbled and honored to be here with you. And I would like to start with this story that I never told before. I was 7 years old when I asked my best friend at the time if her father was ever imprisoned. She looked surprised and said, "Of course not." Well, years later, I understood that imprisonment is usually for people who commit crimes. But to the 7-year-old me, imprisonment was for people who stood up for justice and human rights. So I said to my friend, well, my father was imprisoned. I said it with all the pride and certainty I had. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Amina, and I immigrated with my family to Canada 27 years ago, and I can call Montreal my home.
And I can say I got used to the weather also. I come from a family with a long history of political opposition to the Syrian regime. Many members of my family have been imprisoned, including my uncle, my father, my cousins, simply for the fact for standing up for democracy and human rights. So I grew up hearing their stories and stories of many others, stories of horror, isolation, disappearance, and they were always told in front of me in a very hush-hush way. They were either whispered or they were shared among very close friends and family members. And if you know anything about dictatorships, you know that you cannot share so much with all your family members, because some of them can be your worst enemies and can be the reason you end up in prison for no crime you committed. So I realized at a young age the amount of fear and trauma that the Syrian people have endured. And I also realized that memory is a site of conflict and struggle, as much as the body is a state of control and torture. In dictatorships, what is controlled is not just the bodies of those who are imprisoned, but also their memories. Destruction, detention, and killing are tools to subjugate bodies. But to instill the fear so deep in the subconscious of the Syrian people, to the point where families can't share openly their stories with each other, that parents can't tell their children, the next generation, is actually erasing memory. And it's an attempt to manage history and to silence it. So when I started doing my master's and thinking about my thesis in the art education department here at Concordia, I knew I wanted to interview former political prisoners. And I knew I wanted to use the oral history interview method. I wanted to document those difficult stories as a form of resistance, as an alternative history that empowers those who have been silenced. And I also understood that when I was going to address difficult content or difficult knowledge, in other words, I needed to figure out a way to do it. So, as my undergrad was in film animation, I decided to make a 12-minute long animated documentary, which is the heart of my research creation. The documentary, A Long Night, uses metaphors to represent stories of torture, illness, and hunger endured in the Assad prisons in the last 30 years. And I would like to say something here that I use the shorthand Assad regime or Assad prisons to refer to the current authoritarian government ruled by the Assad family under the Ba'ath Socialist Party. So I found 3 former political prisoners, Syrian, Canadian, who are now residents in Montreal. And I found them through personal connections, because it was important for me to establish that bridge of trust, especially given the situation and the trauma and the fear that the Syrian people have endured. Last but not least, I wanted to make sure that once the film is finished and screened, not to leave my audience unguided or unsupported when confronted with uncomfortable realities. So the question of my research became clear to me. Can documentary animation, or can animated documentary, represent difficult knowledge in public spaces and facilitate the transformation of our compassion into action? To be honest, I did have a concern about how the accounts of systematic torture and mass violence might be profoundly alienating, especially to non-Syrians, and how a sense of confusion and uneasiness could result. Sociologist and criminologist Stanley Cohen, who had a lifelong concern about human rights violation, explains in his book, State of Denial, how the human eye turn a blind eye, how humans turn a blind eye towards uncomfortable realities such as poverty, injustice, and violence. And he concludes that the human tendency is to behave with a lack of empathy. However, the American writer, filmmaker, and political activist Susan Sontag provides another explanation. In her book regarding the pain of others, she suggests that the lack of empathy is not a typical reaction, but the result of feeling helpless to stop the suffering of others. She writes, compassion is an unstable emotion. It needs to be translated into action or it withers. Therefore, it was so important to me that the focus of my work to translate any empathy that the viewer will have and to transfer it into action and to inspire action. And of having frank conversations about what can we do when we confront such realities. So now I'm going to guide you through the phases of my research and how I did it. So it consists of 3 phases: the oral history interviews, making the film, and screening and questionnaires. So the first phase was to conduct oral history interviews. Oral history interviews were very crucial to my research because they are about locating an event within a larger context, within a larger event. So it's about these stories, they were located within the larger context of the Syria political history. Oral history, it's not about just presenting findings on their own out of context. So that's why they were so crucial to my research. Also, I gave the participants the choice to keep their voices, to change them, or to have someone else's voice instead of their voices, to alter them digitally, or also I offered them to use their names or use pseudonym or anonymous in the thesis text and in the film credit. And also I offered them to conduct the interview either in Arabic, French, or English. And all of them chose Arabic, which is their mother tongue, and also my mother tongue, which was an excellent choice because I think it is so important to be very comfortable and to speak in the language that you are most comfortable with when you are retelling a distressing experience. Something also that is I find in oral history that is very important is shared authority. So I want to bring an example how I practiced that. The woman I interviewed referred to sexual violation that she had witnessed, but she did not say anything if she was a victim herself. And I did not want to ask. As an Arab woman, I understood the underlying issues of women imprisonment. Usually women who are imprisoned and then released face stigma and rejection by family members because of the possibility they endured sexual violence. So when she mentioned sexual violation, we were already past her prison story and we were in the aftermath. So I did not want to bring her back into the narrative. And I also wanted to honor and respect her authority of her narrative. I don't want to make any assumptions. I don't want her to say anything that she was not ready to share or not comfortable to share. So it was a shared authority between me and the participants. However, in my second phase, the creative phase, the authority was mine. In making the film, I held somewhat of a dominant position. I had the choice of which segments from the interviews to include or exclude. how to present them artistically through specific metaphors and images. A limitation that I need to acknowledge, however, we did discuss this, I did discuss it with the participants, and they were aware that I was going to make the final decision on the images and which segments to include or exclude. Nevertheless, by invoking political meaning and space for reaction and interpretation, I think it enabled the participant to publicly share their difficult narrative, even if the narrative was shaped by my production process. And this production process was structured around the themes and the codes from the interviews. And here you can see in the slide, these are the 6 themes that came out of the interviews. And then the codes are the specific examples of stories or event that go under the theme. And I used the theme as a way to structure the film from beginning to the end. And what was actually quite interesting, that all the participants kind of went through the same themes by the same order, which helped me to know how to present, like with images, which themes first. So I started with torture and I end with the unexpected end. So all the themes are presented in the film, but the codes, the specific incidents, they vary from one story to the other. So I did not use all of them. I had to exercise a certain degree of decision-making. Yet I had to also to have the final say on the parts of the interviews to include or exclude in my film, also proved extremely challenging and difficult. So I went with my, I don't know how academically correct to say this, but I went with my gut feeling. I chose some codes and I left some codes out. And it's actually discussed at length in my thesis text about the gut feeling and the chaos of the subconscious. So if you're interested, you can read it. But let's go to the third phase now. Screening and questionnaires. So I hosted the premiere screening of the full 12-minute film, A Long Night, at Concordia on March 28th, 2019, for members of the university community. My participants also and other contacts in the Syrian Canadian community. At the end of the film, I provided a link to an online active petition addressed to the United Nations Security Council, which calls for the immediate release of all Syria's detainees who are still alive. Moreover, it demands the location of the burial sites of those who have been executed or tortured to death and hold the killers accountable. The petition was designed as a strategy in creating action, inspired by difficult knowledge. I felt it important that this research project not to leave, like as I explained earlier, not to leave the viewer abandoned with a sense of helpless empathy. And I also felt it important to give sense of agency to the viewer to channel their shock and compassion into something productive. So after the screening, I asked members to anonymously answer how the film impacted their understanding and awareness of the gravity of the situation. The questionnaires and answers are discussed also at a great length in my thesis text. Significance and conclusion. A Long Night gave me the honor to amplify the cause of all those who are giving up so much to push the frontiers of human rights in Syria. My animated documentary delivered their stories through a medium that is subjective and emotional. I realized while making the film and exploring the history of animated documentary that although the medium appeared as a mode of representation more than about a century ago, there is still a shortage of academic studies about the medium. And I also realized there's a tension about the genre of animated documentary because some scholars consider it to be too unreal or too subjective. However, scholars who argue for animated documentary say that all films are construct of realities. So after all, there's no difference if you're making an animated documentary or a real indexed documentary. And actually, they think animated documentary is stronger in its subjectivity, that it can deliver the story in a more emotional way, and that can help to deliver the story maybe on a different level also. So And also scholars argue for the power in presenting unseen realities, like psychological states. And this is something I used in my film. A lot of the psychological things the participants talked about, it was easier to think of a drawing to represent it more than shoot something in real life. And also, animated documentary is great in protecting the identities of vulnerable communities and vulnerable members, which was very crucial to my project. Doing this project triggered many emotions and feelings for me. I had to honestly question the morality of fulfilling the requirements of my MA degree with creative work that explored the great suffering of oppressed people. And I also felt somewhat, apprehensive regarding the amount of suffering I would need to face and hear. But weighing all these questions and concern, I came to the conclusion that doing this research and this film would not just be a journey of personal education, but also an experiment in our ability to deal with difficult knowledge and to inspire action. Responses to the questionnaires in the screening confirmed it to me. And I shared today with you 3 of these responses. I had a lot more. They're all also, you can read about them in my thesis text. One viewer said, the scene where the male ex-prisoner was singing, I felt deeply empathetic how they were not able to run free like myself. So this is empathy. This is connecting on an emotional level to understand the other. Another viewer wrote, sometimes it seems like there are too many nightmares of humanity happening. It is impossible to choose, but this film made Syrian prisoners of opinion go to the top of the list. This also is inspiring action. And the third viewer actually said, I will for sure sign Syrian Families Organization petition, but mostly I think I will try to spread the story among non-Syrians. Not only the film raised awareness and inspired action, but also viewers now want to raise awareness. Let's watch the film together. Thank you. Hey, hi. هلا you're sharing the screen. هلا في نطفي الضواوي ولا؟ Okay. All right.
اللي راحت. حتى الجو بالسجن يعني هو
كانت رعب.
كانت نزلة الدرج هي نزلة يعني
بالنسبة
للمعين من جوا عرفوا انه انا يعني عم بلعب دور.
دخلت الفرع لحالها كانت رعب.
كانت نزلة الدرج هي نزلة يعني بشعة جدا.
يكونوا عيوني مطمشين ماني شايفة شيء ابدا.
هو عبارة عن تقريبا 10 15 درجة تحت الارض. وصلت لكريدور صغير. الكريدور يعني عبارة عن ممر.
يعني ما أعرف كثير أحيانا ما أحسن أعد الطوابق.
الكريدور يفصل المساجي قاعات السجن أو المهرجة تبع السجن عن غرف السجانين والمحققين. طبعا يعني هون بلشت أنا أحس إنه خلص صار أمر واقع وما صرت هون، خصوصا إنه أنا يعني لي أخ مختفي كان قبله كان شي 7 شهور 8 شهور ما بنعرف عنه شيء. صرت أفكر بمصيري يعني إنه أنا يعني وين راح يروح في زمن بعد هيك، يعني راح يكون مصيري من مصير محمد، من مصير الناس اللي اختفت، من مصير الناس اللي راحت. حتى الجو بالسجن يعني هو عبارة عن الواحد ما بيعرف شو ممكن ينادوه على التحقيق.
ممكن ما أرجع لوش الصبح، يعني أضل 4-5 ساعات بجلسة التحقيق.
فهي عبارة عن تعذيب، يعني إنه عم تجيب شخص ما عم ينام، يعني عم تسلبه من ساعات نوم.
كان فترات التحقيق كثير طويلة، يعني كانت منهكة إلي.
بس كانت تحقيق الساعة 1 بالليل وينتهي الساعة 5 الصبح عادة.
يعني أحيانا يبعتوا لي على التحقيق 11-12 بالليل أطلع جلسة التحقيق، ممكن ما أرجع لوش الصبح.
وما حدا بيعرف إمتى ممكن ينادوا، يعني ما في دور إنه اليوم بيجي فلان دوره بالتحقيق بعد يومين بعد 3 بعد 4، ما حدا بيعرف.
فمجرد ما يجي الفنجان نعرف انه حتطلع وحدة، يعني في عندها هلا رحلة موت، يعني انه بتطلع وبتصير تقول ادعوا لي وبنصير بنبكي وبندعي لها.
هي انه الواحد يعيش بواقع انه ما بيعرف امتى ممكن ينادوه او شو ممكن يسألوه.
وصلت على حما وبلشت جولة التعذيب يعني مو طبيعي، اللي أنا ما عم بقول لك اعترف علي أنا الشاب كان معتقل بفرع حما اللي اعترف علي، وعملوا مواجهة بيني وبينه. نتيجة هو كبير بالعمر والله يرحمه توفى بعد ما طلع فترة قصيرة من السجن نتيجة مرضه، يعني لأنه منعوا عليه بالأدوية. فنتيجة بجوز يعني عجزه هيك اعترف علي. أنا ما بلومه نهائيا، لأنه حقيقة لا يلام أي حدا باعتراف. ممكن في عالم نحن التقينا اعترفت على أبوها وعلى أمها وعلى أخوها وأختها يعني وهن ما لهم علاقة، بس لا يخصوا من جولة التعذيب. الشخص اللي اعترف علي حاطينه بالزنزانة رقم 1 وفي 2 و3 فارغة وأنا بالرابعة حطوني هيك. فيوميا هو حقيقة كبير بالعمر، هو يعني كبير أكبر مني، كان بحدود 25 سنة أو 20-25 سنة أكبر مني. فكان يبكي، أنا أسمع أنه يبكي، أسمعه له يبكي. قل له يا فلان ليش هذاك عم تبكي؟ اللي أنا خجلان منك ومن أبوك ومن أهلك الطيبين. كيف إلي عين أنا أطلع وقل لهم إنه يعني أنا اللي سبب اللي فوتك فيها هذاك. قل له يا أبو فلان هذاك لا تزعل، يعني أنا ممكن أحط حالي محلك، ممكن يكون أنا أعترف عليك يعني مشان أنا قوي من عزيمته، يعني ما خليه يعني يحزن يوميا يبكي هيك. وكنت بغني له غني، أنا كان صوتي حلو بهديك الأيام، كنت بغني له من زمان أنا وصغيري كان في صبي يجي من الحراش اللعب أنا وياه، كان اسمه شادي. أنا وشادي غنينا سوا، لعبنا على الحراش ركضنا بالهوا، قصص صغار وروحنا الهوى.
وإنه كتير كان الوضع سيء. كانوا يجيبوا أكل، كان يكون فيه يطلع لنا مثل هيك كباتيل شعر بالأكل برا فلسطين. مرة كان فيه أظافر، يعني كتير كان مقرف. طبعا موضوع الصراصير أنا عندي عقدة هلأ منهم. غرفة الصراصير هي اللي كنت فيها، يعني شد ما حكيت لك عن كم الصراصير الموجود بالغرفة ما هو طبيعي. فالصراصير كانت بتقرص، كانت تاكل من جسمنا. يعني أنا أخاف أنام، إنه بس أنام الصراصير حتمشي علي. فإيش كنا نعمل؟ مثلا تنتين يناموا ووحدة توقف إنه تقعد، إنه مثلا بس تبعد الصراصير عنه. طبعا ما تحسن لأنه عددهم هائل. ما بعرف، يعني هنيك في شيء كنا ناخده، يعني كانوا يحطوه بالأكل بالمي، ما بنعرف شو. كانوا يقولوا إنه يحطوا مادة الكافور بالمي، إنه هي مثل مثبط جنسي. فهي كان إلها يعني كانت تأثر على البنات. ففي منهم يعني يصير عندهم مثل نزيف، في منهم مثلا ما تجيهم الدورة أبدا. يعني مثل أنا 14 شهر ما عاد اجت الدورة أبدا نهائيا. يعني بفرع فلسطين أنا بتذكر في واحد ضلوا يخبطوا له راسه على باب الزنزانة لحتى سمعنا عظم يتكسر. ضل يضربه يقول له إنه بدك تعترف، بدك تحكي هيك، طيب ما بدك تحكي حتموت. وفعلا يعني ضل يضربه لحتى يموت. أحيانا يعني يشر الدم. مرة بعدين نقلوني أنا على المنفردة، فينزل يدخل دمه لعندي لجوا، يعني إنه يتركوه مات وما إنه يشيلوه. هن كتير كنت أسمع صوتهم وهن عم تطلع روحهم، إنه أنا ما في بيني وبينهم غير باب، أنا ما فيني أعمل لهم شيء.
وانا عم بتعرض للتعذيب بيجي تليفون، اهلين بابا، كيفك حبيبتي، كيف. انا هون بعد ما وصلت على الزنزانه انه انا قلت هذا انسان، واللي حكى مع بنته على التليفون انسان. لا يمكن يكون في يعني في تناقض بين الشخصيتين. نفس المحقق اللي كان عم بيسمع صرير اسنانه انا كان مثل الوحش، مثل الذئب علي هيك عم بقول لك انا هيك، وضربني ضرب بوكس. قلت لك كنت واقف على الحيط، اجى هيك خبط راسي. بتسمعي بنجوم الظهر؟ انا شعرت بهي اللمعه بعيوني.
في واحد منهم صايبه كسر بالجمجمة من التعذيب.
يعني حتى بفرع فلسطين مرضت، ضليت 3 أيام غايبة عن الوعي نهائيا.
فهذا اللي صايبه كسر بالجمجمة مغمى عليه، يعني فاقد الوعي.
حتى انه حاكين مع السجان قايلين له انه هي هيك انه بس جيبوا لها دكتور او دواء او اي شيء.
وكان هو عم يعني يحاول انه يشيلوه على المستشفى، ياخذوه على شيء مكان عالجوه كذا هيك، وبس يموت خبرني.
فقال لهم بس تموت خبروني نكبها بالزبالة. بعد فترة رحت شفت القاضي. فانه انت كنتي تشتغلي كنتي ممرضة بمشفى للارهابيين، فانه انت ما حتطلعي، انت حتتوقفي وبصمي على توقيفك. فانا ما قلت له ولا شيء، طلعت فيه قلت له ايه رح ابصم، اصلا هي المحكمة مانا شرعية. فبصمت وطلعت. فايش عمل القاضي لما التأم مني؟ حولني جنايات. ايش يعني جنايات هي ناس اللي بتضل بتحضر جلسات محكمة لحتى بالأخير ينحكم عليها حكم ما لا يقل عن 15 سنة. في هنيك كتير. أنا يعني تفاجأت إنه معتقلات سياسيات ينحكموا 18 و15 سنة. في وحدة انحكمت إعدام، نظيرة كانت بفرع فلسطين، هي وبنتها غدير. نقلوها نظيرة من فرع فلسطين، كانت تروح تحضر جلسات محكمة، من الفرع يطلعوها تحضر جلسات محكمة وترجع. بعدين نظيرة انحكمت إعدام، انبعتت على الصيدناية، انعدمت هني. وبنتها غدير انتقلت على عدرا، حكموها 18 سنة. كان في هنيك كتير ناس إنه ينحكموا، يعني أحكام طويلة، يعني أعداد مرعبة.
كمان بيجرونا جر بكربشوا الإيدين مع الرجلين ويطلعونا من النظارة هيك على الدرج على لعند القاضي.
بعد شهر أكتر من شهر إنه القاضي بيتغير والمحامي هو كأنه له كتير معارف.
على حسن حظي كمان إنه القاضي كان صديقي يعني زميل الدراسة.
خبروني إنه أجاكي أخلاق سبيل إنه بكفالة.
قال لي اليوم بتنام عندك. فأنا ما عرفت يعني أشكره، أحكي، أضحك، أبكي، ما عرفت.
إيه فما كنت مصدقة يعني.
Hello? Okay. So I just want to mention something, like what you saw today or you heard, these are the easy stories. These are the stories of survivors. And like you saw hundreds of thousands of people. If you know the Caesar photos, that there were, there's this guy who worked as a photographer to document all the prisoners. Like if you see these photos, they're called the Caesar's photos because he goes by the nickname Caesar to protect his identity. He's smuggled photos of dead bodies, and they look like the photos from the Holocaust. Go on Google, check them, and you will know that what you saw today is nothing compared to the reality of things. To go now a little bit on something different, I'm going to take you to what I have been working on lately, as requested by Emma and encouraged by Emma. She said, Amina, it's important that you tell us about what you're doing right now. So you don't mind, right? I'm going to talk about it, and it won't be long. So as a community engaged artist, I want to do something. I am moving forward these days with the same topic of difficult knowledge, but through the lens of disability theory. As a mother of an autistic child, I realize that disability marks the last frontier of unquestioned inferiority. Research has shown that 67% of people feel uncomfortable talking to disabled people and fear of saying something wrong or patronizing. And also many people haven't heard of the word ableism and are unaware to what extent discrimination still exists against disabled people. I myself, as a mother of an autistic child, was an ableist person in the beginning of my journey. I wanted Yasmin to behave like typical people. I was devastated when I realized to what extent her disability was. And I was saddened by the fact that she is a person who needs a lot of support. However, I kept reading about the meaning of being different and disability as an identity. I became aware how the narrative around disability is not controlled by disabled people, but rather by abled parents of disabled people. So I started listening more to people from different disabilities, especially autistic verbal adults, who can educate me more about my daughter. I learned that I can be an ally and not make Yasmin's autism centered around me. This journey started when I decided to start my YouTube channel, a channel that is addressed to Arabic-speaking audience, especially because I noticed a lack of awareness among my community. But to my surprise, the same way my project with former political prisoner was a personal learning journey, my YouTube channel became a journey of personal education. New learned concepts and the difficult history of disability are becoming building blocks in my work towards building more inclusive, equal, accessible, and positive societies. And I would like to share one of my favorite episodes from my channel. I filmed it to celebrate Yasmin's 9th birthday. Your help.
كان يا مكان قصة لأم تعلمت من ابنتها ياسمين أن الحياة ليست ما نخطط له، وبأن الحب هو مفتاح كل شيء. ياسمين مثل البرعم أو الينبوع تتدفق منها الحياة الكامنة. في مثل هذه الأيام قبل 9 أعوام كانت أيضاً أول ندف الثلج قد بدأت تتساقط لتتزامن مع ولادة ياسمين.
أوكي، مين بده يجي ياكل مني؟ ها؟ لك ياسمين أكل. الجريء بيطلع له أكل. مين الجريء بيناتكم؟
Whoa! Don't fight, guys! ياسمين مثل الثلج الأبيض الناصع، علمتني أن الحب يجب أن يكون صافياً، نقياً، مثل شتاء مونتريال. علمتني ياسمين أن أبقى متفائلة، لأنه بعد كل شتاء يعود الربيع، وبأن الحياة تستمر رغم الصعوبات. تسعة أعوام وأنا قد أسألها نفس السؤال عدة مرات، أو أنتظر برهة من الوقت حتى تستطيع استيعاب سؤالي وحتى تستطيع أن تجيبني. قد تطلب مني أن تسمع مطلع أغنية ما ونعيده عشرات المرات لكي تخلق لنفسها عالماً تشعر به بالأمان، في عالم لا تستطيع أن تستبق أحداثه وأن تفهمه. قد تردد كلمة عشرات المرات طيلة النهار لتنظم حواسها ومشاعرها. ولكن الإنسان أكبر من إعاقته والروح أوسع من الجسد. ياسمين فتاة في عمر الزهور، أكتشف كل يوم من الخبايا ما لا تستطيع أن تعبر عنه بكلماتها، ولكنها تعيشها بكامل كينونتها كما كل الأطفال. ياسمين تحب الموسيقى وألوان قوس القزح والدمى والغناء لهم ليناموا.
Yellow, 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 color yellow, 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 yellow.
Yeah, we're gonna eat. Linus has to be with us. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, Yasmin. Birthday to you. Don't be scared, Yasmina. Happy birthday to you. Hey, dear Yasmin. Happy birthday to you. Hey, my.
Now blow on the
Yasmin.
camera on the.
رح أشعل هيئة. Happy birthday, dear Yasmin. Happy birthday to you. سنة حلوة يا جميل. سنة حلوة يا جميل. سنة حلوة، سنة حلوة، سنة حلوة يا جميل. Blow the candle. Yay!
Let's blow it one more time. Blow it one more time. Do it. Faster.
Loud. I celebrate my birthday every day because I am 1 year older.
Good reading. Let's continue.
Little red
On
my leg.
read
Little
on
my birthday people might say happy birthday to me.
loud. Friends. Thank you. You know, I feel like moms who share their children photos, like, look at my child, she's so cute. Maybe you're not as excited as the mommy. But this episode, because it's in Arabic, so I don't have many episodes in English, like with the English subtitles. And also, this is one of, like, I love it. It's one of my favorite episodes, and it has a lot of, like, to me, it's very emotional. It was a very emotional episode when I was filming it and editing it. Just before we go to the questions and answers, I wish to thank the courageous people who agreed to let me record their testimonies, the 3 survivors who endured imprisonment and torture in Assad prisons in Syria, Adnan, Hana, and Anonymous. And I wish to show my gratitude to my supervisor and mentor, Dr. Kathleen Vaughn. She guided me and encouraged me to be professional and to do the right thing even when the road got tough. I also would like to express my deepest appreciation to my committee members, Dr. Lori Blair, who has been along with me on this journey from the first day, from the day when I thought about applying to art education. She was the one I met, and I fell in love with the department because of Lori. Last but not least, the completion of my film would have not been possible without the artistic support of brilliant filmmaker Shira Avni, who teaches at the film animation department at Concordia. And I also would like to pay my personal regard to Amina Khoulani, a Syrian survivor of Assad's prison, who gained exile in the UK in 2014, and a founder of the women-led organization Families for Freedom. I thank her for her guidance, input, and allowing me to use their petition for this thesis purpose on channeling compassion into action. And I also would like to recognize the invaluable impact of the Center for Oral History and Digital Storytelling at shaping my ethical practice as a researcher and an artist, especially when working with vulnerable communities. And thank you.
Thank you, Amina. I don't know if we have questions. Yeah, Amanda.
Thank you, Amina. I want to say that I love animation. I also I'm an animator and work with documentary practices, and this is a question that it always comes to my mind when it comes to create animations that aren't like in this very fine division between illustrating and also creating visual metaphors. I'm not sure in which line. Maybe that's the interesting thing about it, that it oscillates between them. My question is about empathy. Okay. I find that empathy is a very big challenge in filmmaking. So I wonder, from your perspective, if you really truly believe that film, in this case animation, and putting into the screen literal emotions or not emotions, but testimonials and nonfiction observations will create actually empathy, where somebody from the global north who has another kind of reality is able to actually be in the shoes of someone who has been tortured, who has been in very harsh situations. And because I hear several times the word and the concept of empathy and empathetic kind of like feelings from the audience. So I wonder if how do you find that? Do you think it's actually achievable? And do you think empathy is like something that we can create as a filmmakers, and then what else after empathy, right?
Yeah, I hear you. Actually, when I was making the film and was speaking to my supervisor, Dr. Kathleen Vaughn, I did say to her, I said, well, the news of Syria is everywhere. Everybody knows what's going on. And I mentioned also the Caesar photos of, that looks like concentration camps, and nothing is happening, and the Russians, like just what they're doing in Ukraine, by the way, right now, they're doing in Syria. So I completely hear you. Like, does it really create any empathy or like inspire action? I wasn't sure myself, but I think what was very important for me is to document these stories as an alternative history, because the Syrian regime is denying those stories. So it's, at least they are documented, and there are so many Syrian amazing organizations that are working on documenting these stories. So I think it's very important as filmmakers, especially me as a Syrian filmmaker, and my own family went through this tragedy, that and I mentioned that the regime goes to extreme measures to install the fear in people, so we don't tell our story. It's, at the end, it's about telling our story, and the more people know about it, like, if one person more knows about our history, so at least our story is the narrative that we want the people to hear. And I believe one day the evil will be defeated. When and how? Is it art? Is it politics? Is it, I don't know what's gonna happen. But, as an artist, as a researcher, as an educator, I wanted to do this, like, as I said, as an alternative history. But of course, I didn't want to make just an art project and display it in public spaces and just leave people like this. Because I also read a lot in literature about the shock of thought, like people who go to museums, like, about the Black history, about First Nation and all that. When you are looking at the even history that ended, like it's as an artist, as an educator, somebody who's engaged with communities, you shouldn't, just because it becomes also like a type of voyeurism. You're looking at the suffering of others when you're not trying to create a way to engage the audience with the other. And also, I think I'm looking at like bringing and bridging cultures together. Like, it's sad, but sometimes a lot of Syrians are feeling a lot of empathy to Ukrainians and what's happening now. And some people are saying, oh, and it was us, nobody cared, and now the whole world cares. But I feel like, what, if you don't talk about someone, one day they, like someone suffering, one day it will be my suffering and nobody will talk about my suffering. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, it's I've watched your Yasmin, this special movie. You know that I'm a fan of Yasmin and I follow it all the time. But also your first piece of art and piece of activism. This is how I feel it. This is activism at its utmost. I want to quote Martin Luther King: "An injustice anywhere is injustice, like an injustice somewhere is an injustice anywhere."
Yeah.
And this defeats, in a way, the concept of empathy.
Okay.
Because we don't need.
I see what you mean.
Are we became so cruel?
I know.
Not to be able to understand cruelty unless we see it and hear it.
Yeah, and even when we hear it and see it sometimes.
Yeah, and that is sad.
It is. Yeah.
But watching your piece, as I said, of art, a jewel of activism, there is hope, because we should keep on going. Like otherwise, I'm thinking of that girl of 10 years who took her life recently here in Canada. Like, if there is no hope, we are all like that little girl left alone.
Yeah.
So I salute your work. I salute your ability to navigate the tough memories. Sad enough, these are not memories.
It's still happening.
Yeah. So thank you for your humanity.
Thank you. And like what I said, also what Suzanne Sontag said, it's like sometimes it's and we feel like we are not capable of helping. So sometimes this is like people, I think, yeah, I'm saying empathy, but also because I do acknowledge that people sometimes see suffering of others and they feel like they don't have the tools. What can we do? So this is also the purpose of my work. Like, what can we do? Not only my people suffering, but other people suffering all over the world. Yeah.
Thank you, Amina. I think we have time just for, we're out of time, but we have one more question. I'm going to ask it. Yeah.
Do we have a question here?
Yeah, from Adela on Zoom. So Adela's asking, thank you for sharing, Amina. Can you please expand on your use of music and sound design? And how do you envision the mood that music and sound creates to shift the way the testimonies are received, interpreted? Is the music chosen or discussed with the participants? And I lost the rest of the question, but you get the gist of it. Or does it connect to the narrative in any way? Or is it purely aesthetic choice?
I think it connects to the narrative, and it's maybe aesthetic, and I'm gonna go with the gut feeling again. And Eisner discusses that, as I said, you can read the pieces. But what I did, actually, this is something I did not mention. When I finished, as I explained, when I started interviewing the participants and I gave them the consent, and the forms and everything, and explaining how the project is going to happen, I made it clear to them that the artistic choices are going to be mine. And I think they were kind of relieved, because they felt already, sitting down and telling me the stories, it didn't seem to them like, no, I want to be part of the artistic creation. However, I do mention in my thesis, maybe in future project, that I would consider the participation of my participants artistically also. But what we decided once, actually not even once it was done, every now and then when I was making the film and progressing, I would share segments and I'm saying, oh, this is your part, I'm doing it like this, I'm putting this music. Do you have any feedback? Is it something you don't like? And I told them, you have the veto to say, Amina, even if it's a story that you told me and I have the consent and everything, but once it's illustrated, you felt, I don't want this to be shared publicly anymore, or the way you illustrated it, I'm not comfortable with it, that they had a veto right to say no to the illustrations and to the music and the soundtrack and everything. I'm not a sound person at all. I even had problems with the interviews. this is, this is something also I discussed in my thesis, how you learn about technical stuff that you're not even thinking about them when you start research, and you have big dreams and you want to do something, and then you make a big mistake technically, and then you're regretting it. But I didn't want to imagine, like, I interviewed them and the sound quality isn't great. I'm not going to go and re-interview them again after they told me all these stories. So there was a lot of conversations between me and Shira Avni at the film animation with Kathleen, and then we decided that it's not the ethical thing to redo the interviews, and that we're gonna try. And I hired someone, a friend, to try to, like, he worked on them to make them clear. So that he did a good job. And so to go back to the sound music, so it's just like, I went and on the internet, and I chose the soundtracks that I felt to me that they were expressing the story and the music. It's really the gut feeling answer. So I felt like I took too long.
No, and thank you, everyone. Yeah. Something I didn't say when I was introducing Amina, she's also the winner of last year's award for excellence in oral history. Smooth transition to you, Sébastien. Okay. Thank you so much, Amina.
Thank you. Okay.
Merci et félicitations Amina merci pour la présentation et félicitations pour le prix. C'est maintenant l'heure du prix 2022 que tout le monde attend avec impatience. Le prix d'excellence en histoire orale. Cette année, chaque année c'est difficile, mais cette année c'était particulièrement difficile d'attribuer le prix. Nous avons reçu 5 candidatures et pour être tout à fait honnête, les 5 auraient pu gagner. Donc ça dénote la qualité du travail qui est fait par les chercheurs émergents, par les étudiants et les étudiantes. Mais il a fallu faire un choix. Bon, vous allez voir, le choix a été extrêmement difficile. Je ne suis pas dans la caméra. Ok, ouais. Ok, je suis ici. Le choix a été extrêmement difficile. Je veux d'abord remercier le comité de sélection, Léa Cabillo, Lisa Ndjuru et Anya Punkan, qui sont membres du conseil d'administration du Code. Et donc, il a fallu choisir, et comme c'était très très difficile, pendant notre conversation, on s'est rendu compte qu'en fait, il y avait 3 candidatures qui ensemble étaient cohérentes par rapport au travail qui a été fait et qui est fait en relation avec ce que fait Codes. Donc, nous avons décidé de partager le prix entre 3 candidats cette année. Et j'espère que vous allez comprendre pour ça. On n'avait pas pensé à comment ça se passerait l'année prochaine pour guest speaker but we organize something specifically for that. Donc, cette année, les trois candidats qui vont se partager le prix sont Fred Buril pour son doctorat intitulé Histoire, Memory and Struggle in Saint-Henri, Montréal, qui a été nominé par Stephen High. Emmanuelle Dufour, j'espère qu'elle est avec nous en ligne pour sa thèse de doctorat des histoires à raconter d'Annie Cooney et Acuna, les mémoires graphiques en tant qu'outil de rencontre réflexive et conversationnelle avec les réalités autochtones et allochtones du Québec, qui a été nominé par Kathleen Wu. On peut aussi applaudir Emmanuelle. Et Zeina Ismaël Alouche, aussi pour son doctorat Ineradicable Voices, Narratives Toward Rerouting, an oral history research creation based on the life stories of individuals who experience transracial inter-country adoption. So as you can see, we had like these 3 great PhDs that were just candidates for this, and it was just too difficult for the committee to decide which one of those 3 would deserve the most. So therefore, we have decided, and I'm glad to see Lisa is here, to share the prize between those 3 candidates. So I'm going to invite very briefly, maybe, I don't know if Stephen is here, we're going to do it by alphabetical order. Oh, he's there, yeah, of course he's there. So I don't know, Stephen, do you want to say a couple of words about?
No, it's okay.
So Stephen doesn't want to say words, but he said a couple of things in the letter. maybe if you don't mind, Stephen, I can say a sentence or two from what you wrote. One of the things that I find most impressive about Dr. Fred Burrell, a housing activist in the neighborhood, is his commitment to working with working class residents in the preparation of this dissertation. The thesis is grounded in the local knowledge of his interview partners, who are mostly already known to him, and the records of the housing group he belongs to. But these are more than distant sources. Again and again, he has sought to use the thesis writing process to open up a space of critical reflection within the neighborhood. Congratulations, Fred. And do we have a ceremony here? Where is Emma? We could take some pictures. So I don't know if you want to take a picture or not, Fred, or if you want to say a few words. You want to come and say a few words? You have to, no. Yeah.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you to everybody in the codes community that has been so supportive of me over the many years of my PhD dissertation. And it was a real pleasure to work with my friends in the neighborhood, and I hope that the project will ultimately be of some relevance to them. And I'm working on translating it from the unwieldy dissertation form into something more digestible. So thank you very much. And I should say as well that it's a real honor to share it with Zaina and with Emmanuel as well, who I actually feel better about sharing the award than I would have otherwise, because I think that's more in line with the ethics of codes. Thank you.
Félicitations. So the second one is Emmanuel. I don't know if Emmanuel is online with us. She's not? Okay. Okay, well, and I know that Kathleen is not, because Kathleen, she said that she might be able to, but she was not able to join us. But I can
I'm here.
Oh no,
Yes.
okay. Well, let's move on to Kathleen. Okay. I was saying Kathleen, but let's move on to Zaina, and then you can say a few words if you want, Kathleen. So let's move on to Zaina. I don't know if you want to say a few words about the work of Zaina, who is here with us.
Oh, thank you, Tanse. Bonjour, everybody. Yes, I'm happy to say a few words about the work of Doctora Zaina Ismail-Alouche, who I've known now for probably around 5 years or so. And what really moved me about Zaina's approach to her research was the level of ethical care and mindfulness that went into the sort of foundational and contextual details of place and concern for, whose land we're on, whose territory is this, being aware of these important aspects because of, her own rich experience with diaspora, with, cross-cultural encounters, meeting people in different spaces. And I also really appreciate how, Zaina's depth of character really attunes her to understand human suffering, as well as beauty and, the spirit of dignity, which surpasses just elements of survival, but also, grace and, I said beauty, but it's about the human spirit and how people can overcome great hardships, such as being removed from their family of origin or their birth family, their natural family, to be placed in cross-cultural adoptions, often forced. And so Zaina's work considered international adoptees in Lebanon, but also relating to the context of the 60s scoop here in Turtle Island, and not comparing, but understanding that there are common experiences of forced removal, colonialism, and suffering. And there are processes for, restoring balance, seeing people as whole beings, and, you know, moving into some kind of position in life where you can actually be inspirational and helpful to other people. So I could go on and on, but I won't. And just congratulations, Zaina, and thank you, everyone. I'm really happy for all the winners, all the choices, because as Fred mentioned, it's so hard to choose amongst these very important pieces of work and research. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kathy, for your words. I'm very lucky. The first door ever opened to me in Montreal as an immigrant was an Indigenous door with my primary supervisor, Elizabeth Fast, and the one who is supporting me all the time and who brought me also to this this acknowledgement is my friend Kathy, who's also a renowned activist, Indigenous scholar, and human being, amazing human being. I'm also happy to see Stephen High. He's also my supervisor, was on my supervision committee, but also he was my first teacher on oral history. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to have studied oral history with you and through you, Stephen High. Thank you, Codes, for being a collaborator on the project, because actually Codes was the space where all the collaborators and owners of the stories have chosen Codes as the place to entrust Codes with their narratives, and they felt that this is the perfect place and the perfect platform to put out their stories. Thank you for all my collaborators. Thank you, Emma, for being a collaborator, my son Jad, my daughter, and the 9 wonderful people who entrusted me with their stories, and with the 23 collaborators who shared with me and through their stories the authority on the whole project. It was not mine, it was theirs and mine as well. And just to conclude on this, I know that there is a small amount of money connected to the award. So on behalf of the collaborators, we have collectively decided to donate the money to the families of Sisters in Spirit. It's a grassroots community organization, indigenous, led by indigenous people, to advocate for the missing and murdered indigenous women in Canada. So on behalf of you, Codes, and on the collaborators on the project, we're donating this little amount, just a kind of strategic donation, and then to keep on thinking of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zaina, and thank you, Kathy, for taking the time. I know you're teaching, so thank you for that. I was mentioning Kathleen Wu before, but that's all right. I can do it now because the third person who received the award is Emmanuel Dufour pour sa thèse de doctorat, and I'm going to read a couple of lines from the letter from Kathleen about the work of Emmanuel. Her dissertation was awarded Canadian's Concordia's Governor General Gold Medal in spring 2021, and she has been selected as valedictorian for the fall 21 convocation. But more impressively, the work's significance academic plaudit is the graphic novel's impact in the broader world since its 2021 publication by Éco-Société as a 200 pages volume under the title C'est le Québec qui est né dans mon pays, carnet de rencontres d'Annie Cooney à Accueillir. And if you haven't read it yet, I will really encourage you to take a look at this book. The chorus of media raves attest to the timeliness and significance of Emmanuel's reflexive, conversational, relational, and anti-racist graphic novel. With 13,000 books printed so far, and it was already a couple of months ago, it is now at its third reprint with another expected in the spring. So would like to congratulate Emmanuel for this prize as well. So thank you very much. So you know the responsibility, you get a small check because you were 3 of them, so you have to share it somehow, but also you'll be invited to be the guest speaker next year here, and we'll find a way to make time and space for the 3 of you. So congratulations again.
Thank you. So time for another short break, just to stretch your legs. So we will be back at 2:55 with our next panel. And on Zoom, there is another screening right now. It will be video by Amanda Gutierrez. So you're welcome to watch it until 2:55. Oh, no.
And for the panelists in the upcoming panel, like it would be great if you could just have a chat with me.
Press it, it's unmuted, it just takes a second.
Okay.
And if you need, so now we can hear you in the space.
Allô? Ok, on va tenter de commencer ça en répétant 3 fois chacun des slogans après moi. Assez! Assez! Pas une de plus, la violence conjugale, c'est assez! Assez! Pas une de plus, la violence conjugale, c'est assez! Ok, on commence! Assez! Assez! Pas une de plus, la violence conjugale, c'est assez! 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 Pas une de plus, la violence conjugale, c'est assez! Contre les féminicides, je me lève et je me bats! Contre le patriarcat, je me lève et je me bats! Formas de matar a una mujer. Cortarle el cuello. Muerte instantánea. Encerrada sin agua. Muerte entre 3 y 7 días. Encerrada con agua pero sin comida. De 15 a 40 días. Estrangulada. De 1 a 15 minutos. Quemada 8 minutos. Desangrada entre 3 minutos y 1 hora. Congelada entre 90 y 100 minutos. Ahogada por gas 10 minutos.
golpeada con un objeto romo en el parietal instantáneamente. Apuñalada en el corazón, 10 segundos. Demandan expropiar mi cuerpo. Es legítimo según la ley. El juez regulará copiosos honorarios que habrá hecho justicia. Declararán mi placer de interés público. Hallarán la marca incandescente de un hierro patriarcal sobre mi espalda. Me sepultarán bajo sus escuelas, sus iglesias, sus cortes de justicia. Me quebrarán por no torcer el brazo. Me violarán gendarmes de todas las tropas. Apelaré.
We're just going to go through a very specific part of the walk that is in front of the skate park, going through the inner tunnel, come back, and then go through the other structure. One of the important parts to me is not necessarily have headphones to listen this audio walk or this augmented reality walk, but it's kind of like a listening together. So we will have these 5 speakers, which, this is very important, you can carry on.
That the collective was born in March 2020 as the objective was to gather like a group of people, and especially people who identify as female. And then the other one was talking about how we can just gather in a group and let's say we want to paste or glue about this, and we're just gonna go and
on avait besoin de se retrouver entre femmes, d'avoir des discussions, de s'organiser et de se faire entendre. Se faire entendre dans le milieu urbain est la meilleure façon d'avoir des discussions.
Mais est-ce que dans le fond, la solution pour faire ça, ça serait limite comme créer un groupe de collaborateurs qui ne sont pas des coloreuses, tu sais, et de ces personnes-là qui seraient comme toutes les personnes qui veulent, genre. Ben là, on veut paster sur une affaire, puis là, ces personnes-là, n'importe qui dit, ben moi, je veux paster.
Bonjour Montréal, ça me fait trop plaisir de vous parler. C'est Citlali de la Réminiscence qui vous parle. Je suis super heureuse de voir que Stéphane, you feel like however everyone's going to go lost. And the fact that it's
bien que, moi je me rappelle à l'époque, il y a comme plusieurs années, on collait sur les affiches, parce que tu as parlé de publicité, fait que ça me fait penser à ça, on collait sur des affiches, sur des pubs, c'était une pub sexiste comme partout. Et ça, j'avais vraiment aimé ça parce que c'était exactement ce que tu dis, c'est que là, tout à coup, je voyais des fois des gens comme américains passer à côté des affiches, je me disais, mais pourquoi c'est sexiste? C'est pas sexiste, c'est juste une femme qui pense pas. Puis là, les gens, ils se mettaient à en parler, puis exactement, je trouve que c'était tellement important de dire, mais
de manera directa, sin filtros, sin pasar por los filtros que nos impusen.
Je disais, ah, puis là, il y a un fou qui est arrivé, puis il s'est mis à nous crier dessus, puis il a arraché nos lèvres. C'était genre, regarde les affaires dans la gueule toute la journée. On n'a jamais demandé de voir des femmes à poil, on n'a jamais demandé de voir comme des hommes qui coupent des burgers. Mais donc ça, j'ai pas su quoi répondre en vrai. J'ai pas su quoi dire parce que j'ai dit ça, mais en même temps, oui, techniquement, t'as pas le droit de le faire.
I'm going to stop there. It's because I don't want to interrupt the flux of these people walking here. But one of the important elements that this person was speaking, and the reason why I wanted to put it in this location is because the person who was explaining is like the idea of the ownership of the street, which is very important. And you can see it around, right? Like how many identities through speaking and the walls are presented.
Protest we did the night before the 8th of March. It's very legitimate for us to be angry and to show that anger, and if it's and hasn't been working to play like the part we're supposed to play in that patriarchal society, which is closing your legs, looking at the ground and not saying anything, and it's just not working. So obviously we're trying different ways. Women and minorities of gender are empowered by what we do, so we know it's working. So I think it's because they are.
I really love the sentence which is something that the person in the interview said. We have a lot of anger. Yes, we are emotional.
No, I think
it's associated
we should start
with women in a very negative.
So hi everyone, I'm going to ask you to take your seats back. If I'm not mistaken, I'm cutting the break short. No, I'm not. So Lisa, I know Lisa's here somewhere. So now is the time for our third panel of the day, Co-Creative Encounters, which will be moderated by Lisa and Juru. And I'll hand it over to you, Lisa.
Alors, good afternoon. I am happy to see you here. This panel is going to be about co-creative encounters, les rencontres co-créatives. And it's going to feature 3 scholars. The first one is going to be David Leroux, with Making and Meaning, a proposition for community-based research creation. David is an artist and community art educator, currently pursuing a PhD in art education at Concordia University, so here. His doctoral thesis considers the dialectic relationship between the aesthetics of place and its social, economic, and cultural formations, considering these questions through community education. He currently teaches and works at the Pointe Saint-Charles Art School, a community school that offers free and low-cost art classes in Montreal's southwest. David, it is yours for 15 minutes, and I've been told to be, there was an adjective about
Can you let me know when it's 5 and we'll...
I can do 10.
You can do 10?
5 and then 0.
Perfect. Giving away my presentation now. So I assume we're on the clock. Thank you, everybody. So the work I'm going to show you is in progress. It's really part of the formation of my thesis that's currently on its way to becoming formed. So if I'm taking the offer to show work in progress too far, please let me know. But as was said, I'm a community teacher and proposing, excuse me, it's been a while since I've been in front of this many people. So again, the title of the talk is Making a Meaning, a Proposition for Community-Based Research Creation. So to get to the crux of what I'm trying to talk about today, I think I need to go back to how I moved through oral history and wanted to at one point take up oral history as a key part of my doctoral proposal. So I need to go back to the beginning of my dissertation, which I started in September of 2019. I entered as an artist new to art education and was interested in inductive forms of research, wanting to understand the city, how the city is seen and experienced from the perspective of everyday people living everyday lives in the city. I had some knowledge of oral history as I had taken Right to the City with Dr. Cynthia Hammond a number of years before, and always wanted to find a way to bring that back into my research. So I had planned to study the Montreal's Peel Basin, which are former industrial lands on the edge of Griffintown and Pointe Saint Charles in the Sud-West. And they're currently, underused and they're ripe for development. And the biggest proposition for this development to this point, you can see back here on the slides, is Stephen Bronfman's baseball stadium. So there's this proposal to kind of continue the extension of Griffintown, condos, shops, and things like this, with the baseball stadium and this promise to bring back the expos at the center. On the other side, though, there was a community organization called Action Gardien. I say this in the past, this is still ongoing, the baseball has been nixed, but this community organization, Action Gardien, wanted to build public housing and things of this nature. So I wanted to study this from oral history and understand how the space, the histories of the space, how it's changed over time, and how people sort of change their understandings as the development goes on. So I had planned to start my interviewing in April of 2020, which turns out was a doomed proposition. But I was, a month away from starting when the pandemic hit. I was like finishing my ethics and things like that. But I was fortunate to have a supervisor who directed me to something else, which was she had suggested I reach out to the Pointe Saint Charles Art School and teach a community class. And so I kind of had nothing better to do, and like everyone else, so I took it up. And what I developed was 2 online classes called Landscaping the City, which ran for 8 weeks each. And over the course of these classes, I, as the instructor, shared artistic and social frameworks for the city as landscape, and led students in small projects for a number of weeks. So I took Kevin Lynch's idea that a city's image or its imageability kind of comes from many small images that are contained within each person, which overlap into this like greater idea of Montreal or of the Sud-West, or there's a number of ways we could think through it. So he states that every individual has an image and an understanding of the city that's shaped by our social formations. Maybe we're new to a city and we see it in a different way. Maybe we have lived in a neighborhood for a long time. And for him, all of these are important in understanding how a city is read or how it is legible. So students were asked to reflect visually their own image of the city. So projects had participants go for walks, to take pictures, to look closely at neighborhoods. In addition, I would teach skills and techniques which helped students to render their own understandings. So some were expert artists, some were beginners, some were adults, some were kids. Some just came to the class to listen, some came to work, but I had a good core of about 15 students, about aged 12 to 80. So it was a really big range, but they were all, as you'll see in a moment, excellent. And so the class culminated in student projects, which you can see many of them listed here, and there's many that I haven't, but these were topics that they took up on their own, things that they wanted to do. as you can see, ruelles, lights at night, urban ecologies and wildlife, urban sketching, gathering places, formal concerns around light and dark, trains, the stairwells of Montreal. So some of these were just aesthetic interests. Some of these were more social interests or more, just varying interests. So I'm just going to share a few of these works now, just to give you a sense of the range of the things that students took up. So this is a work by Leon, who, let me just see if I can pull up the, so Leon drew from his own life growing up in Montreal Southwest. And this is, on the right, you can see an image of the, it was the Negro Cultural Center, or Community Center, sorry, in Little Burgundy, which had a long storied history. You know, it formed in the 20s and they had built this wonderful church. And unfortunately, due to economic problems and, you know, a number of mishaps along the way, the center ran out of money and sort of fell into dilapidation. And as you can see, the wall on the side kind of fell into rubble. And so Leon started just by drawing the picture you see to your left, which was this charcoal image of the rubble, you know, really getting into it. But then he started to see faces and he started to see different things within the rubble. And he started to, 10 minutes, thank you. He started to, you know, see these faces and develop a series of faces just from what he was seeing and what he was interpreting from the rubble. And so there was a lot of, you know, research, personal research that went into this, but also just a lot of aesthetic exploration. The second is by Nuella, who made this collage drawing on a number of storefronts around Point St. Charles. And she had mentioned, you know, sort of just falling into this and seeing all these storefronts and seeing, you know, thinking about what they all meant. But then she started to see it as like a metaphor for all the people that kind of live side by side in the neighborhood. And in classes, our discussions kind of went into thinking about, you know, how the neighborhood is a little bit, or not a little bit, it's very much endangered by, you know, gentrification and rising rents, all the things that we're currently worried about, or people who think about the city are currently worried about. And the work, you know, just kind of had this other flair to it where, you know, I never really thought about the sign as like this extension of the neighborhood and extension of the people who live there. The third is a video, and I am hoping it works. How do we turn the sound on? That's okay. Oh, thank you, thank you. Perfect.
Ça, c'est la belle maison bleue et les habits balançant dans l'air. Voici les porte-manchets en bois et les plantes qui montent. Ici, il y a la porte bleue et la vieille chaise sur le balcon. Ceux-ci sont les jouets abandonnés, le mur de briques et les plantes qui s'y agrippent. Ça, ce sont le vélo et la trottinette, à côté à la clôture. Et finalement, ma place préférée, et voici, c'est moi, Rosie.
So, you know, I kind of just planned this class and planned it to be a one-off and planned to return to the research when COVID allowed. But after the classes had ended, I began re-examining my dissertation And I started to recognize within these projects the inductive views of the city that had attracted me to oral, excuse me, oral history. So I was able to see, the tremendous, social and aesthetic value in the work. And so what I'm calling community-based research creation, in what I'm calling that, I'm suggesting that works like these can be kind of seen as data as part of a larger study in a way that we might have seen or we might see an oral history interview. So these are just sort of a few of the, when thinking about what is community-based research creation, I think we need to keep in mind that I'm very much entrenched in classrooms, very much entrenched in teaching. So this is how I see it, but I'm hoping it just kind of opens up a discussion as opposed to says, this is the way it has to happen. But nevertheless, number one is works created in the community art classroom that welcome participants to inject their own lives, ideas, or research. And number two is works that act as a visual document or testament like an oral history interview. And so I'm not saying all the works the students created in the classroom were, what I'm talking about here, but I'm saying that there was definitely some works that students began to share these elements and began to grow out of. So that's what I'm talking about here. And so I was really thinking through, how the ethics of oral history helped to shape these ideas and helped to shape the sense that we could start to use visual documentation from students as opposed to just or from participants, sorry, as opposed to just the oral testament. So with this, I found it was less extractive and more reciprocal. So the classes offered students, a place to join a community, a space for sharing skills and ideas, and it's allowed me to build long-term relationships in the community that I'm working in. So I stuck around. I'm still there. 5 minutes? Yeah. I find it also shares authority in a way that was extraordinarily helpful. So it's not me, as the singular research creator developing the work after listening to all the testimony and I kind of make the work or chop it up or represent it. It's the students presenting their own work in their own voices. Number three is that participants can represent their own views and positions. And I'm going to talk about meaning just in the next slide, but it's, there again, the students are the ones presenting the things, the students are the ones who are, framing their work and outlining what it all means. And number four, I think this was an interesting one, is that the data belong to the participants. So I know that it's often a discussion, what do we do with the oral history interview or the qualitative data after we're done? Well, in this case, it belongs to the students. So I don't give it to them. They come, they make it, I maybe take a photograph and I ask their permission to use it. But unlike the oral history interview, which either goes into an archive or gets deleted, this stays with the students or this stays with someone they can gift it to. It's a physical object and it's theirs. And these are just some of the ways I'm thinking about working through this as a possible ethic for contextualizing and interpreting the work. So for me, one of the things that comes up is that, I, as the researcher, I feel like we need to be careful, because if we start, interpreting things in the work that the student did not intend, which we might do in contemporary art, we get into some things I'm very uncomfortable with, which is, telling people what they made work about or what they're thinking about. So what I'll say is, the stated intention of the work by the creator should be the primary reading. So that is, maybe as a study, if I'm studying a class, I can, gather some things from the students who are journaling, maybe observation or interviews with the making. Often students just told me, this is what the work is about. Secondary readings should add to rather than contradict the intention of the maker. So I'm thinking back to the storefronts, right? And Nuella talked about all of these things involved with the making of the work, but then also, the gentrification stuff I think came up through discussion, through these other things. So that doesn't say this work is about gentrification, but it's additive to, sort of the rich experience she had in making the work. And three, works can be seen as inductive pieces of research in a larger study, like an interview. And I know I've said that a couple times, but we can really just sort of take these works and put them in conversation with each other, put them in conversation with the places that we're in, and it can help us to, I think, give us what I was calling extra linguistic insights. So they're making it, they're reflecting, they're being in place, And then the work is more durational. It's not just an interview where you can say something offhand. It's often quite intentional, and quite reflected on. And so that's it. Thank you.
Fantastic. That was beautiful. Thank you. I can't wait for the question and answer period, which is why I'm told to be very, very, that word. Next up, we have Salma Hankouri, who is going to, the title of her presentation is Who Are We? Ethical Issues of Positionality and Representation in Indigenous Research. Salma is a PhD candidate in the Humanities program here at Concordia. Her doctoral research uses narrative and performance analysis to understand Montreal-based Indigenous artists' experiences of cultural identity and artistic practices in a contemporary urban context. She's an affiliate of the CIERA, le Centre Interuniversitaire d'Études et de Recherche Autochtones, and is currently working on a research project on vacancy in the city, where she reflects on the meanings of empty spaces in the city of Montreal, utilizing post-capitalist and decolonized approaches in collaboration with Concordia University's Faculty of Fine Arts. Salma, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lisa. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. This is the first time at the Center for History and Storytelling. Also the first time I'm presenting since the pandemic happened. So I'm happy to be here. So I'd like to start by acknowledging that we are meeting on the unceded lands of Indigenous peoples, and the Kanien'kehá:ka Nation is recognized as the custodians of the lands and the waters on which we are today. So I'd like to share my experience navigating the ethics process on my PhD project and reflect a little bit on the issues that I encountered and the challenges as well that I've found along the way. So my research is at the intersection of Indigenous studies, anthropology, performance studies, and urban studies. It centers around Indigenous artist narratives, their experiences with the Montreal art scene, as well as their identity as professional artists. So one thing that struck me when the first time I came to Canada and to Montreal in particular was the invisibility of Indigenous people, and especially Montreal, as later I found out going to other places in Canada, that it was a very Montreal problem, also Quebec, in difference to other provinces. And it became also clear that the invisibility issue was not just in the city, it was also in academia, it was also in institutions in the city. And I really developed this, I had this empathy towards the First Nations experience of invisibility, because it did resonate with my own experience as an urban Amazigh woman from Morocco. And a lot of the Amazigh cultures are essentially invisible when we're not at home. So this includes cities, includes regions where we're not Indigenous from. So going back into my research, so a few months ago, I got my ethics process approved by Concordia, and I started initiating contacts with Indigenous collaborators and initiating dialogues to find out common spaces of interest. And so during this time, I noticed some disagreements between Indigenous artists' ideas of ethics and the academic institutions' ideas of ethics. And so this disagreement was visible during the recruitment phase. So I was encouraged to adopt a snowballing method of recruitment that consists of sending a general call to participants as a way to essentially relieve individuals from the burden of participation and feel like they're obligated to participate. So I did that. I sent out flyers, contacted intermediaries in my networks and as well as indigenous art organizations to establish those spaces of dialogue. But I hit a wall after a few months because my calls were not generating enough interest and enough engagement. So I got in touch again with my networks and trying to find out what was the problem. And it became clear at some point it was an issue of definition of ethics and how we perceive ethics and how ethics is perceived in these different spaces. So the ethical guidelines of the Tree Council policy statement that Concordia endorses perceived essentially indigenous people as vulnerable population. And so the problem with that is that not all indigenous people perceive themselves as that, as such, especially in the in my context. What I did get in touch with collaborators, and so a lot of them were public figures who had a very good deal of autonomy over how they projected themselves to the world and how they projected their work on the public scene. So this vulnerability basically was not perceived as a respectful way of talking about this relationship, non-indigenous, indigenous relationship. Yeah, so this happened in the recruitment process. I found it was interesting. The other shortcoming I found in the process was mediation between researchers and indigenous artists through indigenous organizations that act as intermediaries. So again, the guideline of mediation was recommended by the CPS framework as a way to prioritize indigenous interests. And because I was non-indigenous, the mediation itself was perceived as negative and instrumentalizing for artists because it did shift their agency over their own work and their identity to someone else who isn't necessarily connected to their artwork. So I was advised instead to collaborate and to engage directly with the collaborators and to talk to them directly instead of going through somebody else. So this was something I thought, okay, so here there's a clear difference in how we perceive what's ethical, what's reciprocal relationship. So this made me reflect a lot since on the different meanings of ethics and the fact that ethics is not just a piece of paper that we sign. It's a process, it's an ongoing practice. It involves learning as well as unlearning knowledge on how to enter into relation, to listen, and to incorporate those in perspectives and inputs from collaborators into those frameworks of relationality. And they're very site-specific as well. So this may work in my research, but it doesn't mean it's going to work in another indigenous context and relationality. So I want to talk and delve a little more into the notion of disagreement. It is very unsettling, and I did find it a lot more than I didn't. So it was basically the norm. I think that's something that came out a lot. And there is also a clear climate of mistrust and misunderstanding in indigenous research, which is definitely and obviously related to the history of exploitation of indigenous peoples, languages and cultures and history and also memory on what constitutes as indigenous knowledge. And so as we enter into this field, you definitely have to also take issue with these things and try to find a way to interact with these histories in a respectful way, but also in a way that undoes the colonial mentality that's very much ingrained in these practices. So in this context, I find, sorry, I'm just gonna go here. So David Garneau is a Métis artist and curator. He's very much involved in indigenous art and critical indigenous theory about art. I find his work very fascinating, very interesting that inform the kind of relationships in research involving Indigenous artists as well as non-Indigenous people in general. And so what I think is interesting in his idea of a reconcilable space of Aboriginality is that it gives it this notion of settler exclusion from Indigenous spaces. So there are spaces that are for Indigenous people, and settlers need to not be there, just that. They have to respect that there are things that they don't comprehend, and that's fine. So this is interesting for research because it indicates a possibility for relatedness that operates outside of the colonial system, where everyone gets to keep their own differences, their own personality, while walking alongside one another, as well as sharing mutual responsibilities and obligations. So this notion of settler exclusion translates into research practically. In self-reflexivity, we call it settler self-reflexivity, where non-Indigenous researchers think how they can come apart instead of coming together with Indigenous peoples, Indigenous collaborators and artists. And so I'm thinking, as I go through these bodies of work, I'm thinking constantly, how can I incorporate this notion of settler exclusion in my own research? In particular, given my own positionality, that involves a complicated or complex positionality, where I identify as non-Indigenous, racialized immigrant in Canada, newcomer, but also who shares an experience of indigeneity on a global scale. So in my own context back home. I think, so essentially how to undo the colonial mentality and practice self-reflexivity in research, and also how to critically address racialized settler identity and the complicity of this identity in the Canadian settlement project. So I find the works of Mi'kmaq scholar Bonita Lawrence, as well as Inakshidua, an anti-racist scholar at, I believe it's Queen's University. They say that all people of color are settlers, and that while there are differences in experiences of settlement, it is paramount to recognize ongoing colonization as foundational to their work, even if they don't necessarily engage particularly to or with Indigenous people. So we can carry this critical exercise by challenging the Aboriginal white framework that informs most Indigenous settler dialogues and relations in Quebec and Canada, and that omits that settler identities are diverse, that they do not all come from history of white Euro-Canadian settler colonialism, and complicity operates in the colonial project, operates on different levels. And so by deconstructing diasporic identities in Canada, involving immigrant, newcomer, refugee, Black, racialized, even LGBTQ+ subjectivities, without running the risk of self-indigenizing just because its experiences may share some aspects of dispossession with Indigenous people, such as displacement and colonial violence and slavery, and etc. So it might involve asking questions like why immigrants and their families were driven away from their homeland to seek refuge in a settler colonial country like Canada, and how am I related to the structures of colonial exploitation in Canada? How am I situated in the global structures of imperialism? And to question also newcomers' desire to benefit from citizenship that comes with the Canadianness, and the desire of inclusion within Canada. So that has to be problematized as well. So I see my ethics journey as a lesson on how to move forward in Indigenous research in respectful and culturally appropriate ways in a context where disagreements are more the norm than they're not. So the knowledge creation cannot be created in a void. It's very much determined by who we are, and as researchers and individuals, where we come from and why we are where we are, as well as who we collaborate with So it's an exercise of introspection as much as it's an exercise of entering into relations with others and learning how to be with other people that are not like us. So the shifts in perceptions, as well as the discomforts that result from it, need to be normalized and welcomed. And perhaps as these challenges become more talked about, students as well as researchers can reflect on how the university and how colonial institutions that are very much universities can support students and researchers in this in these and instances of relationalities, and how they can support them and mentor them in ways that enables to take issue what happened, but also in a way that acknowledges the reality of everybody and not just thinking about what we're doing in like one specific corner. So yeah, thank you.
Beautiful. That was, yeah. I want to rehear the questions that you posed at one point. Third, in today's, the third scholar today is Manuela Ochoa Ronderos, from the Balso to the Cununo. Cununo? Manuela is an artist and a humanities PhD student here at Concordia. She's co-founder of the projects Oropendola, part of the Museum of Memory of Colombia, and Mirlo podcast. Manuela was co-curator for the exhibit Felisa Bursitin Elogio de la Charata at the Museo Nacional de Colombia, and producer for BBC Radio's Apichat Pong, where her research explores oral history and artistic methods in the Colombian post-conflict scenario. I'm going to be over there, and I only hold them up so I don't bother you, but if you want to see, it's over there.
Okay, thank you. Hello, thank you. And I feel very honored to be here with you today. As many of you already know, because I see some Colombians in the audience as well, Colombia has had a very long internal armed conflict that has lasted for over 50 years. And it would be very complicated to explain the details of this conflict in 15 minutes, but I just want to say that it has left a massive internal displacement, and that thousands of Colombians have been live as exiles all over the world. On November 17th, 2021, the virtual event From the Balso to the Cununo, a drawn conversation between Comunidad and Manuela Ochoa, took place. For 45 minutes, Comunidad and I talked and drew together, showing only our hands and our drawings. Comunidad is an Afro-Colombian social leader from Tumaco. He is also a musician, an expert on traditional music from Colombia's South Pacific region, and a communities healer's grandson. His growing concern about drug cartels recruiting young people in his neighborhood in Tumaco led him to create a music school. Comunidad taught over 300 children and teenagers while keeping them away from weapons, violence, and drug trafficking. Unfortunately, he was threatened by local gangs and forced to leave his house. He moved with his family to Bogotá, where he continues teaching and making traditional music. I met Comunidad in 2018, a few months after his displacement. In our first conversation, although Comunidad was very eager to talk about music, he was silent when asked about violence in his city and the events and the people that forced him to leave. His silence led me to think about two central questions: how to interview survivors of the armed conflict in Colombia without re-victimizing them. How can we talk about their life stories without exposing them to new risks or threats? Last year, I interviewed Comunidad several times with these questions in mind. For hours, we talked about plants and some animals, like shrimps from Tumaco. We drew them and colored them together. Plants guided our conversations, circling his forced displacement. They not only contain Comunidad's memories, his childhood, the birth of his son, but also plants allow us to understand Tumaco in the present, as a living territory struggling to survive in the middle of war. Plants and animals guided us into the stories and the environments they contain. They too have been a witness of violence. They have struggled and grown upon destruction. For example, Comunidad's abandoned house in Tumaco is covered and inhabited by weeds and insects. After hours of conversation, we talked about the balso tree, and through it, Comunidad remembered many stories of sewing, caring, and music. He connected the balso tree to the cununo, a traditional musical instrument from the Pacific coast. And after a while, he drew them both, as you can see. He also drew himself. In one of Comunidad's drawings, the cununo becomes an extension of his body. The cununo, he says, is a form of resistance. It works as a shield in Tumaco. It protects him and his students. In his drawings, as in our conversations, the past and the present collide. Traditional music for Comunidad goes beyond an act of fun or entertainment. It has been a social mobilization strategy against fear, since music allows people to meet and talk. As a middle-class urban Colombian, I recognize that I hold the privilege to grow up far away from the most violent areas of the country. This was not an option for Comunidad. I became his student at points, learning and taking notes about his community healing practices and plans. Comunidad in turn observed he was making connections that he had not in previous interviews. Drawing together on the theme of plants made silences less awkward because we could focus on our sketches and let other sounds, like colored pencils moving on the surface, come into the conversation. It also became a space where previous hierarchical relations between interviewer and interviewee balanced. As we did the same activity, and in the process, we shared our results. I would like to share with you a short fragment of our latest public conversation and some of the drawings. This conversation was rehearsed and was prepared for the audience. We chose together the questions and we came up with different strategies to answer them.
Muchas gracias por la invitación una vez más, Manuela, y a todos los oyentes. En estos momentos estoy dibujando un árbol de lo cual hace parte de nuestra vida, que hace parte de nuestros ancestros, que hace parte de ese día a día de ese pueblo negro. Estamos dibujando un balso, un árbol de balso, en el cual con él nosotros hacemos un trabajo muy profundo en cuanto a la vida diaria. Este árbol nos sirve para muchas cosas en nuestras tierras. Con este árbol nosotros hacemos balsos como para cargar el agua, traer los frutos que sacamos de la finca, para ir a pescar, inclusive para nadar en el mar como diversión, pero también sirve para hacer instrumentos tradicionales como son los cununos, todos los instrumentos membranófonos, cununo, bombo y yembés. Entonces, este árbol ha sido parte de esa herencia que ha marcado nuestra historia, y por eso estoy en este momento dibujando un árbol, y todos los que quieran acompañarme con él, si lo pueden dibujar, por favor, bienvenidos a este pequeño dibujo. Pero esto es lo que representa el Pacífico. Esto es uno de los árboles que representa el Pacífico, un árbol de balso.
Comunidad, ¿y cómo se corta la madera del balso?
Sí, buena pregunta. Para llegar a cortar la madera del balso, hay que tener en cuenta los cambios lunares. Ahí tenemos luna y tenemos menguante. Tenemos que ir a cortar este árbol en la montaña, o al filo del río, o al lado del mar, donde él realmente crece, y tenemos que irlo a cortar en menguante. ¿Por qué en menguante? Porque la menguante nos permite proteger el bosque, la menguante nos permite proteger la naturaleza, ¿sí? Entonces, si nosotros llegamos a cortar este árbol en luna, vamos a dañar un poco la naturaleza, y vamos a dañar un poco, si nosotros construimos con un árbol cortado en luna, el instrumento no va a ser bien hecho. Es un instrumento que no va a sonar, es un instrumento que no va a servir para nada. Entonces, por eso cogemos la menguante. Y de esa manera, como llegamos y cortamos, cogemos un trozo, el cual vamos a necesitar, y lo llevamos hasta el taller, y empezamos a hacer toda una elaboración, todo el labrado manual, con herramientas como machete, hacha, y empezamos a diseñar lo que son los instrumentos tradicionales.
¿Cuáles son estos instrumentos?
Sí, uno de estos instrumentos, ya vamos a dibujarlo, para que vamos teniendo la idea de qué estamos hablando. Aquí vamos a dibujar un cununo, un cununo. Con este instrumento nosotros lo que hacemos es alegrar nuestras fiestas, nuestros bailes, alegrar la vida diaria que tenemos en nuestros territorios, y estos instrumentos nos han servido mucho para la resistencia. Por eso nosotros vivimos el día a día pensando en que nuestras músicas y nuestros instrumentos no se pierdan, ¿no? Que siempre se mantengan, y por eso somos unos cultivadores que estamos siempre pensando en que nuestras herencias estén vivas, sean vivas.
Comunidad, mucha gente no sabe qué es un cununo porque nunca lo ha visto. ¿Cómo es?
Sí, un cununo es un instrumento de membranófono, ¿sí? Haga de cuenta como una conga, ya conocen de pronto las orquestas, tienen unas congas, unas cosas que son altas y que tienen una membrana, un cuero encima. Entonces el cununo prácticamente es como más o menos parecido a eso, pero tiene otra forma, es como más caído hacia el cono, más su forma de cono, y tiene unas cuñas en maderas que sirven para el afinado o templado, como nosotros le llamamos, para que vamos conociendo un poquito del nombre del cununo. Y es un instrumento que su sonoridad, al golpearlo, es muy importante. Vamos a hacer un golpe acá, tengo uno acá al ladito. Voy a poner acá para que lo miren cómo es realmente. Miren, este es un cununo. ¿Sí? Su forma, como pueden ver su forma, estas son las cuñas, ya que estamos dibujando, pero entonces ya lo tenemos aquí cerquita, nos queda mucho más fácil. Entonces estas serían sus cuñas, las que permiten afinarlo o templarlo, ¿sí? Como pueden ir observando, ¿sí? Y entonces, y este es el cuerpo. El cuerpo como en forma de cono, él va con unos amarres, y aquí termina en la membrana, en la piel, para que nos permite que suene, ¿sí? Ese sería el cununo. Acá lo tenemos ya dibujadito, para todos aquellos que nos están acompañando en este momento, toda la audiencia, para que puedan tenerlo como dibujo y lo puedan conocer un poquito. Este es el cununo tradicional del Pacífico Sur colombiano. Estamos hablando en este momento de Tumaco, Nariño.
¿Y cómo se construye un cununo?
Un cununo se construye a base de esas vivencias también, ¿no? Cuando ya tengo la madera, cuando ya tengo el tronco en la casa, en el taller, yo tengo que llegar hasta el mar, frente al mar, donde el agua ya esté vaciada, o sea, donde el mar esté bajo. Cuando el mar esté haciendo punta de marea, ¿qué es punta de marea? Cuando el mar empieza a subir, ahí yo empiezo a construir el cununo. ¿Cuál es la idea? Como todo esto es naturaleza, porque esto tiene sonido de mar, sonido del aire, sonido de la noche, sonido de los pájaros, sonido de todos estos animales que nos acompañan en la noche. Entonces, todos estos sonidos, cada vez que yo golpeo el cununo, hay sonido de todas estas especies. ¿Sí? Entonces, por eso cuando vamos a forrar el cununo, cuando ya vamos a parcharlo, para que ya tengamos un instrumento ya terminado, tenemos que hacerlo en la orilla del mar, para poder tener todo ese empuje y esa fuerza de la naturaleza como tal.
Thank you.
What a treat. Wow. People were so good that we now have lots of time for questions and answers. I invite our speakers to come. Salma, David, Manuela, please have a seat. And I'm going to ask our audience, let me put back my, you can hear me? Oh, yeah, you can hear me a lot more than I thought. Voila. So, who will start? Who will begin? Anyone? Who will ask the first question? Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for all your very good presentation. I do have like a question of curiosity for your work, Manuela. I was wondering, like, when did the idea of drawing came? Like, were you familiar with drawing? Is it that something that Comunidad was also doing, or it just been like, how did it arrive in your process?
I have to say it was a very organic process. It was not planned at first, but it happened as we talked. So I was noticing that talking about certain issues was becoming more difficult because of the emotional weight. I brought color pencils and paper as a way to relax a little bit. And Comunidad was very willing to draw, to show me how certain plants looked, because we come from very different regions. So I guess the difference was very productive in that sense. And that's how it happened.
We have a question from
on Zoom. We have a question from the zoo space. Please. Steve.
Thanks, Lisa. Another great panel. Wow. Manuela, I love this idea of drawing together as an oral history method, and sort of voices and hands and the drum itself. And it reminds me of sort of like how Greenspan talks about the interview as a workspace, but in a way, what you were creating there is sort of a creative space of story sharing. And so I guess my question is what does the drawing do in the interview? Like how does it differ from a normal sort of, straight oral interview? and how important are the drawings themselves in terms of how you interpret, the meaning of, of those conversations?
I think the drawings, well, this is something that I'm still thinking because this is an ongoing project, but what I have thought so far is that the drawings allow silences to be less awkward. They provide a space where silence is totally fine. I guess time runs differently when we draw. And also, well, it has also a very pedagogical function because as I said, Comunidad really taught me things through his drawings, how his house used to look, how this animal looks, or a plant, so it's very pedagogical for the audience, I think, in general, because it's a very specific form of knowledge that he has. And the other thing that I have thought is that the drawing allows many different times, like the past, the present, and all these poetic connections emerge in a very organic way where he has control. So it's not, I have control of my drawing, but he has control of his drawing. So I make my connections, but he's also creating his at the same time. So I think in that sense, drawing provides a lot of extra layers of information that are not, sometimes they are not every time in the oral conversation.
Was there a follow-up question? Who else would like to ask a question? Yes.
Well, thank you for presenting this really wonderful work. And I was going to ask first panelist, I'm sorry, yeah, Dave, what do you consider the drawings of the participants to be? Do you consider them as a narrative itself, or do you consider it as something that exists outside of the oral history narrative? And maybe the same question for you. Do you think that they have narrative qualities to them, and how do you treat them as such in an oral history project?
Yeah, I think that they can. I don't think they necessarily have to, right? Like I'm thinking about the Ruel project, the animation, right? There's a narrative there, but I don't know if it necessarily gives a narrative of the creators, right? Like we don't learn anything about them, but we learn something different than if we said, tell us something about Ruel's, or, like which for those who aren't in Montreal, or maybe there's people elsewhere, they're the spaces behind houses, kind of like alleyways, but they're quite common, especially in the Sudwest. But I think some of the work does sort of take on a narrative aspect to it. Can you repeat the question? Yeah, I think I'm still working through how to think about them, but I think an important part is sort of the things that people tell me about the works in considering how the works continue and be interpreted as part of a larger project. I think if it would depend on the question being asked for me, like if I'm wanting to understand the city as it changes, then then I think like you can even put works in conversation with each other to understand that there is a narrative of change in a neighborhood, and maybe even durationally, right? Like if I were able to, I mean, this would require a time machine, but go back 10 years and see the kinds of things people are thinking about and talking about, or maybe even with the same participant, if we're making something on the city, and for the interviews I wanted to interview before, during, and after the development, or maybe making before, during, and after, looking at a neighborhood that's changing, well, or ongoing during that change. I think could bring in some of those narrative elements. Yeah.
Manuela, I think she had the same question for you.
As you're telling the story. So I think that's a really interesting element, very, very interesting element, because as you said in your answer to Stephen, there is something that happens with time that is very relevant, but also that the fact that I don't know how this happens and if you see each other while having this interview or conversation, but the fact that you echo his drawings with your drawings, I think is an interesting element that should be articulated. Yeah.
Yes, so the first interviews were in person because I was living in Bogota. But this conversation that you saw was on Zoom. I was here in Montreal and he was in Bogota. So we were not looking at each other, but we were somehow sharing a space on Zoom together. And our cell phones were recording, no, our hands. I just want to add that it was important for me to create a different narrative because survivors in Colombia, not every narrative, but there is a narrative that prevails where the survivor is represented in a certain way that takes away every agency. No, it's like it's only through the experience of war. No, and I think Comunidad is alive and he's a musician and he's there. So I wanted to emphasize that it goes beyond his experience of war. No.
Do we have other questions?
So much. Wow. These are three beautiful projects, and it struck me that each one grappled with methods as it unfolded. And I love this seed in the title of the panel around the co-creation. And I also thought about the ways in which there's, whether the pandemic, whether displacement, and then also moving to study, and also coming into the questions of the ethics procedure and reflecting how you take apart some of the imposed structures and questions institutionally to redefine and think about the creation of relationality and reciprocity. So I just wondered whether maybe as a bit of a conversation between yourselves, you could talk about what those kinds of inaugurating moments and shifts are that help you realize when the method is in the process of, it's mutable and it's changing, and it's something that's happening between yourselves, your projects, and the people that you're collaborating with.
Well, thank you for your question. I'm at the start of the interview process, so I didn't do any interviews yet, but I do get a sense a lot of shifts already before it even starts, and I think that's interesting, and it's unsettling, very much so. At some point I thought, well, maybe this is not for me, maybe we should do something else, but I think they should be normalized. I think there is that too, the fact that we think of ethics as once it's done, that's it, then we can just talk to people. No, it's not always that way. And as I got to talk to colleagues and other people that were doing interviews and oral history, either with members of the community, even family members, it's not a smooth process. It's not as we think they will unfold. There are a lot of things that we have to adapt along the way, and sometimes the people that even you interview sometimes decide that they want to walk away. So you need to honor that decision. Yeah, I guess that's what that question, that's what I think when I.
Yeah, I suppose for me, it kind of came through the process of, like, there are things about oral history that I still found a little difficult, right? Like the setting up the interview and doing the interview and you know, that whole process of embedding, and then you kind of, and then you leave, right? And you know, I sort of saw when I first started to do the project with the Point St. Charles Art School, I saw it as that I'm going to embed, and then I'm going to, whenever the pandemic's over, you know, in a year, right? It's gonna, I'm gonna be able to start my real research, and this happens a lot during this happened to me as an artist, where it's like someone pointed out like, oh, that's your painting, and I said, no, that's the underpainting, and they're like, no, that's your painting, and which was a revelation. It shouldn't have been, but it was. And I think with this, it kind of just was, when I realized I was loving the process. I was loving teaching at the community level with people who, some of whom were expert artists, you know, some of whom were retired art teachers, and some of whom have never painted before or drawn before. And I just found that process of like being part of something and wanting to stay part of something to be a lot more alluring to me than, okay, well, and I'm sure lots of people interview and stick around. I know that happens, but it felt like, for me, through creating, it was something that I wanted to just, yeah, stay a part of, yeah.
Well, for me, I have to say that I was very like open and flexible to see what happened during the first interviews, because I had not planned a specific method that I wanted to try, or I had ideas, but I didn't know how they would turn out to be. So I think there are some things that you can't control. So of course things change, and that's part of, or I think it's the beauty of making this sort of research creation projects. In my case, I would like to have other participants in the future and see how this structure or methodology works. If I can call it methodology, I'm not sure, but let's see what happens. Maybe I will answer in a few years.
Who's next? Who else has a question? Yes.
Thanks, Emma. My question's for Manuela. I'm curious about the audience, like who got to see the conversations through drawing with Comunidad, and what their reaction was, and if he was able to receive that. Like, how did that train of communication go? Did he directly receive feedback from people? Did you convey it to him? I'm just curious about the whole dissemination process.
Yeah, the dissemination process is crucial. It's something that I'm still developing. This was the pilot. And also, I have to say that we had planned an initial date, and then Comunidad got COVID, so we had to change it. So we had a small group of people, but I think it was interesting to have the experience to share it with a public, because before we had done it privately, at his house. We decided not to have a question answer session at the end, because he didn't want to have a surprise question. We had to be like very careful in this topic, so we decided not to have that space. I sent out some questions to people who attended, so I got some replies of the experience. And what I'm thinking about in the future is working also with the documentation of the process. With this video that you saw, I'm trying to think how to disseminate that video and see how it works. I'm still figuring out what to do.
Thank you so much.
I have a question for Salma. If maybe you have another question. If you have another question, I will certainly wait. But while you think about it, I have one. What I heard when you were talking about, I love the language that you used to make the distinctions between indigenous experience on a global scale and indigenous experiences here. And I was wondering about the questions, because you offered some questions to think through for non-indigenous from here, but who might be racialized, to think through their relationship to indigeneity. And I thought those were really, really interesting questions that take us out of the sort of the primary polarity, right? That idea of diversity of settlers, I find it very interesting. And I wanted to hear you again on those questions.
Thank you so much. Well, those, the first time I actually got to think about that was when I read David Garnow's. He wrote a chapter in a book. I forgot the title because it's been a while. Him and another artist called Dylan Robinson, they were talking a lot about this notion of settler exclusion. And I thought that was, that somehow that I was thinking about it, but I didn't have the terms or the words in my mind to really express it. It's like an idea that I had in the back of my mind as I was taking courses in Indigenous studies and being here as a newcomer and being in Indigenous studies. So even the fact that I was in there and that there were not a lot of people like me in Indigenous studies. I'm not white, I'm not Quebecoise, I'm not Canadian. So, and even that presence made me think, wow, well, why am I here? And that got me thinking, well, there was I was relating to, I guess, the Indigenous experience in Quebec from my own experience. And then when I got to, interact with David and Dylan's work, then I thought, okay, but there are a lot of things that we don't think about that don't come to our minds, like why are we here? Well, we have to engage with the fact that we are on unceded lands the same way that, for instance, the people that come to Morocco and they don't, that there is a history of colonialism and there is a reality that is ongoing in the present, and there is no engagement with that. So that's problematic. Let alone, the saying, well, that happened before, but right now there are consequences that need to be not only acknowledge and say, yes, it happened, but you have to take issue and work it through right now. So I think that's the idea that's important. Yeah, and I find it also challenging because the fact that there are not a lot of people that have done this work before that come from positionality that are similar to me. And so it is very isolating. It's like a lot of the times when I can talk about these things in some circles, like there's no feedback. It's like things that maybe they don't think about, that, there's kind of an insularity, between communities. And I think that's unfortunate because like there's so much to talk about, I think, to not just talk about, but to deconstruct and work through. So one of the things, again, the notion that Quebec society is French Canadian, that's not the case anymore. It's much more diverse than that. There are histories of Haitian people, Black people here that we don't talk about, and that we don't think of in Indigenous settler relations. So that's a problem. Well, we need to think about that too, and try to really not lump everyone in the settler, the category as being everyone is this, because they're not. So like that has to be, again, like worked in research, even if they're not in Indigenous research per se, but say things like anti-racist work that's done by Muslim Black women in Montreal. What's okay, but how does that work criticize and challenges Canadian colonialism here? So do you seek inclusion within Canada? That's problematic. Like it's not, it erases other people. So you're trying to find a space for yourself. but that act erases other people at the same time. So I think there needs to be something there that has to change, I guess.
Super interesting idea. Okay, so Stéphane, thank you very much for such beautiful, beautiful work.
Thank you, Lisa. So we're going to get ready for our final panel. So we're going to take one more break, get some sugar snacks, and we're going to have another screening. For those who are on Zoom, it is going to be work by Teresa Brown, who will be presenting their work in the panel that's coming up. So we will see you back at 4:25. And the panelists, please come up so we can check all the equipment and everything.
Hi, can you hear me there? That's me, Adela, online.
Hi, Adela. Yes, we heard you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Hi, Adela. Hi.
Last night, I hung out with O-Girls and their friends in this cozy winter cabin. First, I talked to someone from a small city in Germany, and she gave me this really cute candy cane angel avatar with electricity coming out of the hands. And looking at myself in the mirror and seeing how fucking adorable I was among all the other little creatures and anime girls all cuddling and talking in these high kid voices kind of made me feel like maybe I've been really dismissive and pretentious about anime, and what's wrong with cute things? And why does it feel so good to be girly and talk in this sweet high voice when I'm here? Maybe I'm not femme in other parts of the world, but here I sort of am. Then we went into the lounge looking for a mirror so I could look at my candy cane self. And I started talking to Dark Angel, who's an e-boy with a ponytail and a suit, and is from South Carolina. And he said, "Tomorrow is our snow day, the one day a year it snows." And he's in marketing, but is also a storyteller and is building a VR museum. And I was trying to brush his hair to see if he could feel it on his head, but apples kept falling out of my wrists, and he knelt down so I could reach. And I think he also knelt down in real life, which I thought was kind of sweet, but my safety bubble was on, so I could never get close enough to brush his hair without him disappearing. And is it possible to have a crush on an avatar? And there was this messy drag queen who was giant Jessica Rabbit, and she was voguing, and I was just mesmerized. So I went over and cloned her avatar, and then I was giant Jessica Rabbit and felt really sexy. And O-Girls said it kind of made sense for my voice to be coming out of that avatar, which was a fun sort of compliment. And it was also freaky and fascinating to be so big after being so tiny. And then Dark Angel and I got to talking again, and then it was just the two of us in the room, besides some furries cuddling and abandoned avatars hovering in the corner, which I still can't quite get over, coming across this floating mass of limbs whenever someone takes off their trackers and headsets to eat hot wings or go to the bathroom or whatever. And we went looking for the others and ended up in this lofted bedroom, looking out the window and trying to figure out which city we were in. And we kept clipping in and out of the curtains and not being able to tell. And it sort of felt like we were flirting, but also just playing like two friends on the playground, and everything was curious. Then Carson, who is mute and looks like a stuffed animal, cuddled up to me, and their shirt comes over their hands, but it makes their hands look like loaves of bread. And I wanted to nibble on them, and O-Girl said, "Don't eat my friend." But I was hungry, so I went, "Num, num, num." And they were okay with it. And then I apologized, and they gestured, "I love you." They climbed up my body and played peekaboo with me, which made me laugh every single time. And then we invented the Galaxy game, where Carson holds their hands over my face, and can change the colors of their paws. So suddenly it's like I'm looking up at the sky rather than eating bread, and they totally subsume my vision. And it's like I'm cuddling a universe creature person. And there are these moments when I go into their head and see the roots of their hair or the structure of their avatar, rather, and then they pull their hands away for more peekaboo. And I just kept thinking, God, what an interesting world. I met Angel at a private party in VR chat, but she isn't Angel because she doesn't know her name yet. O-Girls introduced us and said, not Angel is a wonderful singer, and when I heard her speak, I told her how beautiful her voice is. But she said it wasn't her voice because she doesn't know her voice yet. She tried to show it to me, but she couldn't find it and said maybe she hasn't found it at all yet. She said she's trans and lives in Poland, and it's a terrible place to be trans. People kept coming up to us and telling Angel how cute and sweet she is, but she was invisible to me because my VR wasn't powerful enough to render her avatar. So really, I was just talking to where her voice was coming from, which was out of thin air, hovering somewhere below her screen name, which was Angel, but also not Angel. The bedroom was dark and low lit, and we were in this lofted high-rise looking over the city, a city, which city, and it was really cozy, and people were making out on the bed and giving each other head pats and whispering, but I still couldn't see her, and she was walking back and forth through her voice.
Hi everyone, I'm gonna ask you to please take your seats. We'll start
and I could see her
in less than a minute.
And I could hear her, sort of her.
For our last panel of the day.
She said it's really late
And
in Poland. I don't usually stay
I want
up
to
this
ask
late.
Luis
My mom is on
Sotelo
the
Castro.
other side of the wall, sleeping, and she doesn't know I'm trans, but it's okay
Luis?
because she doesn't speak English. And even if she can hear me, she won't understand. Angel said she learned to speak English through playing video games, and Poland is very bad for queer people. And there are many self-declared LGBT-free zones, and she can't get hormones or trans health care.
So, hello everyone. Can I invite you and the panelists to please get ready for the next session? So thank you. I hope you enjoyed your coffee, your break. And do you need to stretch and get ready for a subversive panel? Okay. So, well, my name is Luis Carlos Sotelo. I'm the second co-director of the Center for Oral History and Digital Storytelling. And we have a research facility within the center. That's the Acts of Listening Lab. And I'm very honored to moderate this panel where some of the presenters are actually also affiliated with the Acts of Listening Lab, just as Manuela Ochoa was and other people who have presented. So it's a delight to welcome you to the next panel called Subversive Practices. And we will have 3 presenters, Adela Goldbart, Amanda Gutierrez, and Teresa Braun. So I will start with Adela according to this order, right? And you know, I was, sorry, are we ready? Someone saying something? We're ready? Okay, it was the video. So, you know, I was wondering, how do we present people with so much experience, and when it's the last panel and people are already a little bit tired in their bodies? And so I said, well, how about if I ask them, when you hear the terms oral history and research creation, what are the terms that come to your mind, the first things that come to your mind. And Adela Goldberg-Sert said, communal archives, testimonies, and collaboration. These are the three things that comes to Adela's mind. And well, Adela is an interdisciplinary artist and educator and scholar from Mexico City. She is in her first year of her humanities PhD. Her presentation is going to be joined by Josue Moncada, and the title is Unceasing Darkness, Oral History Performance as Decolonial Subversion. So Adela, you have 15 minutes, and I will be showing you here through the computer your time, but we are hearing you. Bye.
Thank you, Luis, and thank you, everyone, and thank you to the organizers. And I'm sorry I cannot be there. I had planned on being there, but the virus finally caught me. So if my voice breaks, well, that's why. Thank you, Josue, for helping me today. And I just wanted to let you know that this format of my presentation is an experiment. So I will welcome any feedback on it as well as on the work itself by the end. So let's get started. Unceasing Darkness, Oral History Performance as Decolonial Subversion. El Alberto is a self-governed Ñañú community located in the Great Canyon of Botají, the Mezquital Valley in central Mexico. El Alberto has resisted centuries of marginalization and oppression, in pre-Hispanic times by the Toltecs and the Mexicas, who demanded payment of tribute. Later on, by colonial governments who exploited their lands and labor, an operation that continued through the 19th century when the expansion of capitalism also meant the looting of land. There were also multiple attempts by post-revolutionary governments, especially since the 1950s, to assimilate and control the Ñañú communities of the region. This lineage of exploitation, racism, and colonialism led to extreme poverty and isolation, which in turn caused high numbers of migration to the United States. Since the 1980s, it was common practice for teenagers to follow the American dream as soon as they graduated from middle school. And by the 90s, around 90% of the male adults had migrated to the US, transforming El Alberto into a ghost town. Today, more than 3/4 of the community live in the United States, mainly in Las Vegas, Utah, and Arizona.
I was an immigrant who suffered a lot. When I left in '89, there was nothing. All these houses you see here, there was nothing. This road, the pavement, did not exist. There was no drainage. I left when the town was at zero. There was no water to irrigate those milpas. I felt like crying. My generation went barefoot. We wanted to leave, to bring back dollars. It's the American dream. All those houses that have an American style are the American dream of people who are living in the US. All this was built with the money we brought. The roads too. The government didn't do anything. The community services we have were done with cooperation.
Undocumented crossings of the border increased exponentially after the North America Free Trade Agreement was signed in 1994, and the Mexican economy once again crashed. The US government responded with the prevention through deterrence policy, fortifying the traditional urban crossing points through fencing and stationed border agents to redirect the routes of migrants into the Sonoran Desert and to discourage migrants from crossing. According to Jason De Leon, this strategic and tragic policy enrolled non-humans as perpetrators targeting migrants. The desert's extreme weather, lack of water, inedible vegetation, and poisonous wildlife made the Border Patrol's job less strenuous, since they could draw on the agency of animals and other non-humans to do their dirty work.
We crossed during the winter. I imagine you have some idea of how cold it gets in a desert, right? At midnight, the coyotes howled. Wild dogs, as we call them. We had to look for nopales, roast them, eat them without tortillas, without salt, to endure those 5 days we were there.
Crossing the border is an unceasing event. The fear experienced in the desert lingers del otro lado, reappears when having to cross again, and lingers over. The border extends with undocumented migrants as they cross. A sovereign power produces migrants as excluded subjects to be dealt with violently. The challenges experienced in the desert trigger a continuum of fear caused by uncertainty, racism, and structural violence. Raids follow migrants as hallucinatory horrors. Deportation, the epitomic consequence of this state of exception/exclusion, triggers the unceasing fear of having to start the border crossing epic all over again.
To be in the United States is to be afraid. You see a light and you think it's immigration. You see an ambulance and you think it's coming for you. You see a city police car and you think it's immigration. Being in the United States illegally is very scary. It's not easy. Without speaking English, even worse. You can see the gringos saying, "Look at that filthy guy, look at that frijolero." If you're Mexican, they humiliate you. A lot of people think it's just hard at the border.
El Alberto established self-governance in the 1940s with a communal assembly as the ultimate horizontal decision-making body and a straightforward set of rules for collaboration through communal labor that includes the creation of commissions and yearly communal charges without payment that each member has to hold every 8 years.
To be a citizen in El Alberto, you have to do social service. You have to be here personally to do a full year's social service. So you come back to do the social service. One does not cross the border and forget. If you want to continue to be a part of the community, you have to come back when you are appointed.
In recent decades, El Alberto has strengthened its autonomy and communal labor through an array of commercial projects, all of them intimately connected to their territory and to the thoughtful use of its resources. According to Gaete and Monroy, going from a passive resistance to an active construction based on the principles of solidarity and reciprocity, end of quote. Some of the projects that the community has created in the last 2 decades include the Eco Alberto Hot Springs, El Cañón Ecotouristic Park, named after the Arizona Grand Canyon, a water purification plant also named Eco Alberto in collaboration with Bonafont, a company from the transnational Danone, the women-led cooperative Cooperativa Mujeres Reunidas that sells their Ixtle fiber products to Body Shop, another transnational company, and La Caminata Nocturna, the night walk. These communal projects have created jobs that have become the road back to El Alberto for many migrants and have helped the community de-link from Western modes of exploitation, extraction, and patriarchal organization. They represent an indigenous modernity that challenges the modern/colonial world system, taking advantage of current capitalist trends, for example, ecotourism, dark tourism, and socially responsible companies, while preserving a holistic and respectful relationship to the land and the non-human. Breaking romanticized Western imaginaries of the indigenous way of life, the Ñañú of El Alberto, as many other indigenous communities in the country, perform their own modernity and sovereignty, interconnected economically but de-linked ideologically from Mexico's and transnational neoliberal modernities. According to Gaete and Monroy, decolonizing power by strengthening its autonomy of government and community work.
This is where the real truth begins. Here you're going to obey. If not, you go back. There are not going to be any more questions on the way. There are not going to be any more answers. Here you hold hands and team up. Here we're going to start the real journey. After praying, we have another conversation. We're going to talk about what you're going to do and the dangers. If I tell you that you have to run, you run. If you say, I'm not going to walk anymore, I'll leave you there. I'm not going to lose the whole group because you can no longer walk. I'll leave you in a small road, if anything, so that the migra can pick you up. Right now, I'm telling you the story softly because when I'm an actor, it's different. A very deep voice, very heavy, very angry, no smile, no happiness. Like all the guides, all the time at the border, they're very drugged so as not to be afraid. All the time they take out the cocaine and go to the nose, marijuana and cocaine. All the time it is danger. There's no laughter, no play. All the time it's fear.
Members of El Alberto have been reenacting their border crossing experiences as a touristic attraction for more than 15 years under the name of La Caminata Nocturna, the night walk, with the initial goal of preventing younger community members from crossing.
The purpose of the walk is to raise awareness among people. What we try to do here is to make people aware of how difficult and hard it is to cross into the United States.
The Sonora Desert, which according to the ones who have crossed the border, is very similar to El Alberto's canyon and valleys, is displaced to Hidalgo. Community members play the antagonistic roles. costumes, props, and mock-ups of border patrol cars add realism to an experience that for the reenactors tells their truth and is real. Embodiment makes history while narrating it, or as Natalie Alvarez points out, the overarching gesture of this reenactment is not recuperative so much as generative, instantiating conditions of possibility still to come. The reenactment operates in a transtemporal mode, a present past that looks back on the reality of migration within the experience of the reenactment from a future perspective. End of quote. Every border crossing experience condenses and expands in this performance, or as Silvia Rivera Cusicanqui would put it, historical memory is reactivated and at the same time re-elaborated and resignified in subsequent crises and cycles of rebellion. End of quote. Facts and fiction merge in a temporal spiral movement that corrects the past in the present and gazes into the future, producing a continuously regenerated, empowered, communal, and thoughtful narrative of migration that integrates to the contemporary/modern cosmogony and identity of the Ñañú people of El Alberto.
Here, pickup trucks arrive. We load people in them, but they're going to catch us. It's a show. It's an action where immigration catches the migrant. Here, a corretiza will take place. If you run, if you hide over there, as I told you, then you come back later and we meet in the same place when immigration leaves. I like this scene very much. If they catch you, they tell you that you'll go to the detention center, to jail, that they will sentence you to 3 years, 5 years for crossing the border. It's federal crime. Here, I like this show because here immigration acts all half in Spanish and half in English. Here, I like this show a lot. Well, I like everything.
In the Caminata, spatial, temporal, and ontological boundaries are blurred, while normative and hegemonic roles and rules are subverted. Events are reenacted from the interpreter's memories, but the perspective used is reversed. The victim becomes the oppressor, subverting power relations and empowering the oppressed. Reenactors become border patrol agents, cholos, drug dealers, and as them, are violent and sadistic. When Ñañú migrants play border patrol agents, speak in English, and use the words that the agents used to repress them, social rules are inverted and reality is suspended and transformed. In this carnivalesque world, we witness the defeat of power by performing power, by embodying the oppressor, by using violence to neutralize violence, reenactment as subversion.
Are you the fucking guide?
No, we come alone.
Tell me who the fucking guide is.
No, we came alone. The guide stayed back there.
I don't believe you. Bring me the fucking guide because you won't leave here.
No, we have to go back. We are lost.
You're going back where?
That way, not that way.
What the fuck? You're going the other way? I don't believe you. All the fucking people say that.
Oh no, they got us.
It was a small test day. How did you like it? Isn't it scary?
And what happens next?
They rape you.
In there, in the tunnel?
Yeah, I can make a deal with him. If I have drugs or if I have money, I give him drugs and money. But if he asks me to give him 2 girls...
Do you negotiate with the girls?
No, not with the girls, with him. I don't tell the girls anything except 2 of you have to go with them so that they let us all pass. Of course, everyone gets scared. Yes, they cry. Everyone cries here. And we never tell the whole group that everything is a simulation. Normally, in real life, this does happen. But here, we act it. Some of our people come and they pull them and they scream and cry. I didn't want to tell you, but I guess I already told you. This is where a lot of the fear starts, really. They bring guns and they bring knives. Most of them are already crying here.
The Caminata has been perceived by the government as an insurgent, rebellious, and dangerous act of resistance, which it certainly is. This reenactment challenges the politics of memory. In Peter Brook's definition, who wants whom to remember what and why. It questions imposed modes of memory making and gives community members access to the production of their own historical narratives. As many other forms of indigenous communal storytelling, such as rituals, chants, and embroidery, to name a few, the Caminata contests Western hierarchical and verbal-centered modes of memory building. Non-written and non-verbal modes for the transmission of knowledge have been consistently ignored, discredited as non-valid, and systematically obscured by the Western canon. This epistemic violence reveals that, in Diana Taylor's words, part of the colonizing project throughout the Americas consisted and still consists in discrediting autochthonous ways of preserving and communicating historical understanding. End of quote. The Caminata allows a shift from recounting to reenacting, from the verbal to the embodied, thus delinking from Western canonical modes of retelling and remembering. It is a form of structural refusal, an obstruction in Dylan Robinson's terms, a form of sensate sovereignty that acts as a limit of knowledge that is felt viscerally, proprioceptively, and affectively, to counteract the epistemic violence of normative writing, end of quote. Constantly in the making, this reenactment is a creative, critical, and communal performance of oral history and a violent and radical mode of collective social remembering. Rin Shui, Into the Night in Ñañú, which you have been watching without sound today, is an immersive, sensory, ambiguous, and collaborative exploration of the caminata, produced in collaboration with board members of Ecoalberto Park, Federico, Francisco, and Eugenio. To focus on the Ñañú people's point of view and experience, and to generate an ambiguous narrative that immerses and critically troubles the audience, in Rin Shui, the tourists have been purposefully left out, reverting the reenactment to its original version when only community members participated. Federico, also known as Commander, whose translated testimonies you've been listening to today through Josué, became co-director of the film, leading the actors, taking decisions about the camera positions and angles, and rushing the crew to keep up with the actions. Rin Shui was shot in complete darkness with the help of night vision cameras and infrared lights to be the least intrusive to the reenactment. As an audiovisual collaborative iteration of the Caminata, Rin Shui's objective is to become a tool for the promotion of La Caminata, as it has been used by the board in their social media communications, and also for the unsilencing and visibilization of El Alberto's struggles, resistance, and in Walter Miñolo's term, border thinking, and I quote, a conscientious, epistemic, ethical, and aesthetical political project, end of quote, which has allowed the Ñañú of El Alberto to build their own indigenous modernity and to take their destiny in their own hands. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Adela and Josué, for this subversive presentation. Very interesting. I'm sure many people will have lots of questions. I do have, but we will wait until the end. So I guess we need some more lights here on the front. Coming. So our next presenter is Amanda Gutierrez, second year PhD student in the humanities program. I asked Amanda, when you hear the terms oral history and research creation, what comes to your mind? And Amanda said, storytelling, narratives, groups, and specific communities. Amanda's talk is going to be the Xeno Walk, an augmented reality sound walk of feminist collectivity. And that's consistent with Amanda's PhD work, which is precisely about using virtual reality and oral history, or combining these two fields. Amanda, over to you. Thank you. Welcome. Yeah, thank you. So I'm actually not going to show this work as a success. Actually, I'm going to open up this work as many failures that came through the process. And also many questions that also are part of these processes. And I want to share those questions with you. I'm also very happy that they're part of the collectives, and two of the collectives that I've been working with are in the hall. So that makes everything even more intimate and more direct. I think it's also part of the ethical questions that I have in mind. So Xeno Walk, an augmented reality walk on collective feminism, basically is part of my research creation, in which the sound walk is the main element, the main medium, as you can see in this very small diagram. And this is what is my practice of humanities center right now, the sound walk. Therefore, I create a walk, and I don't want to say that I precisely created, I collectively created this, but I produced this. And this was presented in the fall 2020 as part of Pop Montreal, and in collaboration production with Undefined FM Radio, which is a nonprofit organization here in Montreal. And also I want to read just the brief description of what Ideally was. It is an audio walk developed for augmented reality, featured interviews with feminist activists and artists advocating for political agencies in the public space. The project emphasized the diverse tactics of socially engaged practices that embrace the form of collage as a tool of activism. I'm going to show guiding questions that are important during the process of this project. And these guiding questions, actually, I really highly recommended you to go to Planning for Participatory Model, which is written by Elizabeth Miller and Dorothy Nauman, which helped me a lot to do this project since the beginning. So who are the participants as collaborators? Who are they and how do you involve in the project? That was kind of like the first question in this guide. And so I work basically with several collectives. Two of them are in Montreal, Collage Feminicides and Feministes, and one also of this chapter in Paris. I'm going to just introduce one of the statement of one of them. Our mission is to denounce through street collage all forms of discrimination that our patriarchal society subjects to. We fight against inequalities by an artistic media and activism that is the collage. And they have chapters around the world and mostly global north. And Vivas is another collective that is from Buenos Aires that emerged in 2016 as part of the Ni Una Menos and HM movement that have a sound archive that then they do soundtracks. And those soundtracks are the ones of the videos that you saw and they're also part of the walk. And Viv Corringham, who is a solo artist, but we collaborated together in the long-term shadow walks. And we did one shadow walk in Mexico City speaking about gender violence and feminicides. So one of the questions is, what is the most important outcome that you are seeking and how you will strive to achieve it? Honestly, this was not an outcome that was just blinking to my mind, super clear, a landscape. No, actually it happened through a process. And this process was part of a long-term project, almost a year. And this happened first as part of the exhibition Paper Noise, which was presented in 2019 during the pandemic in SBC Gallery, where I used the gallery as a studio. I need a space, and also I open up this studio as a collaborative space for 3 collectives to come and work with me. One of them is Collage Feminicides and Feministes, but also Women's Walk the Walk, which is another collective. So we're changing the space every week. But where I noticed with Collage Feminicides was very interesting to use the space for action. So we were making the collages that we will be gluing later, but most importantly, that map that you see in there, which help us to understand that these collages were centralized in very specific pockets in the city and what that means. They allow me to make a short video that's the one that you see in the gallery and also you saw previously during the break. And they allow me to film their methodology, their process of gluing, and that's where our relationship starts. And I want to say that's where they invite me to be part of the collective, which was a very exciting invitation. And that's where I start thinking about the methodologies that I will use, which in this question is, how might a given level of experience with a method impact the power dynamics? That really helped me to understand how we are going to take the decisions together, what is my role within the production of this project. And that's where Sino Walk started. I wanted to do something that is outside of the gallery, that is not only speaking within the gallery, putting a collage in the gallery. That was kind of co-opting actually the main medium of these collages, which is the street. So I thought, well, what about if those interviews actually are taken over with augmented reality and we develop all this walk outside, which is like an audio walk. So these are the steps of the project. First, I developed a walking interview with the members that were in Montreal.
the other two people in Zoom, but one of the walks that I really like is like the virtual walk that we did over with Vivas over Telegram. So we were walking and talking. And then I developed the transcription, that really helped me to understand word by word, and especially because half of them were in French, and I don't speak French, which is one of the main issues in this project, or not in my project, but in my relationship with the collectivity in this project. And I have to translate it. There was also other members of the other collective that I work with who helped me to translate the meaning of it. And the sound edition really was kind of like considering the main key sounds to be located in there. So everything sounds like straightforward. But then when I went to Little Italy, where was the first interview, so I took that as a consideration, I understood that first of all, the collages are ephemeral objects. I cannot just like put things expecting that they will be there for months and months. They last sometimes even hours. And second of all, if I want to share authority, then I have to decide about the space with the people who I'm working with. And in this case, with the people from the collective. So we actually walked together with two people of one of the collectives, and we found that the most interesting contested space will be the skate park, because it's extremely, I mean, some people say that there is like an equal 50-50. I actually find it very male dominated. And also Chambre de Possible, which is also a space that is it's a space of resilience. And also the Rosemont has a space of vulnerability. So we located 3 walks in these locations. And the outcomes, we thought, well, what is the outcome? And to understand the outcome, first I designed it with all the interviews. So each space was one collective and one interview. And then we walked it several times. So we actually together, we thought about the outcomes and how this will be. It makes sense that it's 3. It makes sense that it has to be in a way related to, your phone, but maybe not everybody had a phone. Maybe with just one phone resonated together with the speakers. And then the dissemination, because it's an augmented reality, which is still located there if one day you want to go. It's disseminated there with a QR code. And, the postcard that says the instructions, you do this, you do that. That everything seems so fine. So we did the 3 walks in 3 different days using the speakers and walking together. Yeah, but, I found that when I'm relying so much in technology, there is issues in that. And I really like Liz Miller's reflections in Going Public. Are expanding documentary and storytelling forms critically informing users, or are they turning us into techno-consumers? Are they connecting us across time and space, or further exacerbating access issues, or both? And I think that I don't have an answer yet, but what I can say is I did understand that the technology that I use is, it's very, how I can say, it doesn't have access necessarily for everyone, and there is a gap, and I think it makes new questions that I will share with you, and those questions are very intimate. These questions are also very critical in relationship with myself, with the collectives in general. So technology has offered a chance to rethink participation with subjects, users, and other collaborators, but it doesn't help us resolve complex negotiations around consent, transparency, and power. In some cases, new power dynamics and hierarchies are obscure in the rush of embrace innovation. And I think that kind of warms I found it, and I want to share with you this. As a non-French speaker in Montreal, it has been challenging to include my subjectivity as an immigrant of color in a racially homogeneous group. My integration with the collective has endured until now. I'm still a member of it, but I'm less active since I need to have a process of self-reflexivity on what a collective feminist means. In this process, I wrote the following questions, which I am to share with the core members of these groups, because I think this is what actually it means to go in public, is reflect those questions with the collaborators. Are anti-capitalist, white supremacist, patriarchal actions, according here, we know, I forgot, but are anti-capitalist, white supremacist, patriarchal actions, bell hooks, effective if they are executed and discussed by a militant group constituted primarily by white settlers? Are we aiming to create alliances as political action by welcoming individuals with situated knowledge from Global South, First Nation, and Black communities? If so, what are the practices in place to open acts of listening and linguistic expressions that are not only Western, Francophone, and Anglophone? Do these dialogues embrace dissonance to challenge identity politics that unify us all as women under one perspective? How can collective feminism assert an intersectional perspective if they don't hold membership of diverse racial subjectivities and embrace the complexity of other consciousness? And those questions, I don't have the answers. This is the second part and final, I think, part of the project. Talk to them, talk to us as a collective, and figure out those, because they're not easy answers, neither easy question. And I'm just going to finish with this. On the other hand, it is essential to acknowledge the systemic urban segregation in Montreal, which divides and challenges the creation of heterogeneous groups. The racial, ethnic, cultural, and class diversity in a collective will define their goals, messages, and methods, which is important for feminist initiatives that aim inclusion in their political actions. By offering these questions and reflections, I want to reach further dialogues, and I extend my infinite gratitude to all the individuals and collectives involved in these projects. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Yes, interesting. The previous presentation was about the community El Alberto in Mexico. This was a presentation about a collective of women in Montreal. So it's the term collective and community is definitely something that we want to engage with and to reflect about. And so in our next talk, we have Teresa Braun. Teresa, I asked Teresa, when you hear the terms oral history and research creation, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? And Teresa said, well, community and community building. That's again a key topic. Teresa is an artist and drag performer of white settler descent, originally from Treaty 1 territory, Winnipeg. They are currently based in Totiaca, Montreal, pursuing a PhD in interdisciplinary humanities at Concordia University. And the title of the presentation is Virtual Queer Reality. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Did I pronounce it well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm so excited to be here, and the presentations have been mind-blowing, so this is just wonderful. So my name is Teresa Braun. I use they, them, theirs pronouns, and I'll be talking about my project, Virtual Queerality. So my research creation, I'm exploring this rich intersection of trans embodiment and VR. This is the concept that I call virtual queerality. So what I'm doing through workshops, creative collaborations, and interviews with trans people is creating this living archive populated with avatars we build together, animated with their stories. So before I talk further, I want to talk about how I understand the term trans and how it's in my body, but I don't want to talk about it from this body. So I'm going to show you a clip. It's one of my virtual avatars. This is Egregious Philbin. This is my drag persona. And what I'll do sometimes is create AR lenses and then perform or talk from that perspective.
I understand the word trans as an umbrella term for anyone who doesn't identify as cisgender. So that can, but doesn't necessarily include people who are non-binary or two-spirit. But I also like when trans is written as trans star or trans asterisk, which you'll see, and Jack Halberstam talks about this idea of that asterisk signifying those who wish to live in unnameable realms of embodiment. So everybody who's kind of beyond a name or who doesn't want to be identified within one of these categories, even though it is a category in itself. And also, you know, trans itself doesn't mean transition. So often when you hear trans, it's thinking of somebody becoming trans or looking trans, but the prefix itself means beyond or across or through, or I like to think of it as transcend. So I'm not just non-binary. I'm not just, you know, moving away from the binary. I'm beyond it. I'm living into a new world. And it's perhaps a future that doesn't exist yet.
Okay, so then I'll talk about how I moved into VR. So in 2020, at the height of pandemic, I was desperately lonely and felt like I had zero community. I had a friend who kind of ushered me into this world, said, you've got to check this out. And I thought, I'm not a gamer, like it's nerds. So, but I ended up doing it. I'm so glad I did. So in 2020, I began using social VR, and I joined and found this community of trans people who are building avatars and worlds to affirm their identities and express gender euphoria. So what you see on the left here, this is a screenshot from VRChat, which is one of the largest social VR platforms, and it's entirely user-generated content. So you're seeing avatars within a world there that are all being uploaded by users. And this is just one fragment of it. So that system allows for multiple types of communities, multiple aesthetics to form and be created, multiple types of ethical, you know, constraints that are growing up in that space. So just in terms of what it visually looks like, so when I'm doing field work, this is kind of the setup. This is not my space, but I have to have a pretty big play space. There are these two lighthouse base stations that track my movement. I have the head-mounted display or the VR goggles. I have a type that has to be connected to a PC, powerful enough to run it, 2 controllers, and then a PC in the background. And I bring this up not just to say this is what it looks like, but to also highlight, I mean, this is incredibly expensive and inaccessible, and it's such a small number of people that are able to access this. So it's just a, you know, big question that I'm not quite sure how to navigate. I am working with my main advisor, Kim Sawchuk, to set up a VR lab here, so more people will have access to it, but you know, it's a big consideration. Here's also what people are up to. So full body tracking. In this case, it's a YouTuber named Chris Quits Reality. He has 2 leg trackers and a hip tracker, and then is able to do things like pole dance or acrobatics through this loop. So just want to give you a sense of where the technology is at, and I think like quite impressive. And I also want to pull back and say, like, this is this time when Mark Zuckerberg is attempting to colonize the metaverse. So you might remember in October, Facebook is no longer Facebook, it's now Meta. And the way he's presenting it is, oh, now we have an exciting new place to have meetings and to be more productive. And it's just the most narrow way and the most capitalistic way to imagine these worlds that I do think we are already living into. So what I'm finding is that the trans communities that I'm a part of are offering models of the metaverse that prioritize belonging, intimacy, play, and generosity. This is a still from We Met in Virtual Reality. It's a documentary shot entirely in VR from Joe Hunting earlier this year, and looks at all the different kinds of relationships that are taking place there. So there are people that are getting married and whose entire relationship exists exclusively in VR by choice. And initially I thought like, oh, this seems kind of sad, but when I talked with them further and when I started to experience like what it's like to hug somebody in VR, I thought there's so much happening here and it's so under-researched in terms of what touch and what intimacy and what communication and what embodiment means. So, just in case you're not sure what I'm talking about when I say Zuckerberg, contrasting those last few images with what he's doing here, which is like a Gumby version of white male privilege walking around in a cabin. So, again, this is just such a narrow, simplistic way of viewing it. And the image on the right, that was his promo video. And this technology to do what he's showing us here doesn't even exist yet. So his wildest dream is projecting us somewhere that is this boring. Are you kidding me? That's my thought on him. So what I'm doing at the moment is I'm preparing to do field work in VR to find out how trans people are generating new forms of queerness and what the impact is on their lives outside of VR. So this is me. I'm on the left, and on the right is my friend O-Girls, who I met in an MSN chat room over 20 years ago when we were children. And our entire relationship has been primarily virtual. We're best friends, I'd say, in many ways. So they've invited me into their community. And what they've talked about is being assigned male at birth and then entering VR a few years back and starting to use these avatars that are femme, seeing themselves, seeing their body tracked and reflected in a new way had a huge impact on how they understood themselves, not just in VR, but in the physical space. And that joy, they talk about how it extends beyond, like when the VR is gone. It doesn't just break away, but what remains there. So as a trans artist and researcher, I'm just really struggling with how to ethically document our experiences. So much of the time, archival practices can be at odds with how we live, make art, share community, knowledge, and are often framed around a person's name, gender, location, and historical context. Even if it's anonymous, that's still there, that's the basic. But if my name changes or I use a screen name, am I archivable? If I'm not out to my family, why would I want to be part of the public record? And how do we balance our desire to preserve and celebrate trans histories with our need for safety? I'm going to show now a clip of, so these are field notes. So I've been going in VR, forming community, making friends, and then I write about it afterwards and I talk about it. So this is a moment that has impacted me hugely. On the left, I'm speaking in my VR avatar. On the right, you're seeing a first-person tour of one of the worlds.
I met Angel at a private party in VR chat, but she isn't Angel because she doesn't know her name yet. O-Girls introduced us and said, "Not Angel is a wonderful singer," and when I heard her speak, I told her how beautiful her voice is. But she said it wasn't her voice because she doesn't know her voice yet. She tried to show it to me, but she couldn't find it and said maybe she hasn't found it at all yet. She said she's trans and lives in Poland, and it's a terrible place to be trans. People kept coming up to us and telling Angel how cute and sweet she is, but she was invisible to me because my VR wasn't powerful enough to render her avatar. So really, I was just talking to where her voice was coming from, which was out of thin air, hovering somewhere below her screen name, which was Angel, but also not Angel. The bedroom was dark and low lit, and we were in this lofted high-rise looking over the city, which city, and it was really cozy, and people were making out on the bed and giving each other head pats and whispering, but I still couldn't see her. and she was walking back and forth through her voice, and I was too, and I was looking up, and then she switched into a different avatar, and I could see her, sort of her, and I could hear her, sort of her. She said, "It's really late in Poland. I don't usually stay up this late." And my mom is on the other side of the wall, sleeping. And she doesn't know I'm trans, but it's okay because she doesn't speak English. And even if she can hear me, she won't understand. Angel said she learned to speak English through playing video games. And Poland is very bad for queer people. And there are many self-declared LGBT-free zones, and she can't get hormones or trans health care, and maybe she'll move to Germany or Canada one day where it could be better. She said, "I need to go to sleep now," and we gave each other head pats and hugged, but really just walked in and out of each other's bodies, but not our bodies, and our voices, but not our voices, and said good night. So that moment has given me a lot to think about. I'm unpacking it. Yes, okay, thank you. And yeah, sorry, I got distracted and I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, yeah, so that moment's given me a lot to think about. Like, it brought up so much about even like, what is a voice, what is a name, what is a body? Everything I thought about, that I knew about intimacy and connection, was also destabilized because I did feel so close to her, and I continue to feel close to her. And if she wants to be involved with the project, but still is at risk in so many ways, how do we negotiate that? So in order to address the unique nature of VR fieldwork and the needs of trans people, what I'm doing is including participants in the development of these ethical frameworks for sharing and disseminating our stories. I'm thinking about things like avatar ownership, the need to manage potential triggers, and of course, vocal privacy. At this point, you can hear my voice and it can be recognized. So if my voice can be linked to me, what does that mean when that's something that's used to mark me when I'm in a place where I'm at risk? So I'm not just trying to do this, of course, from like the academic perspective, but spending a lot of time in looking at what are the ethics of the places where I'm at, and how do people deal with one another, and how do they deal with conflict? Ultimately, what I hope to do is to contribute to the ways in which we shape the metaverse and move into future forms of virtual embodiment. So I envision my project and the worlds that I'm part of as this social space that fosters the joyful, resilient, and radically creative ways that trans people face the world, while holding space for dynamic contradictions and strategic futuring. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Teresa. Well, I think this is a moment for the panel to come over to this side, and well, Adela, if we can connect with Adela and have a conversation, great. I think, actually, yeah, I will leave the microphone here. Yeah, is this working?
Yeah.
So.
No. Maybe you have to press. There you go.
Okay. Oops. Go away from here. Okay. Well, so I think I will be away probably. Should be fine. So, well, thank you very much. Really interesting. 3 different projects, but the 3 really dealing with also different forms of art and media. Sorry? Oh, thank you. Virtual, real reality. So it's interesting that, so for instance, Adela Adela, you were talking about the reenactment by an indigenous community where they were, in a way, subverting the written word and the standard form of making history, but they simultaneously are subverting theater or performance, right? So they are not actors, they are themselves reenacting their history, which is interesting. And I was wondering, in connection with the three projects, I was wondering about your three positionalities, so to speak. So Adela, you were not part of the community, but you are observing the community, right? You are, or the question is, how do you see yourself in relation to that community? And I will also perhaps ask you to, you are part of the communities you are documenting. If you want to expand, the three of you, on your position, which at times it might be that in Amanda's case, it became a problem perhaps to be part of that community that is forming itself as a feminist collective. But what does that mean? And you start to negotiate that. And so a number of problems emerge, right? And in Teresa's case, there is also ethical questions about having intimacy and then how to document that. But in Adela's case, you are observer. So I wonder if you want to say something about your position, and if Adela, you want to start.
Sure, I can get started. Sorry. So I'll tell a little bit about how the whole project happened. So this project actually took me like many years to actually make it, because I met people from, I met the community and I met people from the park, and I met some of the reenactors probably 10 years before I actually shot the film. And it's because, I believe that collaboration is a process of negotiation, right? So definitely I'm not part of that community, but I come with a project and I discussed that project several times with them. That's how it happened. So I went to several of the community meetings and also to the meetings from the board members of the park. So it took me several years to actually get their consent and their approval, right, for a project that actually was formed together, let's say, right? So I came with an idea, but it wasn't until we got to an agreement on how they wanted the project to take form and how I felt comfortable aesthetically that the project would take form and what would be the use of the project afterwards. It wasn't until then that we actually made the project happen. So I do believe that, when you're an external person from a place, I mean, the first thing you need to be is very honest and very humble, right? I mean, I was honestly interested in the incredible, critical, and brave thing that they do in that community, right? And specifically in the aesthetics of that project, the Caminata Nocturna, for me, is very impressive what they do, right? So for me, that was from where I came from. And then at the end, we did it together, right? So I was the director, but also was Federico. I was producing, but also they were producing, and there was a team of people, a small team of people that came with me, but there was a large team of people from them. And then at the end, it was also like a celebration, right? Because all of this that happened in these communities in the mountains, right? It always becomes a feast at the end, right? So the shooting also involved eating tamales, and it also involved like many other ways of communality, let's say, that didn't stop just in the filming of the short film.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it seems sometimes being a stranger, and obviously it takes time, but you build trust, and then that distance also enables you to observe, participate in a different way. I wonder now if Adela, Amanda, and Teresa, you want to say something about your positionality within the project?
I think for me, it has been always time. I mean, in order to understand how I'm going to enter into a project and how we are going to work together, it takes time. It takes time because it takes trust. And trust evolves many stages, and this is part of the methodology that you are discovering. It's like it's a mutating process, right? And in my case, I started as a guest, and then I'm so fortunate that they both embrace me and they allow me to enter into their own methodology, which I understood. And then once we collaborated in a project together, which is Sino Walks, and previously ruido de papel, it really allowed me to think in a more critical way. And I think sometimes when we go too close to the collaborators, we I felt that I tend to lose criticality, and I feel a very difficult part for me is like to put in the table, these are the critical questions that I'm understanding are happening. And right now, I think even though if I'm part of the collective, I need to come back and talk about those issues, even though it might be it might be difficult for some members, maybe not, who knows? No, but I mean, this is a new process for me. And in my positionality as an immigrant of color, who is also working towards intersectional feminism, I really need to do that. Otherwise, it's not really with my core principles. Mm-hmm. And so let's see what happens. And I think it's going to be welcome. It's just a very interesting second part of the process once the piece is over, or once the piece is there and it has its second life. Now now it has to speak for itself, and now it has to actually start other dialogues that are critical.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm understanding is also being part and becoming part of the collective obviously has a different emotional involvement, in the sense that it's also, the project is as much as about them as it is about you and what you feel and what you think, as opposed to in Adela's case, where it's really more about their reenactment. Obviously it becomes a collaboration, but the emotional involvement is different then.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And you nail it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been very complicated, and it's changing very quickly and dramatically the more time I spend there. So, I got there through my friend that I've known for a long time, and I did a pre-interview with them, and my advisor looked at it and she said, like, there's too much giggling. Like, this is like that I think that it just felt there should be more distance. And like, I get that, but it's hard for me to engage with my friend in any other way. And I mean, it's also very normal in VR to be basically sitting on each other's laps and to reach out and pat someone's head if you're fond of them or if you're in the middle of saying something. So the social dynamic is really different. But yeah, it did make me think too, like what you're saying about if I'm too close, it does cloud my ability to be critical. Like sometimes I've said to other folks there, like, not everybody can afford this. Like, what do you think about that? And someone said, like, well, we work all really hard to have these systems. So it's, and I was like, that's not enough. For me, that's not enough. That's not an answer. Or for example, why is everybody here a cute anime girl who's very heteronormative and white? And people say like, oh, because it's cute. And again, that's not enough, or that's a valid answer, but there's more to that answer. So I think for me, it's just being a process of diving in, pulling back out, and also having transitioned very recently from an artist to a scholar. Like I've been working on this project for a couple of years already, but speaking with people then, when I wasn't in a PhD program, it's radically different. And I'm very grateful and frankly a little overwhelmed about all the ways that I have to reframe everything.
It's interesting because this question, this point about being able to be critical, and in particular if you are a scholar, right, seems to me to be important. And I was wondering, for instance, in Adela's case, I was looking at the violence in the reenactment, and that they are using actual weapons and knives and being violent with each other. And I was wondering, is this, did you say something to them? Were you critical with these aesthetics, or how much space did you have to be critical with that all those ethical and aesthetical choices? Because is this not to some extent, in a way, celebrating violence? Do you want to say something about that?
Yeah, sure. Exactly the opposite, right? I embrace it. Because I do believe, one of the points of my research is that aesthetic, dramatic violence, poetic violence is a way to actually counteract structural violence, right? So I do believe that this thing that they do, which is very becoming sadistic and becoming violent, but becoming the oppressor, right? And embodying the oppressor and becoming violent as the oppressor, I truly believe that's a valid way of subversion and liberation, right? I think we need to kind of switch a little bit our conventional, westernized ways of perceiving violence, because I mean, it all comes from the monopoly of violence, right? We believe that violence is valid when it's the government, right, or it's the sovereign powers that are actually using it. But what happens if the violence turns around, right? And it's used, I mean, it's also used this is dramatic violence, right? I mean, they're performing, although it's very scary, right? And they're real guns. I mean, the guns they're not real bullets, right? They're bullets of salva. But yeah, the knives and everything, the guns themselves are real. But I think it's a very impressive, effective, and critical way of using violence. So when we discussed it, it was discussing it in those terms. I would never sanction it the other way around, right? I would never be critical, because in my work I use it in a similar way as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I guess the audience will in a minute ask you more questions, but I am already notified that we don't have more time. It seems we are at the end. I was wondering if we can ask a very last question, which is that if you at least, or not a question, perhaps a comment, make a comment to each other, because your work is both with virtual reality, and I have the feeling you might be curious about each other's work. Perhaps a final word about each other's work, or a final question that may remain open, and just that helps us transition into the next stage, which is the final coffee or drink.
Pressure's on. I think what I'm really excited about, and what I'm seeing in your work and the work of a lot of other folks bringing in AR, XR, VR, whatever we're calling it, is that there's so much potential there to use it in terms of activism, to help engage people's senses and ways of moving through the world in new ways. And there's so much emergent material, emergent aesthetics potential there. And I think it's such a critical moment for us to grab onto that and to say, this is how these technologies can be used. So I really admire that you're part of that.
Well, I'm going to keep it like that. Well, thank you so much. And something that I want to respond also to comment is that I really like the reflection of Liz Miller in this sense of let's be careful with technology, because we can get too immersed in the illusion or this oasis that is going to create a new layer, when in some cases I noticed that AR technology, at least, and VR technology, when I was using VR, is very elitist and is also very ableist. And it really cuts up like a huge generation in also data consumers, that not everyone has this cell phone and this data and these possibilities of experiencing, which is cutting off a big part of the population that I want to speak to. And so I guess the paradigm is how to make that possible, how to just turn around or find other ways where this data technology, which is also, we should remember, made primarily for the military purpose, right? And then became more another kind of like aesthetic or playful. But yeah, just kind of like remembering that. And this is something that I really like about you, that is subverting this original idea of the military purpose of VR. And then you are using it to convey a community that is totally the opposite of that.
And to virtually hug others, yes.
Yeah.
So, congratulations, thank you very much.
Is it working? Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. And I just have it was a wonderful panel. Oh, in the camera, sure. Here. Yeah. It was a wonderful panel. I think I was very excited for all this, and it's really end up in a really emotional note, I would say. And I'm kind of, really grateful of being part of this event with all you guys. So as a member committee, we want to thank the Fort Space Primary that have been really flexible and useful since the beginning. Really helpful to help us set this. So thank you to Anna and Douglas. We also want to thank, of course, Sébastien Cacard and Luis Carlos Sotelo of the Codes to their support during this, the setup, this whole event, and also maybe community member. We have organizing committee member. Sorry, we have Yuri that was in line with us from London, I guess. So a special thanks to Yuri, and then Simona, Emma, Leah. And that's it.
And
yeah.
you.
Okay. Yeah. and finally, thanks to you all, the audience. It was great having you in person. I think it's really like giving a real feeling of what research and sharing things could be. So yeah, thanks you all.
Before we close up the Zoom, folks, maybe I'll just echo Sarah, thank you to you as well. You were part of this committee. So thanks to the organizing committee. You did a fantastic job. It's such a pleasure always to work with the folks upstairs at Codes. Stephen, you hung in there all day with us. Amazing. So many. And so many other people on Zoom. What an incredible community on Zoom and in the space. This is probably the warmest day of 2022 so far, and we're so honored that you decided to spend your day in this way. So we wish you an excellent evening. Go out, find a terrace, and enjoy yourselves. Congratulations, everybody. We will close up the Zoom now, and to remind you, this whole recording, it's like 7 hours long or whatever, is on our YouTube channel right now, Concordia University Fourth Space, so you can revisit anything that was said and exchanged today. Thanks, everybody. Have a great afternoon. Bye.